some people.
Leslie. Who's Leslie Cross?
Oh my God, Felix, I love you so much. Thank you for not knowing who Leslie Cross is.
Maybe I know by the face, but not. I'm really shit with names.
It's it's one of the founders of the Vegan Society.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he like veered off, or like, I don't know, I think basically like pushed out of the Vegan Society and Donald Watson taking over. I don't know, I don't know the exact history, right? And the history is written by either by the winners or the crybabies. So,
Nice.
yeah. Anyways. What's up, Val?
Oh, Valse. Yo, what's good?
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, all right. It's crazy yesterday about this vitamin A. This fucking nutritionist. Jesus Christ. I don't know why people are so convinced by mechanisms when they are like completely, what do you call it? Reversed, like the knowledge is reversed by actual human health outcome. It's like I don't understand.
Yeah, also like his epistemology is also like really shitty because he believes like the only way to establish causality is just if you have like 80 years of like controlled trials. It's like ridiculous.
So he's like a Bart K nutritionist. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, like
Yanis, can I ask you a question?
Oh, cool. Sorry,
Yasin, I'm sorry, Yasin. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think vegans have like generally lacking vitamin A? Do you think that's a thing?
I don't know about that.
All right, that's good. Thank you for being honest and not making claims that you can't substantiate. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, what do you think about animal ethics, though?
Damn, you don't have to moan into my ear like that. Sheesh. Damn.
Is it okay to eat fish?
No, it's not okay to eat fish.
Not vegan.
Also, not moral, basically. There are animals who feel pain, who feel other stuff as well.
They look so dumb to me.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me it's okay to kill dumb-looking individuals? Damn.
Shit.
Oh.
There goes me. It was nice knowing everybody.
Lol.
Yeah, let's hear it, guys. What's the best argument against veganism? I'm open. Is it causal inefficacy? Is it intelligence? Is it?
I feel like
Oh.
I feel like animals are just like robots. They, I mean, they have programs inside them. They don't have any. They don't think.
You're telling me that my dog doesn't think at all? He's like a robot?
Yeah, I mean, they have instincts. They don't have projects. They just respond in function of the stimuli.
I mean, that's just what we do as well. That's what sentience is. It's like a response. Doesn't mean it's like robotic. Doesn't mean that it doesn't create an individual. Like humans also just like respond, right? Instinct is part of our brain function. It's not like this completely separate thing from individuality. Instinct is part of the system that we call sentience or individuality. Do you know what sentience is?
I kind of know, but can you explain?
Sure. Let me share my screen. Tell me when you were like watching it. Let me know, Nice Cat, when you're watching it. Yeah? Have you clicked on the share?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, okay. So this is the definition of consciousness, right? I'm gonna give it like a little bit of an overview. So consciousness is basically like a feedback loop between our brain and our nervous system. This is present in all beings all animals, just happens to be, that have this central nervous system situation, right? So a brain and a nervous system running throughout. So sentience is like a primary consciousness. It means having any type of experience or feeling, no matter how faint or fleeting. So instinct is part of that, right? It's a basal type of consciousness that like people, makes us ask, how is it to be something, like something it is like to be, right? So you can ask, what is it like to be a dog, right? And you never a dog, but you can kind of extrapolate. Well, if a dog is happy, it must be nice, right? If a dog is well taken care of, well fed, it must be really nice. But if a dog is like miserable, it must be hard for them, right? You can't say the same thing, let's say, about a plant, right? There is nothing like to be a plant. There is no brain in there. There is no nervous system. So yeah, that's basically sentience. I should work better on that spiel, but
yeah. Another word also for the suchness of a subject, right? Like how it must feel to be them, is actually in philosophy also called qualia, right? So for those interested,
I'm gonna write that down.
It's just a what?
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, it's just like another word, like qualia. Yeah. And if someone can experience like mental states, both positive and negative, then we talk about like positive and negative valences. Basically, like valences are basically, the tone, whether it's pleasant or unpleasant.
Yeah, anyway, the point is, Nice Cat, is that dogs are not robots, right? They are robots in the same way that we are, right? They have this feedback loop between their brains and all of their nervous system, which includes like eyes, ears, nose, all of that stuff, right? And instinct is just something that sits in the front lobe of the brain, right? It's based on experience. It's not a mystical or like individual independent thing that happens. But also genuinely, like, have you never seen a dog happy? How can that be instinct? That's just happiness. That's definitely like a feeling response that we can recognize as a feeling response.
Maybe it's just a way to show us. Maybe it's just a communication system. I don't know.
Well, then what would be the symmetry breaker between humans then? We also like have like communication systems. We have more developed communication systems, but they're like this, you know, genuinely speaking, they a bit like, what would be the difference between, what do you think, between a dog communicating with you and a human communicating with you? Let's say that human doesn't speak your language, right? So the communication is like reduced to other stuff.
We have a better, more complex operating system. Doesn't it give us the right to exploit inferior beings?
So you think humans are also fucking robots? Is that it? We're just like a better robots.
if Germany feels more powerful than Poland, does it make it okay to genocide Poland?
Well, they did it, therefore it's right.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, and I'm saying that as a German. I'm just kidding, dude.
I'm saying that as a Polish person, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. Crazy.
So I
mean,
think like,
Germans and
yeah,
Polish
go on.
people are equal. You know, they are humans.
Yeah, but
But
according
animals
to
are
you,
inferior.
we're just also robots. We're just better robots, like slightly more advanced
Even-
robots. So like 2.0 robots.
A bird cannot go to college. A human can.
Not
Well,
every
Given the
human.
same conditions.
Wait, no,
given the
not
same
every-
conditions.
Hold on, if somebody can't go to college, it's okay to like slaughter them for burgers?
No, we are human. We share the same DNA.
Yeah, but if somebody can't go to college, you say a human can go to college. That means a dog can't go to college. That means if there is a human that also can't go to college, they are equivalent to a dog and therefore are okay to slaughter for burgers.
We have to, make a difference between us and the other animals.
Why?
But what's
Like
so
we have the same.
Wait, what's the difference between both of us that would justify discrimination? So what's so special about me that if you removed would justify you like genocide me?
No, you're not special. We have the same. We have the same DNA.
So if I had a different DNA to you, it would be okay for you to kill me?
If necessary, yes.
Well, it's not necessary, right? It's not necessary to kill animals.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is.
What's
How?
the necessity?
We have to eat them.
We have to, but I haven't ate them. So where's the necessity?
Like in some places in the world, like in Somalia, Ethiopia.
Yeah, but we're talking
have to
about
eat
you.
animals.
We are talking about you. It's always about
Eh?
you in this conversation, not about others.
If I lived in Ethiopia, I would have to kill animals.
Yeah,
The
I'm
fuck you
asking you
would?
right
Have you
now.
heard of vegan injera? Have you heard of vegan Ethiopian food? Most of it is vegan. They just add some like meat sometimes. That's
Ethiopian
not
food is actually
necessary.
very vegan. It's super like cheap and like vegan friendly. Like I love Ethiopian food.
Same. It's like my comfort food.
No,
It's my
those-
happy food.
These people live in the desert. What do you want them to eat?
Wait. What about you? Why you keep talking about other people? What about you?
Scorpions?
What about you?
I am a intolerance to green stuff.
Intolerant to plants?
Yeah.
So you don't eat anything with plants. You don't eat spices. You don't eat like wraps. You don't eat pasta. You don't eat bread. You don't eat any of this at all.
Are you a carnivore?
So, well, I'm not a carnivore, but my point is, I just like to eat animals, and
Yeah, sure. We acknowledge it. I mean, we know that you like it. We are actually trying to now disentangle whether you need it, right? And we are arguing though that it is not needed, right? And you haven't given us like a compelling case that it is needed. All you have given us thus far is you appeal to some people in, I don't know, like you thought whatever the case is, like on a desert island or so, that need to eat meat. We are talking about you right now. In that context.
I think I am superior, so I have to eat animals.
Yeah, but notice here again that you now, that's like a further switch in the argument, right? Because now you're actually giving me another argument Like, can we go back first and then say, well, is it necessary in your current situation before we move on?
No, but I feel like it. I have to.
The cope is unreal.
Yep.
What do you mean you feel like you have to? What does that even mean? It's like I feel like I have to abuse my wife.
Yeah, like, let's be semantically here very correct. Like, let's use like the right words, right? So I would argue that it might be difficult right now, right? Or it might be a hassle to change your diet and your habits, right? Maybe it would be inconvenient. You know what it means, right? Like, it would be uncomfortable. But is it possible? Like, if someone holds a gun onto your head and like tells you, like, dude, you gotta stop with all the animal products. You gotta be vegan now. What would you say then? Like, under this circumstance, is it possible?
Man, your logic seems weird. Why are you always comparing animals to humans?
No,
Is
no,
that
no. You have to
comparable?
respond to me, please. No, before you go on, please, can you respond to what I was saying? It's like really, like, follow the red line, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I've asked you a question about the the semantic precision that you use. Like, it's very important that we use like the words precise, right? You say that you need. Do you need it, or is it just a want, a desire, a habit, if you will?
I feel like I cannot live without
Okay,
eating
so
other animals.
yeah, again, I just told you to be semantically precise. Like, we can test this now, right? So if you don't
Yeah.
eat animal products, right, will you die? That's what I'm asking you now.
I've never tried. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So this is like a hypothesis now. You just actually proposed something, but you have never tested it out. Now, I can now say, I mean, it's just like an anecdote. It's just a personal experience, but we have like many vegans in this voice chat who are vegan for many years and who are still alive, right? So it is actually possible and probable to survive. It's not just a possibility. So
Yeah, but I don't know if it's going
What?
to work for me.
yeah, sure, but that is like,
I don't know if
but if you, yeah, but if we accept for the time being that it is possible, right? Because then we can actually talk about practical issues, right? Like how you can carry out a vegan diet. But I need to have at least like a concession, or like you have to admit for the time being that it is possible, and then we can maybe discuss it later how you can
Val,
carry
you're roboting. Val.
out a vegan diet, right? But
Val, you're roboting.
okay, sorry.
Bing bong bong.
Yeah. So
It might be
can we
possible.
yeah, okay. So are you admitting for now that it is actually possible? Because then later we can talk about practical issues, right? Like how you can carry out a vegan diet.
Yeah, I think it might be possible, but I don't accept it.
Okay, that's fine. And now we can carry on. Okay, because if you admit it, then we can, at least for the time being, we can carry on. Okay, like why not? Why don't you accept it? What are your arguments?
I think I am superior to other animals, so I
Mhm.
kind of have the right to, eat them if I want to.
Okay, so even if it is true that you are superior to other animals, right? Like, how do you get the idea that just because you're superior, that you can therefore harm animals? Where is the connection?
Or harm others.
Yeah,
No,
harm
don't,
others.
do not compare humans to lower animals.
Oh, Jesus
Don't
Christ.
say
No,
others.
you have not responded to what I was saying. Please please pay attention a little bit. I said, even if it is true that you are superior, why can you harm animals? How does that logically follow? Where's the connection?
Because I don't think I hurt them. I think they are, kind of, well, for lack of a better word, stupid. So
You don't think you can hurt stupid individuals?
don't say humans, please.
We never
No,
said humans.
Swallow,
Animals.
I'm just
What the
asking, do
fuck?
you think stupid individuals can be hurt?
No, don't say individuals. Say animals.
Animals are individuals. I proved it to you.
Such a cold.
Well,
holy fuck.
I think it's okay if they are animals. If they don't share the same DNA as me, it's okay to
Okay, I have a quick question. If you find out today that all black people actually have a completely different DNA to other Homo sapiens, would you be okay with enslaving black people?
It's never gonna happen actually,
That's not what I
because we
asked.
It's a
know that
hypothetical.
black
That's
people.
not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Yeah, we are now, like, this hypothetical is used to test your values, because when you use the criterion of DNA, right, the criteria, like if you place importance in DNA, then we can test it. We have to test your worldview, right? And now you have to engage with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now, would you, under your worldview, would you say that it is permissible to enslave some humans who do not have the DNA that you are working with in your framework, in your model, basically? Is that fine?
To nicely enslave them if they don't have the same DNA. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay. Yeah, so this is what we call, and I mean, it's commendable that you bite the bullet. I mean, your logic is consistent, right? But obviously, your values, they are quite frankly messed up, right? I mean, alternatively, you could have also just chosen to say, no, it's not ethically permissible. I will be vegan from now on, or I will reconsider my criteria, right? But if you go at great length to defend, your animal treatment of animals, then yeah, so it be, right? Are you willing to bite that bullet?
I'm against torturing animals. I'm totally against that. But
Yeah,
if you
sure,
kill them
that-
quickly, if you kill them quickly enough so that the information from the place you shoot them or stab them, the information doesn't go to the brain rapidly enough, that's cool for me.
Sounds very humane so far, by the way. It's like, yes, we can enslave black people if there is, they don't have the same DNA as me. Let's stab sentient animals, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So if they don't feel anything, yeah, you can.
Yeah, so let's
That's
yeah, because again, this is also like a further switch, but I acknowledge this further switch in another argument. But again, like, have you conceded now that you would be okay enslaving black people if they don't share the same DNA that you envision?
Enslaving them, but
Yeah, you can
nice-
actually, I won't actually. I will actually go a bit more. I would actually go a step further. I would say, like, do the same thing to what we do to the animals, because this
No.
is the context. Okay, well then that's a contradiction, right?
No, you kind of have some, like, they don't have the same DNA, but they kind of look like me, so I have empathy. I will nicely not enslave,
Nicely
but,
enslave them. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ,
Dude,
indeed.
what the fuck? Come on, man. You can do better. I know that. Like, why are you doing this? Like,
well,
I
I mean, as if like, okay, I will appeal to your intuitions right now, right? I mean, I don't think that you go through your life and you're telling yourself, well, I mean, if it were the case that like these kind of like humans don't share my DNA, I would now like kill them or like whatever. I mean, that's not how it works.
Well,
Sure, yeah, you might appeal, you might make the appeal that yeah, they look close to me, and I do that too, of course. But I think what is also important is like when you see like, let's say, a cat or a dog, right? I mean, you wouldn't say, well, let's harm the cat because they don't share my DNA or so, or let's not hurt the cat. I mean, what would be the reason for you not to hurt a cat, for instance? Well, because they can suffer, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, but I don't make them suffer. I kill them as quickly as possible.
the
Why do you
cats?
kill? Why do you kill mosquitoes? By the way, they are sentient
No,
too.
hold on, no.
Val,
like-
you're roboting really hard.
Before we go better now?
Keep talking.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
Yeah, otherwise carry on the post-mortem.
No, you're good now.
Yeah, I'm actually in a car right now, so I think it might be better if you just carry on. you
Sure,
want.
sure. So you want us to change the subject to mosquitoes, right?
They are sentients, right?
Not necessarily. We don't have good evidence for it, and we have some evidence against them being sentient. But let's assume that they are, right? Let's assume that mosquitoes are sentient. There is a different component there. Mosquitoes are carnivores,
Yes,
and they
they're
are like
parasites.
coming at you. They're trying to hurt you, right? Basically. So if you kill a mosquito, it's self-defense from.
Right.
Yeah, it is. That's how it works.
It's
Like
they
if
are
a sheep
parasites.
was about to like I don't know, like attack you, right? I would say, barring anything else, it's okay to kill that sheep because it would be in self-defense,
Oh,
right?
thank you. Oh, thank you. Now I'm ready to become vegan. But if I stand in front of a bull and this bull comes for me, I'll say, "Oh, he's coming for me!" Pop! And
You first have to make sure that you can prevent this, right? So with mosquitoes, you put on a repellent, you put like nets on the
Jeans,
windows.
whatever.
You do all kinds of stuff. You try to like shush them away, but they keep coming at you, right? So if you should be the same with a bull. First of all, you shouldn't stand in front of a bull because you know that bulls can be dangerous. If they feel provoked, they can be dangerous, right? So to minimize your interaction with bulls, if a bull is coming at you, run away first. But if you see that you are like stuck, you can kill a bull. If there is no other choice, right? That's how self-defense works. You can't just say like, oh, this black person looked at me funny, therefore I can kill him now, right?
Don't compare humans to animals.
They're comparable, so I don't know what you're gonna say. You also said that they are comparable because you said we are higher order, something like that. We are like more smarter, blah, blah, blah. That's a comparison between animals and humans. So animals and humans are comparable. Stop crying about us comparing animals to humans. Both are animals. One of them is more like have higher consciousness, which is us. Use your higher consciousness, please, to have an honest discussion about this. Because animals are not things. Animals are like us 100,000 years ago, right? We are also animals. We just developed higher consciousness. So please give it a real, honest effort to talk about animals as if they are not objects, because they're not.
Evolution is an arms race. It's like a Cold War. I won the war, so I have the right to kill them.
What is it?
Arms race or something.
Evolution is an arms race.
Yeah, but again, this is I think Postmortem can actually also stream their site. We created actually, or actually they created a site, a web page. It deals about like various questions that people or like objections that people generally have against veganism. And what you are basically just doing is like an is-ought fallacy. So it is the case that evolution might be cruel and about survival, right? I mean, that is, maybe this is a fact, right? But when we talk about ethics or morality, what we care about is actually not how things are, but how things should be, right? So we are talking about how should we be, right? So there is war in the world, there is racism in the world, there is sexism in the world, and injustice. That is the case, and how should it be? This is ethics. So we talk about how we should be.
Yeah, Val, that
So-
page
so
is
if-
not ready, so I'm not going to stream it.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, sorry.
That's
yeah.
all right, sorry.
But yeah, so to the person with whom I was conversing, in other words, it's about like how should you be, preferably. How should you be, not how things are, because that is just the status quo. We want to ask you, how should you be?
I would make the contention that that your claim how things are is wrong, Nice Cat, as well. You are talking to us on the Discord, supposedly either on a computer or phone, from inside a home or a car. We are no longer in an evolutionary race. We kind of
Yeah.
stepped out of evolution. We now have medicine, which we use to prolong our lives artificially. We now have all these comfort things that nobody in like evolutionary status has, right? So you can go play video games and watch a TV show and stuff like that. That doesn't like do anything to your evolution. Like if we are still evolving, it's at this point human-made, right? It's a human-made evolution. We are guiding our evolution toward being long-living, upright standing, sometimes, most of the time, sitting down, kind of very smart, but also incredibly silly sometimes monkeys. So...
Yeah, and adding to that is, so basically, yeah, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
We just got attacked by COVID 5 years ago.
Yep. And?
Yeah, this is actually against eating meat. I mean, it's not really connected to veganism. It's more, I guess, like more for like human or environmental concerns, or more like human-centric concerns. But this would actually be against eating animals, by the way.
I just want I just want Nice Cat to make an argument. We were just attacked by COVID 5 years ago. Okay, and what is the argument?
Yeah.
Just give them a chance. They will wipe us from the surface of the earth.
What the
We have to
Okay,
dominate.
and
What?
how does that pertain to not wanting to be vegan?
We have to dominate. We have to kill. We have to,
No, we breed them into
Dominate.
existence, man. We breed them.
Bro, this is
we
like
breed. We control. Hold on. We control their reproductive systems and choices. We bring them into existence because the moment you purchase animal items or animal suffering, actually, I don't like these euphemisms. If you purchase these animals at the grocery store, you're actually telling these people to create more animals, right? That's what you're doing. They won't overpopulate us. We have.
What if you find a cow with an IQ of 250? Would you kill him? Kill it?
No, dude, I'm a vegan. I'm a vegan. I would not even
for zero,
kill a
as
cow
much
if
as
it's
possible,
50
zero
IQ.
killing, right? Or zero unjustified killing. We want to kill neither. I, by the way, don't want to kill mosquitoes. That's why I have nets on all the fucking windows, right? That's why I have like a repellent in almost every room in my house, right? So I think this is achievable to a certain point, right? To have like 0 unjustified killings. So why would you pretend like a bull 200 IQ that Val would kill them? Why would you pretend that? We don't advocate for killing people and other individuals with high IQ.
Yeah. But by the way, oh, sorry, holy shit. I had to make like a fucking break here on my car. Almost an accident. Holy fuck.
Shit.
Careful.
Good vegan
yeah.
reflexes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, what I wanted to say is, yeah, I'm not even sure why you bring up constantly the human versus animals, right? Because if we look closely, right, in our natural environment, like from a day-to-day living, basically, right, vegans are not in the decision when at the grocery store deciding between human meat or animal meat, right? We are in the decision between animals versus plants. And the vegan is giving more value to the animals, right? So we are not in the decision between eating animal corpses or human corpses, right? So a vegan can still say humans are, in general, have more moral worth, right? But this is irrelevant because it's about like your choices at the supermarket. You have to decide animals or plants. Simple. Do you understand that? I think it's pretty simple.
Oh, I can't. Damn it.
Oh my god.
I'm an idiot.
Oh, sugar.
Yeah, so anyone else wants to discuss about veganism, doubts, reservations, objections?
Hi
Anyone?
everyone. Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Oh,
You
nice,
wanna
kid,
talk
you're
to us?
back.
No, my computer died. I had to plug it in.
Oh, that's very evolutionary.
Bro.
Wait. You don't know the intentions of the cow, so you would have to kill him, or to to prevent it from
Good, I don't know your intentions. I should fucking kill you because you could kill me.
Yeah.
Well, we can also make inferences, right? We can make inferences. It's not that you always have to have perfect knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, actually, science doesn't even always work about like just proving something like with your senses. Sometimes it's also making inferences. Yeah, estimations or predictions. Science actually is about that. It's basically like inferential statistics is about that, right? Making generalizations to other populations. So yeah, you can make inferences. We can say that these animals also don't want to die, because they're animals and they have interest.
No one wants to die because we have a built-in system that wants us to propagate life.
Yep.
Exactly.
And therefore, if it's not okay to kill humans that don't want to die, why would you say it's okay to kill animals who don't want to die, who also have this preference, this built-in preference to not want to die?
Because we are in a race for survival.
We are not in a race for survival. Again, you're talking
We
to
have been
me on a
dominating, bro.
microphone. You like
These animals, we breathe them into existence. They aren't naturally evolved. Like, come on, bro.
well, that's a little beside the point, but I get your point.
Like, we've won the evolutionary race. We are at the peak. All other species are suffering because of us, right? Like, I don't even get why
Yeah,
that
but
even is a point.
if they have the occasion, they will wipe us from the surface of the earth.
No, they wouldn't.
What are you on about? What?
This is like an argument from World War II. We need to kill the Jewish people because they could wipe us off, bro. Sheesh.
No, it's not like an argument from World War II. It's more like an argument from War of the Worlds.
Yeah, so we need to wipe out, certain people from this society because maybe they could wipe us off. So I want to wipe
Not
out.
certain
Look.
not
Listen.
certain people, animals.
Yeah.
Not
So
They're
not to wipe them out,
comparable.
to keep
We've
them
been through
under
this.
control.
We've been through this. They're comparable. You compare them yourself. So why are you crying about it now?
No,
You compared yourself.
can you mate with a cow?
You said like humans are smarter than animals. Humans do all this stuff. That's a comparison.
Can you mate with a dolphin?
That's why does that fucking matter? How does that pertain to our fucking questions about? You don't have to mate with animals to like think that they're morally worthy. You don't have to have the same DNA to think that they deserve to live. You yourself said they have the drive to want to live. So what's the problem? Just let them live and eat plants instead that don't have any drives. They are not sentient.
we need to kill plants because plants could take over the world,
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually in apocalyptic sense. If humans and animals all die, plants will just like fucking take over the world. The weeds, not the ones that need like pollination and shit.
Lol.
It will be all wheat and soy and trees and shit.
We cannot let them evolve freely. We need to have some kind of control.
Yeah, how about we just the control be we don't breed them anymore and they
But wait,
stop existing.
Post, you're talking to someone who said that if black people had a different DNA, it would still be okay to enslave them. So it's kind of like a lost cause, I would say.
Yeah, let's move on to somebody else. That's fine.
Not
You did
not
say it.
enslave.
We
I
all
wouldn't- I
heard
wouldn't
it.
enslave them.
You said you would.
Well, I didn't say black same DNA people. I said
Yeah,
some
if
kind
black
of
people had different DNA, you would say it's okay to enslave them. Nicely.
No, I said some kind of pink different DNA people.
Yeah, people with different DNA, you say it's okay to enslave them.
Not even people, animals.
Yeah, animals with different DNA, you said it's okay to enslave them, but also you said black people, if they had a different DNA from yours, it would be okay to enslave them. We all heard it. You can take it back now. You can say I didn't mean it, but you can't gaslight us into thinking that you didn't say it. You did say it. Everybody in this room heard it. It's recorded, so.
Who recorded it?
Oh, I'm streaming on YouTube, so we can go back and watch it.
You're streaming on YouTube?
Yep.
You can't do that.
Of course I can.
Yep.
That's what the Discord app is for. It's for streaming.
Aspen.
Gasp.
Take this. Bananas? Yeah, banana.
So now that you know that it's
But I-
recorded, you can stop gaslighting us about you saying that if black people had different DNA, then it would be okay to enslave them. You definitely said it. Everybody heard it. It is recorded.
Okay, 1, 2.
I totally assume what I said, But I did not mean black like same DNA. I meant
You meant people who
When-
have black skin, but also a different DNA from humans, that it's okay to enslave them. That's what you meant, right?
no, if they look different, like
If they...
same.
Oh, no.
Wow, this guy.
Jesus Christ, man. You're making it worse, frankly. I would stop and think for 1 second, nice cat, what you just said. I would stop and think about it because this type of thinking, I think it's you coping. I think you biting these bullets because you don't want to say that animals actually have some moral worth, right? So you should stop and rethink your argument. It's probably not DNA because the DNA argument is making you bite all these absolutely terrible bullets, right? So maybe you have a different argument for why it's okay to slaughter animals.
Or
which
you
is
could
not
just
DNA.
admit that you want to keep just eating animals. You don't have a reason for it. Because, like, I mean, while we do, I've realized you keep jumping from point to point. Like, it doesn't
I
seem
don't
like
think-
you actually.
I don't
Mhm.
think that animals have a real consciousness. They just leave and
I proved it to you. Why
They're-
are you
they're
going
just
back
like-
to this, the thing that I disproved? Why are you going back to an argument that you made and I showed you that it's incorrect?
I have to stand my ground.
Why?
You have to. What the hell? You don't have to.
You can just say, no, maybe I was wrong. Let me think about it some more. You can just say that. That wouldn't make you a bad person. That wouldn't make you stupid. That wouldn't make you anything bad. Actually, I would respect you the hell more than saying that it's okay to enslave black people if they don't have the same DNA as us. Frankly.
Animals are just like
Inferior,
some kind of.
inferior beings.
I'm not gonna say robots, but it kind of, yeah.
You said
without
it
a soul?
before, so you're taking it back. They're not robots, right?
They have some operating system.
They don't have an
That makes
operating
them wanna
system.
leave.
And if they did, they have the same operating system as us. We just 2.0.
Which one is it? Android or Apple?
I mean, listen, nice cat. I think you mean it like as a metaphor. They have an operating system, but like it's not equivalent, and then it puts us as humans in the same fucking bowl because we are also animals. If you believe in evolution, you can't contradict that, right? Like we are kingdom animalia. So the question then becomes, what do you mean? Do you mean like they have an operating system like metaphorically, that they have something that like makes decisions for how they move and what they do and what they feel and all that stuff?
They have stereotyped behavior. We don't.
Of course we do. You are being completely stereotypical right now. We, as vegans, had this exact conversation about 10,000 times in the past week. I'm exaggerating, but just a little bit. Right, Silva, you had this exact conversation yesterday evening,
This-
right?
Every single person I talk to, they have never like come up with anything new. It's always the same call.
Yeah. So you are incredibly stereotypical. Is it okay to slaughter you and kill you for burgers? Nicely, nicely. Just a cut of the throat. You
No,
won't feel anything, I can promise
because
you.
I am self-programmable. Animals can't. They don't have this ability to write their own programs. So
Again, do you mean the word program? Do you mean it like metaphorically? Because we are not we are not a program. We are not machines. We are biological creatures. So, if you mean it metaphorically, that's fine. But then you can't apply it as if it's a matter of fact. So please answer me. Do you mean it metaphorically?
yeah, kind of. But our brains are quantum computers.
What?
But it's a metaphor, right? You don't actually mean. You can't just now compare us to computers, right? Because then a computer can be just shut down. then it makes it okay to like slaughter you for burgers nicely.
Not normal computers, quantum computers.
Well, we can shut down quantum computers as well. It's still a computer, right? So I can slaughter you for burgers nicely. Yes? I can shut you down if
No.
it's not a metaphor. If it is a metaphor, let's drop the metaphor and talk about the actual brain and nervous system and all that stuff.
Okay,
Okay.
let's talk about the brain
Yeah.
as you want to conceive it.
Yeah, because if we are a quantum computers, then it's okay to shut us down, right?
What do you mean by shutting us down? Like killing us?
Yeah. If we are like quantum computers, I don't think quantum computers are like moral patients or agents or whatever, moral anything. It's okay just to push a button, smash the goddamn thing, and nothing immoral happened.
Well, that begs the question: what is pain?
How? How does
no.
that beg the question that what is pain? Jesus Christ. If I do it painlessly, can
Well-
I shut you down? Can I kill you? If I do it painlessly, is that okay morally? I don't mean can as in if I'm capable of. I mean ought. Should I do this?
No, you should not do this.
There you
because,
go. So pain is not the symmetry breaker between killing and not killing somebody. So it's not okay to kill, even if they don't feel it, right?
No.
Okay. Selek, you want to continue from here?
I don't know. I want to see if anyone else has any interesting points.
Okay. I think, nice cat, I think we're going to move on, but I think you should think about it because you just made the concession if somebody has a brain that it's not okay to kill them, even if it's painless. I just want you to understand what you just said because sometimes it's hard, right?
If we're superior, we can kill anything we want.
Okay, if I'm
No.
superior over you, if I'm like some kind of an all-powerful alien, is it okay for me to come and down and kill you?
No.
There you go. So superiority doesn't also justify killing somebody, right?
I can. Well, I feel cornered.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you.
You know,
admitting
wait, you know why you feel cornered? Because you are trying to find a way to justify something. You're not actually like trying to have a discussion where like, go say, you know what, these are my claims and they are wrong. Like, no, you're trying to say, okay, what can I say to keep justifying the way I'm keep going, right?
No, I feel that I'm right.
Yeah, a lot of people feel they're right. Like religious people feel they're right. People who are in a cult feel they're right. Just because they feel right, just because they don't want to change the way they live, doesn't mean they're actually right.
Oh. Well. Jeez. Right.
Gee Louise.
Listen, you're going through like a
Jeez
hard
Louise.
thing because like I think it's starting to dawn on you that all the excuses that you have for killing animals are actually really bad excuses and that you wouldn't take that animal's place as the victim of somebody else's actions. So this is a hard thing to swallow because you've been in this situation for your entire life. Your entire life, your parents, everybody around you told you it's okay to kill animals for unnecessary food. So it will take you a while to process this. Maybe you should like stick around and just listen to our conversations with other people. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you are not wrong.
Mhm.
I'm not wrong either.
Well, that's a contradiction because we have opposing opinions. One of us is right, I think. And you are the one biting terrible bullets. and making concessions seconds after making an argument, right? So you made the argument that it's not okay to kill somebody with a brain even if they don't feel pain. Well, that's animals. There is a contradiction there. You made the argument that it's okay to kill animals because we are superior to them. And when I gave you an example where you are the inferior one, you said, no, it's not okay to kill me, even if it's painless. So there is a contradiction there. So, I'm leaning closer toward me being right than you, since we're having opposing opinions. It can't be that we're both right, I think. Somebody.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like anyone can win as long as they have the good arguments. And from the description right now, it seems like the post-mortem, I'm sorry if I pronounce that wrong,
That's right.
has just won. I don't know.
To be honest with you, I've never had a non-vegan having a good argument.
Yeah.
Damn.
I had them give me new arguments that made me think, right? But it also always cashed out into them having absolutely terrible morals. So, yeah.
Well, for me, I've never. I usually don't care if someone's vegan or not. I feel like the reason why I'm not vegan is just because I grew up on a farmland, so I just saw my grandpa shooting animals and making meat out of them. So that's the reason why I'm not vegan.
4 kgs meat every day, bro. What is vegan?
Okay, Zach, we can talk to you in a second. Right now, we're talking to Mr. Spoon, if you don't mind waiting.
Yeah. So thank you. But so, for example, I don't. For me, I don't really care if someone's vegan or not, because people do what they want to do.
That's a false dichotomy. Like nobody should care if somebody is vegan. That's not the question at hand, right? We're not asking.
Yeah, I know.
Some kind of. Yeah, I'm just like we're not asking for rights or something like that for us. We're asking the rights for animals, right? So let me ask you a quick question. So, were your grandpa? Is he still alive, by the way? Or?
Yes.
Yes. So is he perhaps like more racist than you would like?
No, he's like, I feel like every time I make some type of racist joke at the table, he always looks disappointing at me.
Bro is more racist than his grandpa.
No, my grandpa is the typical old nice man, and then my grandma is the typical old nice lady. I feel like if you go to my father's side of the family, then you're gonna find the racism.
Okay. So the racism on the other side, right? On the other family side. That's not
racism onto the
Zach, if you don't mind, let us finish the conversation.
I mind.
Okay.
I mind.
You do mind. Okay. Then you can interrupt and we can I don't know.
You can speak.
Excuse me?
He said you can speak. Continue.
Okay. Maybe Silva can continue for 1 second. I'm gonna get a coffee. Silva, do you mind?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Felix here as well. What's happening, people? Mr. Spoon, what horrible thing have you said to justify animal cruelty?
What?
What horrible thing have you said to justify animal cruelty?
No, I said that my view on the whole situation is that I don't really care if someone is vegan or not. And well,
I love to kill cows and animals.
Okay, bro. Zach, any more than can kick you from this channel. Please stop interrupting. It's actually really annoying.
Bro, why you will kick me?
I'm just telling you, just stop interrupting, or I will have to kick you. But anyway.
What is interrupting?
You know, I'll show you. So, you know when you talk?
Yes.
I can do this. There you go. Okay.
Wait, what just happened?
Okay.
I missed it.
I kicked him.
Damn.
What just happened, Felix?
He kept interrupting, and I told him to stop, and he's like, "Oh, what is interrupting? I don't know what that is." So I just showed him that I can kick him.
Okay, that's good. So, Mr. Spoon, the question is actually like, if you grew up doing something, does it necessarily mean that it's like a moral thing to do?
Ooh, no, of course not. Everyone can be wrong.
Yeah. So maybe like you can reconsider the way you grew up and like come to new conclusions, right? Maybe we can have a conversation about that, about the morality of killing animals.
Well, I think that that's actually a good question. I think that the reason I don't really feel that much, like for example, if I would see an animal die, I think that the reason I wouldn't really care is because I've seen it so many times. Because my grandpa is a hunter, so it's that's not an argument for why you should kill animals. More an argument for why it would be a bit hard for me to feel like I would care about the animal. Because I don't know if it's still like this, but when I was in school, we learned about like what's it called, the psychological, like you get like 50% from your parents and 50% from your when you grow up, when you learn stuff, like your view on life. I can be wrong. That's what I learned in school. And it was like 2 years ago, so I don't know if it's like new research on that. So I feel like based on that, it'd be pretty hard for me to find a new view. But I feel like if there's good enough arguments, of course, like I would like to hear I've never really debated someone about this because I usually just say that I don't really care and then move on with my day. But I would actually love to hear like some the benefits and like obviously let the animal live. That's one very good argument. But like I wanna hear.
Well, that's the only one, frankly, right? So the rest is just like bonuses, right? Because veganism is like about animal ethics. It's not about like human health or the environment, all that stuff. It's about whether it's ethical to kill an animal when, frankly, you don't have to.
But if you're vegan, you can still eat like milk products, right?
No, that's vegetarians.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between vegetarians and vegans, generally speaking, right, in actions, is that vegetarians are sometimes, if they come into it for ethics, they're just against killing, and then they kind of forget about the killing or do not know about the killing that happens in dairy and egg industries and honey industries and stuff like that. And vegans kind of see all exploitation and killing as unnecessary and wrong.
So like vegans, they eat eggs. But no. Vegetarians eat eggs, but vegans don't.
Yeah.
Kind of. Okay.
No eggs, no honey, no leather, no wool.
No honey?
Oh,
yeah. No honey.
Man, you have contaminated me with your virus. I went outside. I have 2 dogs.
What?
I've seen my dogs and I kind of feel bad right now.
What?
Sorry, what did you say? What did you do to your dogs?
He feels bad about his dogs for some reason.
What, have you eaten dog or like what?
The heck?
No, I've seen them.
Or perhaps drank their milk.
The way way they looked at me, I feel bad.
So you now recognize that they're individuals, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Well, there is no difference, not a morally relevant difference anyway, between like a dog and a cow. So I hope, even though you're not going to see a cow today, I hope you extrapolate that to the cows anyways. And to fish and to chickens. Yeah. Silva, if you could mute, do you have like a bit of
yeah, Silva.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's it called in English when you walk into like a big cage outdoors where there's, for example, cows?
Big cage outdoors.
Well,
but like it's like a fence around the whole thing, and then there's cows inside. What's it called in English?
Farm?
Pasture?
No, maybe, I don't know what it's called in English. But I love walking in those. For example, in Sweden, it's like we can walk basically wherever we want. So you can walk into someone like that and you just go pet the cows.
Oh shit! It's a bit dangerous, isn't it?
No, cows are like they're more scared of you. If you get scared, you scream and they're gonna run away. You just make sure that if they get scared and run, don't stand in front of them because they're gonna trample you.
Yeah, well, that's why I said that they're a bit dangerous. especially trapped cows, right? Cows who are not, who are like basically enslaved. Yeah, I understand that like most animals like would like run away from you because all they know from humans is like pain.
No, they don't run away. They're more interested in like come up to like, hey, who are you? And like, but I don't know. It might be because it's in Sweden. I don't really know how. Like we usually let our cows just walk around. I think it's still bad because they still like kill them and stuff. But mostly just they walk around and eat grass and chill.
Why
So
do you
if
think
you-
it's bad killing cows? Or
Well, they
were
have
you
a right
saying
to
that
live,
for my
but-
benefit? Sorry.
No, like if you look at it from like from like a logical perspective, then obviously you take a life.
Yeah.
But if you look at it from, but like I'm still, I don't really have an argument for it, but I'm still not against killing them in the way that it's for food. But I'm against killing them. This is gonna sound like the worst argument ever, but like in a bad way. And the reason I mean, for example, like if you actually hurt the cow, for example, but if you like let it have a long life and then like towards the end, at least it's better. But like from your perspective, it's still gonna be wrong.
Well, not only from my perspective, sounds like from your perspective as well, because animals, even in small farms, tiny farms anywhere, the beef cows, at least, right, they're killed at like 2.5 years old when they can live up to 15. So you're not actually letting them live that long.
Wait, what? Well, I'm gonna...
People would rather.
I mean, that's true about everywhere. You're not going to feed a cow who eats 20 to 30 kilos of food every day. That costs money, right? Even if it's like a place with a pasture, like in the winter, you got to feed them, you got to supplement them, you got to give them supplemented food. You're not going to feed them for 15 years and kill them.
In Sweden, we milk them for about 10 years.
No, I'm talking about beef cows. Beef cows.
Beef cows. Well, no, but here's the same thing. We actually milk them for about 10 years, and then we turn them into beef cow. Then we.
Yeah, so you're not letting them live very long, and like the milking is exploitation, right?
Like it's better than 2 at least.
Sorry, it's better for them to like not be milked or exploited and killed for food, right? That would be better for the cows if you're thinking of their best interest. Yeah. So if you have two worlds, one of them, in one of them we exploit and kill cows when we don't have to. In the other, we don't exploit, kill cows because we don't have to. Which world would you say it's better?
I feel like you can't really draw a line like that because I feel like you take animal cruelty, like everyone do the same thing.
No, I'm not just against animal cruelty. I'm against animal exploitation and killing simpliciter. Or at least not for unnecessary stuff, right? There could be like some kind of a threshold where I would say it's okay to kill a cow, for instance, in self-defense. So I'll repeat my question about the worlds. So if you have two worlds and you can choose one of them, in one we exploit and kill animals for unnecessary stuff, and in the other we don't exploit and kill animals because we recognize that it's unnecessary. Which world do you think is like more moral? Which one would you choose? Sorry, both.
Well, if you put it that way, then it's obviously the one with sorry, I can't pronounce the word.
No exploitation and slaughter.
But I feel like you're pushing everyone over. What's this? I don't know the saying in English, but like I feel like you're pushing everyone over the same step or whatever to call it. For example, obviously you're against all type of exploitations. That's like. I've understood that, but if you look at exploitation in itself, for example, if you compare like Brazil compared to like Sweden, obviously there's going to be a difference because like in Sweden we let the cows live for 10 years, or we actually let them roam free.
Well, they're still
like
exploited, and beef cows you still kill at 2.5 years old.
No, in Sweden we kill them at 10 years because they don't start off at beef cows.
They're cows.
They
start
cows
off
who
are specifically for beef. No, I'm sorry, love, you are mistaken. There are cows who are specifically for beef. It's not just the dairy cows that are slaughtered for beef. It's all cows. Also, they eat veal in Sweden, don't they?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, you know what veal is? You must, because you grew up on a farm.
No, you said wheat, or what did you say?
Veal.
Wait.
Baby cow meat.
I'll write it down in the chat.
No.
Oof, if I can scroll down, a lot of conversations.
Yeah, I'm just
Veal.
gonna have to.
Right, Mr. Spoon, I wrote it down. I think it would be easier for you to. I have a thick accent. Sorry about that.
Sufficient. Where's the ATM?
Yeah, I just googled it, and there is veal in Sweden. So that's baby calves from a dairy industry, right? The male calves who can't be used, they killed at anywhere between 3 and 6 months old. That's not long living, so.
Well, I see your side, and if you look at it from a logical perspective, you're right. But
Why?
I will still,
then why? But
I will still be unable to change my opinion about eating meat. Sadly.
So you
and
acting
when
illogically, right? You acting illogically.
Well, if you look at it from like logically, then yes.
Yeah.
But like me personally, I would still not switch.
Yeah. So I think we reached the end there because you admit that you act illogically and yet you are not willing to.
I liked how he
fix your
came
mind.
to this conversation and saying, "Oh, you know what? If there's an argument for it, you know what? I would change." But now he's choosing to be inconsistent.
Yeah. Not just inconsistent, just straight up illogical. You reject logic to remain as you are.
Damn.
Sorry, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's even worse.
Sorry, I was in the midst of making you coffee. I'll be right back. Damn it. Forgot about it. Be right back, guys.
Why? So, Mr. Spoon, why do you choose to be logical?
Well,
Is it an addiction?
perhaps. But I think it's more about that I'm not ready to accept the other side as a person. For example, if you speak to someone as a flat earther, but you're not a flat earther, and you give them a very good argument to switch, but they refuse to accept it, then obviously that person is not ready to accept it.
Well, so no, that person is like disillusioned, right? He's not acting logically. He's acting more based on his feelings, and he's arguing on a
The person
point
is
of like
not
he's
ready to accept it.
sure you could say that. But you recognize that that flat earther is wrong, and that they should change.
I still want to say yes and no, because I'm still on the, yeah, obviously animals should live, but in the other side, I'm like, but like on my own personal side, I'm still no, but like there's no really good arguments for it. I just don't think so, basically, which is obviously not a good argument, but it's just the way I feel. It can be I'm just not prepared to let go, but like I just no.
Right, I'm back. Whom are we talking to?
Mr. Spoon was just saying how he feels like he doesn't want to, but logically he can't really argue against it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think that's like a good justification, Mr. Spoon? If I don't feel like taking the extra step so that my actions don't result in like killing several people, right? If I like, for instance, it would be an effort to fix my car brakes, but I'm like, I just don't feel like it, and I just drive the car anyways, and there's a high likelihood that it results in like human deaths, almost in an inevitable. Would you think it's a good justification to not fix my car brakes?
I don't care. But I feel like it's more mental than that. Because, for example, I have not driven a car my whole life, but I haven't eaten meat my whole life. So it'd be like more mental than that. And by the way, I didn't really fully listen. I was translating the veal to Swedish, and it's like it's kind of funny, kind of a funny translation. Because like when you translate it to Swedish, it basically means literally what it is, which I found kind of funny.
Well, like a calf, a young calf, a suckling calf.
No, it meant calf food or calf meat. And I was like, kind of funny how it translates directly.
Yeah, because sometimes like I think in some countries the language is deceptive, right? It calls something veal because we don't want to think that it's like an actually like a young baby. And in other countries, everything is like kind of like on the table as we speak. But we still create these mental separations, right? Because I don't think anybody would think it's okay to like kill a dog for unnecessary food, or even worse, kill a puppy for unnecessary food when you can literally avoid it. But then like we kind of create these stories, lifelong stories, about how it's okay to kill a cow despite there not being like a discernible differences between those two animals.
But isn't that because of the norms?
Yeah. Well, norms are not defining morality, I think, right? I mean,
no, but like for example, if you grow up with where the norm is to eat cows but not eat dogs, then obviously you're gonna have the view that eating cows is good but eating dogs are bad. But if you grow up in a norm where it's like eating dogs are good and not eating cows are good, then obviously you're gonna do the opposite.
Yeah, but then it's again, it's like kind of swaying away from a conversation about morality of a thing. We're just stating a fact here. We're just saying this is what it is, right? To grow up. By the way, most vegans here grew up in exactly the same way as you, right? Thinking that it's okay to kill cows, pigs, chickens, sheep, fish, bees, and etc. But it's not okay to kill dogs, cats, elephants for some reason, dolphins for some reason, right? So we grew up exactly as you are, but this is a statement of what is, a statement of fact. And we can never use a statement of fact to say, well, therefore it's moral, right? We should dig deeper. We should actually ask the question, is it though? Is it moral? And I think you agree with me that it's immoral. And yet you are not willing to like change your mind about it for some reason.
Yes, I would say so.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like if you grow up in a society where rape is prevalent, and then post-mortem came online and talked to you about how consent is actually really important and that you shouldn't rape women. Like, would you say, well, that's it is what it is, kind of thing? I grew up raping women, so. Or would you dig deeper?
No, I feel like it's more about it. I might understand the two different views. I'm just not ready for change as a person. Like I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
Because if I was there, I would like have accepted it and moved on and then tried to work on it.
Yeah. It's kind of strange how our mind works sometimes, isn't it? We know something is logical, but we can't take the plunge for whatever reason. What goes through your mind when you say, "Well, I'm not ready yet"? What is like literally stopping you from acting the most logical?
Nothing. I think it's more like, okay, not nothing obviously, but like when I think about it, it's like when I think white meat is like I like it, and I've always done it. But then we go around in circles where we're gonna like give another example of like how to break free.
Yeah,
So-
well, I like it is a new claim from you. We hear it 10,000 times a day, but from you, it's a new
Yeah.
thing. And by the way, when we talk to people who still are not vegan, that's where it usually boils down to taste pleasure. Always. Almost always. Especially with people who are like kind of confident and like not trying to be dishonest like you're like being incredibly honest, and I really appreciate that. And that's where it boils down to. Usually it's taste pleasure. And I think that comes from an assumption that vegan food doesn't taste good. What do you think
But
about
no. That's actually kind of funny because you're actually 100% correct there. Can I give an example about that?
Yeah, sure.
Because I go to church, right, and we have like when we have like the important meetings, like, because we have like our church, and then we have like the whole like part of the city, like all the churches together, and that's like one district or whatever to call it. I think that's the English word for it. And when we have those like weekends, like once a year, when we actually like have the district meetings, like voting who's going to be in the district and stuff, then we have like then we only eat vegan.
Oh, that's awesome.
So.
And the food is
like,
delicious, right?
The hamburgers, or not hamburgers, but the burgers, they were very specific. It's not hamburger, it's burgers. The burgers were good. The meatballs without meat, I did not like them.
Yeah.
But I liked the burgers. I liked the we ate tacos. It worked. For me, like the only food I didn't really like was the meatballs in a vegan way. So like.
So which happens, right? I bet. Sorry, I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you. I just want to concentrate on something. So I bet you had like in the past like bad meatballs, right? Like it happens that sometimes animal food is just not tasty, right?
Oh yeah, there's like when I go to the store, there's one meatball brand I don't buy because I don't know what they're doing with that meat.
Yeah, just probably the flavoring probably is not to your liking. The flavoring is vegan, by the way. It's usually like just like herbs and spices. But let me ask you a question. So you ate the vegan burger, the plant burger, and how would you compare it to like a meat burger, like animal burger? Like, would you say like what is the difference of like how good it tastes, right? So like.
I would say that the only difference is that when I eat a meat burger, I have a lot more choices, and therefore it's better just because it's more normalized. Because if I eat like a meat burger, I can go and order like a cheeseburger and I get more flavors, but it's not that much about the meat. Yeah. But for example, if I eat a vegan burger, for example, like when we're at the church thing, you don't really have that much like different materials to work with. If I get a burger, it's gonna be like a burger with 2 buns and like ketchup, because like you don't really have that much like more to put on it. So I don't think it's that much about the meat in when it comes down to it. It's more about all the different aspects. So
yeah, so would you say like
everyone can be vegan?
Yeah, so if you had like a burger between 2 buns, right, and the vegan burger between two buns, would you say the flavor is comparable or like very similar? Like not in like the flavor itself, but in like how much taste pleasure you get from it.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. If there is a reduction, how much reduction would you say, like in percent? Is it like out of 10?
I don't know about percent,
1 point
but I
less?
know that I would still prefer a normal hamburger over a burger, but like the burger was still good. Like I wouldn't complain if I got a burger.
So if a burger is 10 out of 10, the non-vegan, the animal cruelty burger is 10 out of 10, would you say a vegan burger is 9 out of 10?
8.5 maybe, but like still good. Like, I don't know. I would say like maybe 8.5.
8.5. So do you think it's like justifiable to slaughter animals for a 1.5 difference in flavor?
Ooh. But we can turn this argument around and go to the meatballs, for example.
Mm.
Like if I really disliked the vegan meatballs, there was a 2 out of 10, but like normal like homemade meatballs or like 10 out of 10. So there is an 8-point difference.
But then you can get like the vegan meatballs from a different company, or make them yourself the way you like them, as well. So it would reach like the 8.59 thing again.
What is vegan meatballs made out of?
I think usually like something like lentils and seitan, but it differs. Like different companies make it differently. There are also levels of whole foodness in meatballs and everything else, right? So there are like meatballs or burgers, whatever, that are like more whole food. So they're like more on the like beans with flavorings side, and then there are like vegan burgers that are like have like more ingredients in them and taste very close to meat. So like a
but
Beyond
I think
Burger.
it's also when you make your own, you can add stuff to it. For example, if I make my own meatballs, I'm gonna have more. I'm not gonna just have meat. I'm gonna do like I don't know what's called in English, but I'm gonna add some more stuff to it.
Yeah, exactly. So you can do the same with plants. You can just create meatballs, vegan meatballs, but instead of meat, you put something else in there. And then you add the same spices and stuff. Let's face it, that's the stuff that make it tasty. Have you ever had like a burger that didn't have like spices or salt in it? It's pretty gross.
I usually only use salt when I cook. I know spices make things better, but usually it makes it stronger, and I don't like spicy food.
Yeah.
So I usually only use salt.
Spices. Yeah, that's fine.
I usually only use salt when I cook. But like if you use enough salt, it basically becomes the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think I do like spices, so I can't empathize with you there. I really appreciate spices.
No, I'm the typical person that like you sitting there like, hey, you want this spicy sauce? But like, no, I got salt, bro.
Oh, bro, you gotta develop your palate a little bit. I think I'm gonna be a little like strong. I'm gonna say some strong words. I think I have this theory. I think people who are not vegan and who never went like on a whole food plant-based diet, right? I think something wrong with your taste buds, guys, because I think animal foods are sometimes so strong, right, that all the plant foods seem like tasteless. But then for like 3 months, you go on a whole food plant-based or on a plant-based diet with like reduced junk food, and your taste buds kind of wake up, and all of a sudden 3 months later you eat a sweet potato and it's like a revelation. It's like you died and went to heaven. So the flavor becomes unbelievable, and it goes away a little bit, but not too much. Like 10 years later, I still sometimes eat plant food and I'm like, this is a fucking revelation. This is like a party in my mouth in a way that I never felt eating animal foods ever.
Well, if it's a personal thing to you, you should make a study about it and like see what the results are.
I don't know if vegans can turn on their mics and say if they experienced what I'm saying. Maybe it's like a mini study right here.
Yeah, sweet potatoes are great.
There you go. One more to the study.
Yep.
I know this is an anecdote, right? But it's becoming like a shared experience among vegans, kind of. That our flavor, our ability to taste plant foods just wakes up at some point. And it's backed by science, right? Taste buds change all the time. If you don't like certain food, but you keep eating it, you're gonna start liking it. For instance, if you don't like oatmeal, which I used to hate, but then you keep eating it every day, you're gonna start liking it.
Sorry for jumping in, but I think the best example of this is just coffee.
Yeah, coffee, beer, yeah.
Everyone learns to drink coffee, for example. Like there's like very few people that actually liked it from the start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. There is one food that I really hated forever. That is olives. I still don't buy it, but I kept tasting it because I knew this thing about taste buds, right? Not only when I was vegan, I knew that before I was vegan as well, that our taste buds are capable of change. So once in a while, I kept eating an olive and hating it. And now I don't hate olives. I genuinely like them. I don't buy them just out of, I don't know, I just don't buy them yet. But genuinely speaking, it's like that's one of the reasons that it's like really frustrating to have like a debate or conversation with a non-vegan and reach this point in a debate where they agree with you on everything logically and morally, and then they say, but at the taste pleasure. That's where it becomes like really frustrating, knowing what I know about taste pleasure and just how much it shifts once you go vegan. It's like, it truly makes it worse. That this is the answer.
I have a question, real quick. This is like not about the topic really. I just want to like a quick answer.
Sure.
When you cook food, obviously you can't use butter, but like, do you use oil?
Yeah, I use oil, or vegan butter is also exists. I usually use oil.
So if I eat more vegan, there is a chance that when I start eating, that later on down the line, when I eat a potato, it's gonna be better.
Better how?
The better taste, because then I might actually. Have you guys ever eaten Hasselback's potato?
Not sure. Maybe, but I don't know what it is.
Nobody. Can you put pictures in this chat or like how?
Yeah, if you can write it down, I can Google it.
Yeah, because like I know this is gonna sound like an immature thing to say, but I am a bit serious because it's my favorite type of food.
Yeah.
And like, if I can amplify the taste, it would be fucking great.
So how do you make it? Because I don't see you writing it in the chat.
I'm just looking it up. I'm getting the spell check right now.
Oh, cool. That's okay.
Because I can't spell it.
I'd also like to add that there's also a physiological aspect to it. So yeah, like taste, like your taste can change, but it's also the amount of fiber you eat. So if you start eating more like higher fiber foods, like most plant foods, your body doesn't like it right away because it's more fiber. Your body doesn't. If you're used to like a low fiber diet, then you slowly have to get accustomed to it. Which isn't difficult. Like you just like slowly add more and more fiber, and then like, you know, I eat a ton of fiber. I used to not eat any fiber. Really not a big deal. As I was saying, it's just like an acquired taste is not entirely true because it's also like also has to do with like how your body processes the fiber.
Oh yeah, sorry, you wrote it down. Let me Google that.
It's so good. It's so good.
How is it made?
Oh,
yeah. I know this. So they put butter in between the slices, right? And then they bake it for hours.
But you can put oil as well.
Yeah.
Like it's your own preference.
Yeah, you can put oil. You can put vegan butter.
Yeah, I love that. That's my favorite food right there. I love it so much.
You can make it a sweet potato as well. Oof.
Yeah. Oh shit! I haven't even thought about that.
Yeah, dude. You know what? Shit. I'm gonna blow your mind. You can make a kohlrabi as well. It's probably taste even more delicious.
What's that?
You don't know what kohlrabi is? It's like I think it's in British. It's called Swede. Let me look for
Swede.
I'm not sure those like UK people are weird.
It's a leafy vegetable, right?
Yeah.
Funny if they call it if they call it Swede.
The root.
I'm from Sweden.
I wrote it down. I wrote it down in the chat.
Plants.
But like, do the British people call it Swede?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Well,
maybe Felix can tell us.
It's gonna be funny if they call it Swede because I'm Swedish and I don't know it.
Oh, yeah. So do you know this one? So it's.
Oh yeah. I know this. We call it kohlrabi.
Kohlrabi, yeah. I think it's from your neck of the woods. That's why I think I love that shit. That shit baked, it's fantastic. It's like one of the most delicious things on earth.
I have one of those in my kitchen. You just pluck from it.
Sorry, you did what?
Yeah, I have one of those in my kitchen. You just pluck from it.
You make what from it?
No, I have it in my kitchen. If you want it on something, you just pluck it off and put it on.
Ah, shit. Yeah. So I bet this potato dish can replicate it in a kohlrabi form with either oil or vegan butter. Ah, I bet that shit would be delicious. So look, your favorite food is already kind of can be veganized very easily. I think you should go vegan, Mr. Spoon.
I love potatoes.
Yeah, there you go. There are people who go on potato diets just to fix their taste buds. But listen, I think like you're convinced by the logical argument, it seems. I think you should give it a shot.
I would still feel like I don't know if I'm open to try it, but like I feel like the first week it would be weird eating like non meat, but it's meat, you know.
Yeah. You can go just whole food plants, right, and not like try to replicate meat in your first week. You can just like replace meat with like just like straight up like a spoon or two of beans or like garbanzo beans, right, chickpeas, lentils. You can just go like whole food plant-based kind of situation. Be careful of the increasing fiber too much because it might give you a tummy ache at first. So just the first week, I grant you, it's gonna be weird as fuck. You're not gonna know what you can eat and what you can't. But then you Google it and you find out, right?
Can I eat potatoes, rice, and macaroni?
Sounds fantastic, but you're gonna miss some nutrients there. So just take a multivitamin and you go to potato, rice, and beans. That's amazing. That sounds really good.
But like I can eat those three because that's usually what I usually eat. As like I have that as a half of the meal, and then I put some meat on the other half of the meal.
Yeah.
So if I do that, if I do like for example some type of like now I forgot the name of that pasta. But like if I do some like rice, jasmine rice, I don't know what's called in English.
Yeah.
And then like. You put it out, and then you like instead of like taking a chicken, you take some other like vegan version.
Yeah, vegan versions of chicken are fantastic, by the way. Like there is, I haven't found a bad one yet. They don't necessarily replicate the chicken flesh, but I don't need it. You know what I mean? I've moved on from that. So you said like rice, potatoes, and pasta. I would add a few things in there. I would add like something that is higher in protein, maybe beans. Yeah, maybe fake like vegan chicken. Sounds like fantastic. And then you can just take a multivitamin. You just go into a store and buy a multivitamin, and you covered all your nutrients, and you don't have to think about that. But then Google some stuff, right, and find out about new foods. I can't wait for you to find out about how to cook a tofu. That's going to be amazing. Yeah, somebody says mushrooms. Mushrooms are fantastic. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, tofu. Isn't that a type of cheese? I remember when because my mom, she's a bit, I think she's half a vegan. It's unclear because when we eat burgers, she always eats tofu burger.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you should have a conversation with your mom. It seems you don't know what she is. But yeah, tofu, if cooked properly, it's amazing. It's like soy cheese. Exactly it. Yeah. It's a cheese made out of soy. And if you put like flavorings on it, but frankly, if you just like salt, you put some salt and pepper on it, and you cut them like really thin, put salt and pepper on an individual piece, and you fry them in oil. Fantastic. Absolutely. The crispiness, so good. But it takes a second to get used to it, right? Because it's like a new food for you. And ask your mom for tips. Ask her how she makes tofu burgers.
No, but I know how to make them. Because if you're gonna eat at my place, then I'm gonna make the food. So and like the good part about tofu is just like you can make it really fast.
Yeah.
Like it's basically done in like 3 minutes or something if you like have high heat on.
It's pre-cooked. That's the issue of it, like, right? That's what makes it like really easy to cook with. It's pre-cooked. It just needs heating up and like flavoring, spices, marinade, stuff like that. Hell, if you can even like when you put like like ketchup on a burger, you can just put ketchup on your tofu. I don't know. Sounds weird to me because I don't like ketchup. But if that's what you're used to, just put ketchup on that shit, and that's it. You're done.
When you freeze vegan food, is it the same thing as freezing normal meat?
Sorry, what is the question?
If when you freeze something, when you put something in the freezer, is it the same thing as freezing normal meat?
Well, it's generally a little safer. So not as many dangerous bacteria on it. But yeah, it's generally the same. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, with tofu, actually, if you freeze it, it kind of changes its composition sometimes, and it becomes like, you can like really get all the water out of it, so it becomes like more fibrous and more closer related in texture to like chicken or something like that, right? But I just take a tofu out of the package, pat it a little bit, put spices on it, like cut it in cubes, put spices on it, fry it in a pan or in an air fryer, and fantastic. I actually like the water composition of it. It's just, I just like the texture now of the watery tofu, so it's really good. Oh my god, I'm gonna make myself hungry. I haven't properly eaten today. I just had like a protein shake, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm sitting at my computer. Like, I just basically got out of bed, sat down at the computer, started scrolling at my phone. It's like, oh, this looks fun, and now I'm here.
And now you're vegan, I think.
No, I'm not. I'm still gonna. Oh, I want some bread.
Bread is vegan for the most part.
I'm gonna get the bread.
Yeah. All right. I guess if somebody else wants to have a conversation while Mr. Spoon is bringing his bread.
Wait, have you guys ever have like, okay, I'm pissed about one thing because it's called saft in Swedish, but it translates to juice, but it's like, it's not the same thing, because if you go buy apple juice and like from the store and you say that it's the same thing as drinking saft, I'm not gonna be happy as a Swedish person, but technically the translation is juice. But like, you know, when you like pick berries in the forest and then you put them in a cooking pan or like a casserole thing, and then you literally add a lot of sugar and some water and you mix it.
Oh, jam. Jam.
Yeah. No, but you don't make jam. You make saft.
Like.
It's basically like making jam, but you don't make it as thick, so you can blend it with water and drink it.
Oh, that sounds fucking delicious. Oh my god.
Yeah. And like in Swedish we call it saft, but it technically translates to juice, but it's like, it's not the same thing. Like when you drink it, it is not the same thing. But it's I recommend it. It's especially when you make it homemade, because that shit is used. Because you can make it how strong, like you can choose how strong you make it.
That just sounds fantastic. It's not the season for berries yet, but when I get berries, I'm definitely gonna try that. Sounds really good. Right. B Jeans, what's up? B Jeans. Anybody wants to talk to us? Accused Wise, what's up?
Great, how about you?
Yeah, I'm alright. What do you think about animal ethics?
I don't want to hurt any animal. What do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I don't want to hurt any animal. I respect animals. What do you think?
But what?
What do you think?
Yeah.
About animal rights?
Yeah, I adhere to it. I think animals should have the right to not be exploited and killed. I don't know if I would call it respect. Respect is like a word that is like really hard to define. Anyways, it's very personal. Sorry, RLT, like.
Yeah, it was subjective maybe, but I don't want to hurt any animals. I don't want to eat any animals.
Yeah. Are you
I
vegan
am
then?
maybe, yeah, I am vegan. I am not sure, but something like vegan.
Mm-hmm. What's not vegan about you?
Because I do not eat cheese, meat,
Mhm.
but I don't know, am I using some animal products when I am sleeping? I don't know every part of the life. Do you know?
Yes, some things are unknowable.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Some things you just can't find out about it. It's getting better though. I think, I don't know, maybe it's just in my country, we have like labels on things that are vegan or not vegan.
Where do you live?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't disclose that online, but it's like
Okay,
a,
no
you know,
problem.
it's a relatively developed country. It's not anywhere where it's like harder, too hard, right? But like, you know, where I sleep, I just buy synthetic sheets, synthetic cushions, or synthetic anything. And it's something you buy once in a while. So I don't even, you know, it's not a problem. I just check if it's synthetic or if it has like down in it or anything like that. So some things can be checked. Other things definitely are harder, right? So like things like toilet paper, you
Yeah,
have no idea what's
some
in it.
kind of stuff like medicine, drugs are not vegan, I think. Sometimes I am using drugs for health, but I search it and I see gelatin, cow gelatin.
Yeah.
But I do not have any alternative, but I
Yeah.
am using. I don't want to use, but I should use because there is no other option.
Yeah, well, I would say then you're vegan because vegan is, you know, so vegans would say, most vegans would say it's kind of justifiable to like have trace amounts of a byproduct if you don't have any other alternative, right? Some vegans would even, most vegans would even like concede that if they are like on a remote island where there is no food but magically there is like a cow or a dog or something, then if you're starving maybe it's okay to kill them and eat them or something like that, right? So like necessity, I think, is a big part of the conversation here. Right now you don't have like any drugs that are like available that are vegan. So it is necessary for you, right? That's the point, kind of. So congratulations, you're vegan.
Oh, thank you. Are you vegan?
Yeah, I think you came in vegan. I didn't have to be logical and shit for it, which is always fun.
How
Hey,
long
guys.
have you been vegan?
Me, 10 years, almost 10 years, coming up on it.
Me too, but in my country there is army mission, like 1 year. This is exception, but I am 10-year vegan.
Nice.
Without army mission. Because you have to eat something in army and they do not have vegan products in army.
Yeah.
You have to eat because there's no other option.
Yeah. So again, a matter of necessity.
They do not respect your ideas.
Oh shit.
In my country.
Yeah.
I live in Turkey, by the way.
No, I've never been in Turkey, but is it generally? But it's you Turkish then?
We got our meatballs from Turkey.
That's awesome. I mean, do you mean vegan meatballs or actual meatballs?
not normal meatballs. Like when
Ah,
one of the
man.
Swedish kings got kind of overruled, he ran away and hid in Turkey. And when he came back, he was like, "Guys, look what I found!" And then now people think meatballs are from Sweden,
Okay.
even though they're not.
That's then not awesome. I'm taking my awesome back. I didn't mean that it's awesome. I just like when in the vegan rooms when somebody says meatballs, I'm assuming that it's vegan meatballs. Can I ask you a few questions though, curious-wise, about Turkey, about being vegan in Turkey? On a day-to-day basis, like specifically food-wise, how hard is it?
In big cities like Istanbul, Izmir cities, you can find products. They have V label symbol on their own, but not every part of Turkey. And it's hard to find some stuff most of the other countries.
How about tofu? Can you find tofu in Turkey?
You can find, but it's not cheap. It's expensive.
Is it more
It's
expensive
meaningless.
than meat?
Yes. You
Oh,
know,
interesting.
it's expensive. Not that meat, but expensive than cheese. I am vegan for 10 years, but I not so much. I didn't eat so much tofu
Yeah.
or soya or something because
Well, tofu
you
is
can't
like
find everywhere is in there.
Yeah, tofu is like a meat alternative, so I would like compare it to meat and not cheese, frankly. It's made like cheese, but it has the protein composition of like beef, basically. It's very similar to beef, at least. Yeah, so if it's cheaper than beef, that's kind of the point. All right. How about soy milk? Do you have soy milk in Turkey?
Yes, we have soy milk, coconut milk, and hazelnut milk, and almond milk.
How's the price?
More than normal milk. Like normal milk is like 100 lira.
Yeah.
Vegan milk is like 150 lira.
Oh, that's not too bad. I pay more than that. I pay twice as much.
Really?
Yeah. But it's like, in the food budget, I pay for the rest of the stuff, right? I don't buy beef and chicken and all the expensive stuff. So generally speaking, I pay less for food than other people around me. Even though some of the vegan products cost more, the rest of my diet costs much less, right? How much like beans cost? Absolutely fucking nothing.
How much would you say that you lay on food in a week?
So I can't give you currency, but it's generally speaking.
You just switch it over to dollars or something. Like your currency, and then switch it over to dollars. For example, I would say I put around $50 to $70 every week on food.
Yeah. So I would say 3 years ago, when I actually tracked my budget, it was around $40 a week. Today it's a bit more expensive because, first of all, I buy more comfort foods because I just sit on Discord and talk to people all day, so I can't really cook for myself as much as I used to. But also, like, the food became like more expensive lately. So I would say
inflation.
It's around $60 a week or so. I don't like using the dollar amounts, right? It could be that just like where I am, food is much cheaper than where you are, but like your salary, like minimum wage, is like much bigger than mine or whatever, right? So I just like to compare myself to like the general population food haul, and I would say mine is way cheaper. I would say it's like people who actually budget, I would say the same or a little less. I pay a little less for food, but people who like don't budget, it's crazy. I'm paying about half.
I usually buy the same stuff, so for me it's not that like for me it's not that expensive. It's just I go buy the same stuff, almost the same stuff every week.
Yeah.
I might try something new if there's some type of like
discount or something, I'll be like, oh yeah, sure, I can try this.
Yeah. Generally speaking, most of the time I buy the same stuff. When I buy, but once in a while I like to try new things, really new things, actually. So it's really.
Wait, does it exist? Wait. Can vegans eat ice cream, or how does that work?
Vegan ice cream. So regular ice cream is made out of dairy. Yeah.
But so there is a lot of the normal ice cream brands that you like that doesn't support that.
I don't know. Ben and Jerry's have a vegan line. When it comes to vegan ice cream, I'm actually very privileged. There is really good vegan ice cream here. But sorbets are vegan for the most part. You just read on the side. But Ben and Jerry's have vegan. I think Häagen-Dazs have vegan ice cream as well, and probably. So once you actually start checking it, you can find I think a bunch of them. I don't know how your supermarkets are made of but you can go just to the free from section. In case of UK, that's what you do. You go to a free from section and you might find vegan ice cream there. Hey, maybe now that you know that even in Turkey they put a vegan label on stuff, maybe you can just check if your country does that as well, and there is a vegan label on stuff, and then you don't even have to think about it. You just grab the vegan thing instead of the non-vegan thing. That's it. Usually they are side by side, right? When I go to buy my soy milk, it's next to the regular milk. So it's easy choice. There you go. I just grabbed the other thing.
Postmortem, what do you think about feeding animals like cats, dogs? There is no vegan options on cats. What should we do? What do you think?
There are some vegan foods. We even have some research on vegan cats. Generally speaking, they're doing just fine when eating a food that is well enough supplemented.
I have a friend who is asking me every time there is no scientific evidence feeding cat vegan.
There is.
And I don't know how can I found some scientific stuff.
If you send me a friend, if you send me a friend request, I'll send you a few studies later. But I don't have them on hand. But I'm creating in my. I'm gonna create a page for it and I'm gonna add it. And if you send me just a friend request, I'll do it. I'll send you.
I just looked up Sweden ticket thing on food for show if it's vegan, and I love how Sweden is just so straightforward because apparently we have stickers just saying vegan. I love Sweden.
That sounds like an awesome country, except for all the animal rights violations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have some in-country problems as well, but I think it's gonna be fine. People just need to learn and accept the differences.
Yeah.
I have sent you friend request postmortem. By the way, my internet cut 1 minute ago.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I have the studies. I have the studies. I can put them right here in the chat.
Could you send me? Okay.
Cheapest for the win, right there. Cheap, send them to me as well. I'll add them to my little document, to my site.
Sure. I actually saved them because I have a document where I save studies that I often use.
Yeah.
And I didn't save these ones until later, until it proved that most people are starting to ask this. So
yeah,
I put them in the chat right now.
Well, that's awesome. I'm just gonna grab them. This is easy. Set. All right, but to answer your question like more precisely, right? So it's like hard to expect from vegans to like actually kill the pets they already have, right? So if you have no other options, right, you can, I don't know, like feed your cats maybe like restaurant leftovers or things like that. You know what I mean? Or dumpster dive for your cats, or like if there is really no other choice, like feed them the food and just have it in mind that
I think my dog, I'm sorry for jumping in, I think my dog usually got like a pellets that was like some type of wheat.
Mm-hmm.
And then like and then of course like at dinners we would just like slip him some food under the table, but like
Sorry, Aral, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay.
Sorry. But if you want to talk to us, that's okay as well. But just there is a lot of background noise that is kind of disrupting.
Okay.
You want to talk to us?
Yeah, I want to talk to you.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, talk to you people. So, like, you guys are talking about a vegan food?
Sure.
Yeah, we are talking about vegan cat food.
Okay, actually, I don't have like any interest on like I mean animal. Like, I don't have any transaction with animal. Like, I don't want to hurt animal, and I don't want to eat animal. Like animal, like no animal. Like I don't like it actually.
So you should be vegan then.
No, actually, like animal is near to me. I don't like. I mean, I don't hurt themselves, and I don't. So I want to take themselves like eat or something like that. Like if animal is there, I'm not like looking themselves like I want to hire an animal, like keep animal like a pet. I don't want like this kind of thing.
Do you think it's okay to exploit or slaughter animals for optional products?
I mean, I don't actually get your point. I mean, you want to add animal?
So let me ask you this: would it be okay for me to exploit and slaughter a dog for something that I don't actually need?
Export. Actually, I am poor in English, so actually export and slaughter, I don't actually get it. What you're saying?
Yeah. So I can clarify. So exploit means using them for my own benefit against their consent or against their well-being, right? So I would be doing whatever I want to the dog as long as I benefit from it, and that also includes killing them. Would that be fair to do so?
No, actually, I don't think so like that. To kill themselves. I mean, for me, actually, I haven't. If like as well as like I mean, there is a like no such killing and hurt themselves. Like you can take some benefit from them, but like you want to make money from it, like not killing. I mean, if there is no hurting themselves, like I mean, what I say, but I mean, there is a if normal things goes on, so you can.
These
nuts.
These nuts.
Okay, do I need to mute people?
Yeah.
It's, oh, okay, the person left.
So original, Jesus Christ.
It's fine. Anyway.
So RL, what is it that you think it would be acceptable to do to an animal against their consent, because they cannot consent? So what is it that you would find acceptable to do to an animal to perceive some benefit from it? And let's imagine a scenario where you can get that benefit from other sources also, but what is it that you think you can do to an animal just to get some benefit?
No, if other sources are available, so I mean, I think I'll go for other source. That's it. No. I mean, not any transaction with animal. Animal is doing their own thing. Yeah.
So then why are you not vegan? Because it sounds like your values are in line with vegan values.
No, actually, for me, I don't. I mean, eat meat, but I eat fish. I mean, no, nothing stuff of like animal. I don't eat milk product. I only eat fish.
But aren't fish animals to you, or you don't consider them animals?
No, it's not my actually. I mean, value. I mean, not my thinking work here in for fish. Like fish is my like favorite food, so I eat it. Like in my culture, like we should. I mean, everybody has fish compulsory in their lunch. Like it's our like in culture. So I don't think about like lot of fish. Should I eat it? Eat it. I like it. I eat it. But for me, like animal, I don't. I mean. Like,
Wait, but we didn't discuss culture, right? I just merely asked you about your values. We can discuss about culture because I'm curious if you think, are your values influenced by the culture that you live in? So if you were to move to a different culture where they think it's okay to slaughter dogs for whatever reason, would you adopt that culture? Would you adopt it? Would you change your values to suit that new culture?
Actually, I think I cannot change my value because I mean my upbringing and my habit is like that. I cannot do something with animals like that thing. But yeah, I think I cannot. I left the culture. What you're saying?
Okay. So I understand culture is important to you, but part of culture. Do you think that if your culture was to do something that you would find immoral, do you think you should still continue doing it even if it is cultural?
No, actually.
I'm sorry, I have a question real quick. Is almond milk vegan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm planning on making my favorite breakfast and I need some type of milk and I don't have milk, so I'm gonna go buy some milk. Sounds like I can try it out.
Yeah. I would go for soy milk just because it has more protein, but if you like oat milk or almond milk better, like flavored
I don't know which one I like. I'm just gonna, the food I'm gonna make is like, it's a type of porridge when you like keep on always stirring the milk and some other ingredients, and it just became really very nice.
Yeah.
If you're really on a budget, you can use water.
That's what I do usually, but it definitely tastes better with milk. Yeah, with soy milk or something like that, or oat milk. Right, let's continue the conversation with RL.
So RL, given that you so we were at the point where I asked you if do you think culture should justify doing something immoral, and you said no, it shouldn't. So then we're at this point where I have to ask you, do you think it's immoral to exploit and slaughter fish? Like that means to use fish against their consent for whatever it is that you want, and then to kill them?
Let's say actually. I actually didn't think about this like fish these things because I think first of all like you guys I think a lot about this moral philosophy like but I'm not like a philosophy and didn't read philosophy like and I didn't think a lot of things but you asked me to think about this but I didn't think about this so it's normal day like nothing about it.
Yeah. I get that. Don't worry. Like you know, the reason why I also don't know a lot of philosophy, by the way. Like I don't know the name of each philosophies, what each philosopher did, or stuff like that. But I kind of know what feels right or wrong for me, you know, and I can kind of imagine. Does it feel right to do this to a being? So I'm asking you, like, given that fish, you know, they feel pain, given that they have an experience of the world, much like we do. Do you think it would be fair to, you know, take them out of water, to let them asphyxiate to death so that we can eat their flesh, given that we can always choose something else? Do you think that's right to do?
Actually, this thing like, what I say, like, it's not feel me for like fish, like when it's like in the like it's like take out from the water and it's like jumping that time it's little bit hard but not really after that like not really think a lot about this but when it's someone catch the fish and it's jumping in front of water but yeah that time hard but no heart after that. And for animals, yeah, when like in our culture, like in Indian culture, so there is like when the festival is there, so they like cut animal uh, in the like in the, I mean, there's a culture is thing that they cut animal, like it says like a bali, so it's like a part of the puja. So but I didn't like even, I mean, see this, like when they're saying that everyone is gathered and they cut the like goat, and yeah, so I didn't like, able to watch that, like, and I don't like these things to happen, so that's it.
Okay, I appreciate you saying you don't like to see them happening, and that means that
Yeah.
something within you is saying that it is wrong, what happens to them.
Yeah.
But do you acknowledge that when you eat a fish, that somewhere down the line, this thing that you don't want to see is happening because you chose to eat that fish?
Actually not, I mean, not think a lot till date what you asking, but when I said that's only thing that when it's, I've seen that it's jumping, that time it's like yeah, I mean, trying to get oxygen or something like that, that time. But otherwise I actually don't, I mean, think about this a lot. But yeah, when it's cooked, like it's feel good to eat. That's it.
Yeah, but think about it now. Like, think about it now. I understand you never thought about it before. But if you think about it now, when you eat that fish, whether you like it or not, doesn't really matter. It's not the point, right? But do you think that somewhere down the line, that fish was taken out of its natural habitat and killed for something that you could have easily chosen something else?
Yeah, it's obviously, it's really like it's maybe thing like that. Yeah, I think yeah, it can be done like that. But what like what is, I mean, is it, I mean, when it's like readily available, everyone is eating, so I mean, no one is thinking about like to, alternative of this. So yeah, it's our
because-
like culture, so we don't think like that. We do not act eat. So it's like our cultural habit. So I mean, it's, I mean, difficult to, I mean, difficult to get alternative, like.
Yeah, and listen, we're not here to like point fingers at people and say and judge people for anything, right? At the end of the day, what we're trying to show people is that yes, indeed, it is a habit for most people. It is happening all over the world, right? Like I think 98% of the people do this. They pay for something that they wouldn't actually agree to even watch. But what we want, with these conversations, what we want, like what I want to see is that I bring it up to you, I explain to you, like I get you to think a little bit in this area, and then what I want to see is that you say, well, yeah, it is bad what's happening, and I don't want to be part of it, because if you think it's bad or you don't want to see it, then surely you shouldn't want to be part of it, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. But like, I mean, what I say, like, if I want, but my family members is there, my friends is there, so how can I mean, it's difficult for me to like accept this, because I'm the, like, I'm in home, like, yeah, nobody is gonna like cook for me a different thing, like, that's the thing, everyone is eating, so they, what they, how you get protein, so everyone is like that's mentality, like this thing, so it's, I mean, yeah, say.
So it's a different concern, right? Like, first of all, how you get protein, we can provide you with resources for that, right? There's something called Challenge 22, they can help you with that. But whether your family or your friends will do it, you know, from my experience, it's usually difficult to convince friends and family, because, you know, they usually, people have this tendency to listen more to strangers rather than to people who are close to them. But even if they still continue doing something that it is immoral, right? Like, if you change, perhaps they will also change in time, right? Like, your impact could potentially help them change. But either way, the one thing that you would do is you would know that you're not part of it, right? Because at the end of the day, if your family starts killing people, you wouldn't be part of it just because your family does it. You would say, hell no, I'm not doing this, right? Like, you always have a line that you're not crossing, regardless of regardless if they're friends or not. So all we're saying is, why not move that line where you don't actually exploit or slaughter any animals?
Yeah, but I'm talking about some Indian problem is Indian people like I'm saying that like if I saying that in my home like they don't like feel things like that. If I say that it's you should not be like doing such things, but if I say like it's like they are like ISKCON. Do you know ISKCON?
No, what is that? I don't know what that is.
It's the like the Krishna consciousness like. It's a like a Hare Krishna movement. So there is like there is a in our state there is a Hare Krishna like headquarter like the ISKCON headquarter. So people like they are get like connected with it. They get marked in a forehead or they actually they has prohibited to eat any animals like animal products. This would be a like a vegan things. So because it's like a god god type thing like religious type thing. So when they get connected to in the ISKCON type things, the Hare Krishna movement, so then they are not touching that, not even if you cook fish they don't even touch kind of thing. When you get connected to the religious or the Hare Krishna movement, even they are totally changed. They haven't nothing to thought about like Hare Krishna, but the guru says guru. So when they says that, so the what is called like who are normal people who are newly joined who are joined the Hare Krishna movement, they will not do such things like animal or such things.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that there's a religion where people won't even touch the things that have touched animal products, right? I get that. I get that from a religious point of view. Well, far be it from me to say which religion you should choose. You can choose whatever you want at the end of the day, and all we're saying is that, logically speaking, if you are against killing animals for something you don't actually need, then logically what would follow is that you no longer pay for animals to be killed for you for something that you don't actually need, right?
Yeah.
So what we're saying is just apply a little bit of logic to your values and actually go through with them. That's it. Because we live in a world where sadly most people don't actually even challenge their own values, but I think we should. I think that's essentially what we're telling everybody. Challenge your own values and actually think if you're actually okay with doing this to animals.
Actually, yeah, I didn't think about these things like such like that. You saying that, but yeah, I think I should think once. Yeah, challenged one my values.
Yeah, and here comes the difficult question, RL. How many more animals should be exploited or killed for you? In this case, I guess fish. So how many more fish should be killed for you until you get to make a change?
Like it's kind of hard to say like it's get like if I choose to happen like it's although it's take time kind of 6 months, so yeah, and
logically speaking it should be none, right?
Sorry,
logically speaking it should be none if you care about animals.
Yeah, it should be none, but
yeah
it should be none, but yeah, it should be none. If I logically care, generally care, then its decision should be taken right now.
Yeah. So are you going to choose to act logically?
But it's physically it's not possible. I think it's in right now it's not physical. Actually, it's very hard to. If I choose, but it's not gonna possible. Like I think that, but a lot of people ask me question. So, yeah, that kind of thing.
But RL, so
they said you. Yeah, they generally said you are a Hare Krishna person. They only said that to me.
But RL, let's imagine a scenario, right? Like this isn't even that impossible, where one of your family members looks online and he's like so infatuated with the carnivore diet. He's like, oh, I bet you this carnivore diet is the best. So he starts eating meat of all the animals, cows, chickens, pigs, you know, the usual, right? And then he convinces your whole family and your whole friends to do so. What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna follow them or are you gonna say no to it?
No, I cannot eat meat. Like, it's my like in my. I mean, taste is my like that now. I thought I would not. I mean, whenever you cooked like that, it's my like beyond my values. Like my taste is like that. I cannot eat meat.
So if you cannot do it, then in that situation, why is it that you consider that continuing doing something just as bad but to fish is okay to continue doing, right? Like you could say no to everything else, but for some reason you can't say no to this one right now.
Yeah, because like kind of what I say, it's like cultural influence, I think, and like it's generally easily available in our like market. Like yeah, I think you can say that. So we people not think like that. Like we should have like go to different alternative on fish. So and my so that's why I think I also generally not think like that, like his values. But right now you saying that thing, so it's difficult me to choose alternative.
Yeah, but I would argue that the difficulty, because it's in the market, as you say, is also for other meats, isn't it? In your market, you also find chicken meat, cow meat, or pork meat. I'm not sure if cow meat, maybe not cow meat, but you do find other animals' meat in the market, and you have no difficulty saying no to those. So if I'm understanding correctly, the reason why you have difficulty saying no to fish is because you like it a lot, right?
Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, I like it.
So then ask yourself, is it really okay, because you enjoy the taste of their flesh, for you to enjoy the 10 minutes, I don't know, 15 minutes, however long it takes you to eat one fish, or however much you eat?
Yeah.
Is it okay for you to enjoy this pleasure when an animal has to die for that? Like, is it, if you put it in balance, what do you think is more important? Your 10 minutes of taste pleasure or the whole life of that fish?
So, like what I say, if I got something good alternative, then I kind of think like that like alternative of fish. Like there's no, I think if I not eat fish, I don't gonna die. Yeah, but like fish is like our favorite food. Like you are saying that I don't want to like eat fish. So that's kind of hurting in me. Like actually, I eat only if like it's my like favorite top. If when you come to say food, like you call me for a dinner, like then you say you don't like give me fish. So then what is your dinner like? It's like what
I understand. Like I understand what you mean, right? Because I know I grew up in a culture where we eat meat, of course, right? I think we all did.
Yep.
It's just that at some point you kind of wake up and realize that, yeah, sure, it's we have this culture, but we also have other options. Like we don't have to partake in these options. And if I go to a party where people are eating meat, well, first of all, I wouldn't go personally, but you know, like if you want to go to a party where people eat meat, what I would do is I would either bring my own food, or I would think that they respect my values enough that they make food for me, right? Like I imagine when I talk to people, I tell them, well, if a Muslim person comes to my party, and let's say for the sake of arguing, I'm going to prepare like a pig's flesh, right? If I'm definitely, if I invite a Muslim person to my party, I will see it as important for me to make sure that they have an alternative, right? So if you decide that you no longer want to consume the flesh of fish because you find it immoral, then anybody who's inviting you to a party, I would say that they should be respecting your values and providing you with an alternative, right?
But I'm saying that if like I'm saying that in our culture, in a gathering, like they have like two options, like you have a meat also and the fish also. Whoever don't want meat, they also they take like what I say, they take like fish. So yeah, meat alternative is fish. Like if you accept, you reject meat, or so you don't eat meat, this means, so they're saying that what is your like, it's like useless, effortless, like coming in the gathering. So like orchestra people doesn't go any parties or thing. They prohibited there because I don't know what is the reason, but yeah, that's kind of thing. So you have a like nothing, no one is calling to your like I think you, because
But
you
you don't
don't have
have to
like
be like RL, you don't have to be like that, right? Like you don't have to be a person who says, I'm not gonna eat it if the food touched an animal, a dead animal, right? You can just be a person who
I'm not
said,
like
listen,
that.
I'm not gonna be eating the flesh of other beings. And of course, meat is still fish. Fish is still meat, by the way. Just because we call it differently, it doesn't mean that it isn't
Yeah.
meat. It is still the meat of a sentient being, somebody who didn't want to die. So I understand your perspective that you might find it difficult at parties, but I mean, you gotta ask yourself, is it really difficult for you, or is it more difficult for the fish at the end of the day?
No, not difficult for me. Yeah. If you saying it like that, then also yeah, it's more difficult. To face, like they have to die for me. Yeah, that's true. Uh, but who's gonna care about 50 cents like this time? Like everybody is like.
But you could be the
Sorry?
one. You could be the one who cares. You could be the one who shows that you have strong moral values. I was the one and my friends who did it. Sure, I lost some friends along the way, but I also gained some friends. And you know what? More and more people respect me and my choices and the fact that I have values and I respect my values. More people respect me for that more than anything. And when you have values and you respect your values, you always impact everybody around you in a positive way, whether you like it or not. Sure, a lot of people will judge you for it, because when you are strong with your values, a lot of people will feel bad because they're not strong with their values. When they're around you, they'll be like, oh shit, I'm feeling bad around this person. But the reality is they all kind of want to follow their own values. So if you think you can, I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't.
But one thing that, like you saying that moral and value, like it's like you cannot be a person like who has undisciplined, like who has like working. Who has like no discipline from your beginning. Like upbringing is like that. Whatever he wants to do, the bad things also, like procrastination on all this. He is not clear in his mind about your goal in life. Like he cannot like do such things for a continuously long time. Like who doesn't have like you cannot change with the food, like have a moral value, but he has to be a disciplined person. His mind to be he has a good person to be, then you can he can be do such things like your habit and personality. Do something for his personality, like he has a, then I think someone is thinking about like food, I think. Otherwise I think if you say like normal person who is not so much educated, he is not like smoking, drinking and doing such things, so he cannot be thinking about moral, like. But
okay
but for me,
Ariel,
yes,
but
I'm not.
who are you?
Yeah.
I just want to ask, who are you? Are you the person who doesn't think about values, or are you the person who thinks about values?
Actually, I'm not that kind of person. What I'm said that, but yeah, I actually I want to be like that kind of a person. But for outside and those things, saying that I cannot be like do such things. But I'm not. Against of these things. Like not. If you say like we are vegan, so I'm not like I don't like I don't want to like I want to, but. Yeah, but I cannot, that much force to, that much courage, like, about something like that, to do such things. But yeah,
I get what you mean.
I have a
get
capable.
what you mean.
Yeah.
But I think it's you just gotta ask yourself some of these life questions, right? If slavery was true, and everybody was, well, like a couple hundred years ago, slavery was prevalent everywhere, right? and everybody was agreeing to slavery. Do you think you would have been a person who would have stood up to slavery, who would have said no to slavery, or do you think you would have been the person who would have said, no, I'll have a slave because everybody else does, and I'm not that strong to choose not to have a slave?
It's like the Nazis.
Obviously, I'm trying to be not. Trying to be not. Yeah, I'll try to be. To not. Slavery. Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course,
it's kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same, but I think like what I would change is because I understand what you're saying, that it can seem difficult, but it really isn't that difficult. Once you switch it, it's like, why was I thinking? The reality is our brain tells us that everything that is a change seems difficult to us. But once we start a change, have you never had this thing where you're like just putting off a task, but once you do that task, you realize, that wasn't even that difficult, right? That's what our brain does. This is kind of how that is, right? It can seem difficult, but maybe it isn't even that hard.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I feel that. But what I think that but you have to be not even stick to only the food. You have to be change your do something in your life. Others too, to strong your your values. Not even stick to only the to vegan. So otherwise you have to be
vegan. Yeah, being vegan is not just about food, by the way, right? Food is just the most is the thing that most people have the most difficulty with. But being vegan is literally respecting animals on all situations, right? Like we wouldn't wear their skin, we don't want to test makeup on them, we don't want to go to zoos where we just point fingers at animals in cages and be like, ha ha ha, look at the animal. No, we respect animals in all ways. That's it.
But you are saying that you have to challenge your values, you have to stick to your values. You are saying that, not vegan.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that. Well, that's how I got to be vegan, by challenging my own values. By researching what I think about it. Yeah. But let's put it this way, RL. I think I think there's a couple of documentaries that you could watch just to kind of know what it is that you're paying for. I think Dominion is a good one. And we can give you resources for Dominion. We can give you resources for how to help you with the diet. But I think you really need to ask yourself some questions, because every time you will eat fish, every time you will be in the market, wherever it is that you're going, every time you put that flesh in your mouth, that flesh is the flesh of a being who did not want to die, is somebody who thinks, is somebody who has emotions, and I wouldn't do this to them. That's just me. It sounds to me like it's also you.
Yeah. So tell me something. What I say, content. You are saying that some documentary or something like that.
What postmortem? What's the documentary for India? I always forget.
Yeah, Macadoo, Mother's Milk, Macadoo.
Huh?
Let me find the link to it. Give me a second.
Does it contain fish? I know Dominion has fish for sure.
No, Macadoo is only about dairy, because
okay.
It's not about the.
Okay, Macadoo.
Macadoo, yeah. It's only about dairy.
It's a Hindi word, bro. Macadoo, Macadoo. Okay, it's
that one's about Hindi dairy.
Word. Okay, I know that. Doodh means it's a milk.
Yeah.
A mother. Milk of mother.
Yeah, and it's horrific.
I also sent you in the chat. I put watch Dominion. Dominion is the one where they also show the fish and how they get fished and all that stuff. So if that's your case, yeah.
Is that link sent?
I put it in the chat right here, and I don't know if you can you access the chat here?
Yeah.
It's watchdominion.org. That's the one. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yeah.
And this website, and this website Challenge 22 that I also put just now. It's if you want to go vegan and you want to be not part of any of it, and I hope you do, you have resources there. They'll help you go vegan for free. So yeah.
And can I ask you something?
Sure.
You guys,
Sure.
like, I mean, how you guys think like that? Are you guys a philosopher, a philosophy student, or something like that? I mean, do
I
you
just
think like that? I mean,
So Ariel, I was not. I'm actually. I was a math Olympic when I was young, so I wasn't into philosophy ever. But you know, I just like to watch videos online. That's how I got the veganism. And a nice video said that, hey, if you're not questioning philosophy, then you're not really living. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So I started looking into philosophy and which philosophies I align with. And in the end, I ended up learning a lot about philosophy, and somehow that brought me to see vegan debates, and I learned that I should be vegan. I also learned a lot more about myself while watching and learning about philosophy, but one of the biggest changes that I did because of that was going vegan, yeah.
but I didn't. I mean, even I mean, studied philosophy, read philosophy yet.
That's
Yeah, but
okay.
so
You,
I
you still
think
have
I
time.
said,
Like, I would argue you should read philosophy not because you should be vegan. I would argue you should read philosophy because it's interesting, and it's just interesting to kind of find out where your values lie, and because they're all kind of a little bit different, and then they all kind of make a lot of sense in your head, and it just helps you navigate the world and your values better when you read about them.
yeah. I think I should do.
Now, it also has to be said, obviously, that I think contemporary philosophy is probably actually a bit more theoretical, I would say, to some extent. Like the classical philosophy, quote unquote, such as like Buddhism or Stoicism. I mean, they have like a bit more practicality. Veganism is an exception. But yeah, I think it's still like very interesting topics you can explore. Like, for instance, there are also like theories of well-being, for instance, right? So a lot of people just think like happiness is only in terms of like pain and pleasure, but there are also other theories, right? And yeah, you can just read it out. Like, philosophy is like a broad field, and there are many topics you can explore within philosophy and ethics, even. Like, also, for instance, like logic, right? Logic is also a huge part of philosophy. And the way like people argument, right? This is like a big part to really deconstruct someone's sentences, for instance, and how they argue, like logical fallacies, for instance, is very important, I would argue. Or like epistemology. Epistemology as well, like the branch of how to acquire knowledge, for instance, or science in general, right? Like how to think more critically. It's very interesting.
You can even start with YouTube videos. That's how I started, and
yeah,
it's a good start.
I will listen from videos. Yeah. Because I heard from my friend, philosophy, they are philosophy student, so they thought talking about the logic or something like that. So yeah, I thought they saying that are interesting, but I didn't like. I'm not in that time. Lot of interested in philosophy, like, yeah.
I think you should. I think as vegan lethal protector mentions. You would be getting you would be winning a lot from looking into philosophy, into critical thinking. It would help you even in your day-to-day life, because you know we live in a world where news is more and more fake, and critical thinking does help you discern what is real from what is fake.
No, actually for me is like that. If you're saying that don't eat fish, so for me is like that. I do not think about the fish. I will think about myself. What I am changing, what my thinking, my values are changing. Like, what I'm getting a better person. My thinking is like, do I stick to my values, or my mind is changing my thinking about getting a stronger person. That's why I can do it. But for me, I don't think about like other things like that. For me, yeah, that's all.
Well,
Sometimes
sometimes
philosophy also.
sometimes philosophy is about, you know, discussing morality with others, right? Your actions have consequences. That's why when you talk about good and bad, we bring up a lot of times like what happens to others, right? How do we treat others? It's not about yourself. And sure, yeah, you could focus on yourself as well, but that's what philosophy is about. It's ethical dilemmas concerning everything, not just yourself.
Yeah, and then you will also come to see that in philosophy, or like in science in general, like, well, I think especially like in philosophy in general, like a position is never completely settled. Like you will find like a counter argument and like rebuttals and objections to like all sorts of positions. Now there might be like, I would say like some form of like a position which is widely agreed upon, but it's like still like there's like huge debate, be it like in ethics, in meta-ethics, also meta-ethics, like it's also, yeah, there are a lot of like positions which are being challenged. And that's actually why it's important, because philosophy is about like even questioning your own position, right? Looking the flaws in your position and trying to learn. Which is actually why when you read philosophical papers, actually, they list the arguments why they have their own position, and then at the end, if it's a good paper, at the end of the paper, they actually also show why counter arguments, although they might be appealing, they don't succeed. If they mention that, then it's a very robust paper, I would argue, because they consider also the other positions, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah, I know I monologue now a lot, so excuse me.
Damn, so many people.
Yeah, either way, RL, look at the documentary. I would say watch Dominion. You have a section there specifically on fish. You can watch all of it or just watch that section. But just watch and see if any of that aligns or feels right by you. And if it doesn't, then have courage, stand up to it, and you know, be the change. Show everybody that you can change. Show your surroundings that you can change. That's the person that you want to be eventually, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna try. I'll watch and like think about this. I mean, yes.
Holy moly.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Is there anything else like we can help you in terms of like practicality, like practical tips beyond the ethics?
I also kind of want to extend this and say, like, usually when it comes to this Discord, the vegans are almost every single day here in the VC. So if anyone has any questions or needs some help, we'll always be around.
Yeah, you can also DM me. You can friend me and DM me. I'm pretty responsive.
Why just you? Why just you post?
You can DM Felek as well. But Felek, to be fair,
all of us.
told me to do this.
She's the best of us.
I don't think I am.
And what about me? Hello? Why are you ignoring me? Huh?
You know what? Don't
This is
DM
like
me.
what?
DM Val instead. I give up the right to answer your questions.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Oy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think today's like it's my productive day. I think in Discord.
Anyone else? Just want to discuss? Anyone?
Doesn't seem like anyone wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we just veganized the entire room, so.
You are converting to everyone to vegan.
Well, the easy bit is convincing people why they should. Like the previous people I was talking to, like they even agreed they were inconsistent.
Yeah.
What's it called? And Mr. Spoon as well. He also recognized he was illogical. It's the hard
Yeah,
stuff, right? The
but
hard
like,
stuff is
isn't the hard part? The easy part is convincing them. The hard part is making them actually
Exactly.
judging them. For example,
Exactly.
I understand the logic, but I'm still, you know, You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and I don't blame you. Like, what's the call? Like, everyone, how many of us know exercise is good for us, right? Everyone in the world knows exercise is good for us. Yeah, how many people do we see who do exercise consistently, who try and change their lives and commit to eating healthier, being more fit, right? We don't, because it's hard. And that's completely fair. But obviously, we need to have the conversation about why we should do it in the first place. And I guess that's something we can go into now, right? Now that everyone here in this room knows why we should go vegan, right? And we all agree there. Like, now we can tackle like those areas where we don't necessarily like talking about, right? Like, okay, what's the actual reason why I don't want to do this, right? Is it because I feel like I'm gonna miss out on foods? Like these true fears, right? Do I think it's gonna be inconvenient? Do I like worry about family and like how am I gonna like present? Like, if you guys have any like fears or concerns, let's address those, because I think those are the deep-rooted issues.
Absolutely, yeah. Barriers, exactly. Absolutely, yeah.
Wait, explain it again. Explain it again.
Okay, sure, yeah. I'll put it simply. If you were to go vegan tomorrow, what do you think you would struggle with?
I would probably struggle with. I don't know. Probably not that much. Like, you can look up with what you need to buy. I'd probably struggle with by mistake buying meat products, because I know, like, if I told my family I was going, they will just like don't care or like make a joke about it and then keep on going with your life. So like, the biggest problem is probably me by mistake buying the wrong food.
Oh, the thing is, mistakes happen. It's just learning from the mistakes. For example,
thanks to you guys, I think I learned today that Sweden apparently has like a label on their food that just says vegan, which I found kind of funny, because I love it. Sweden is straightforward.
Amazing. Yeah, it's as if when people start taking responsibility for their actions, the world actually accommodates for them and is changing, right? Sometimes it feels like daunting. Oh my God, the world, it is how it is. But no, it's changing for us because of us, right?
Yeah.
I bet 10, 15 years ago, there was no vegan labels in Sweden. But now there is. Amazing. Sorry, Chip.
I was gonna say, if I could put something out there, you know, it can seem, any change in life can be difficult. It can seem that way. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. But I think, like, if you can either take it day by day and be like, like, if you take it one day at a time, you say, today I'm not gonna do it, and then today I'm not gonna do it. At some point, you realize that you may never actually miss it. Number one. And number two, the way I did it was I saw it as exciting. I saw it as something that where I'm like, oh, interesting. I'm gonna find out some new tastes that I like. I'm gonna be exploring new products.
Experiment.
Yeah, it's about experimenting, and I personally find it very exciting because I get bored a lot about food. So I'm the type of person who eats kind of the same things over and over. So yeah, I love it when I'm presented with new opportunities.
Yeah, but even if you don't take this like experimental or like this novelty approach, let's be real. You can make it pretty simple by just eating predominantly like whole foods, and I think that's like the safest way. You know, like 80% or so whole foods. There, you don't have to double check. I mean, we all know broccoli, carrots, bananas, strawberries, bread. These are, all generally vegan. You don't have to double check. And even then, beyond that, you know, how many items does your diet really have? I mean, in my case, maybe I have like 20, 25 items or so that are just rinse and repeat, right? And maybe you just swap sometimes certain foods in and out, that's fine. But in general, I think even for health, right, you should have like some form of like consistency and simplicity. That's my view. I mean, maybe you disagree, but, and I think even meat eaters, they have like some form of like, their food choices that they just repeat over and over again.
Yep, it's about replacing, not eliminating. Just replace what you have with a few different things, and voila.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mr. Spoon, sorry, I'm actually eating a plum right now. I don't think you should necessarily see it as difficult to not eat steak. But you could try what I did personally at first. Yeah, you could always like look at whole foods, plant-based, but I think it's always difficult to change everything all at once, right? It can seem that way. But I think like if you just replace the products that you enjoy with the plant-based versions of them, then you buy yourself some time until you find out how to cook vegan, how to be vegan properly, right? Like you like steak, just buy a plant-based steak. I don't know where you live, but everywhere I've been, I've seen alternatives for that. Sure, they're a little bit more expensive, but you don't have to buy it every time, right? You can buy it only once in a while.
I feel like my diet are pretty close to being vegan. Is because I eat a lot of potato. I basically always make something with potatoes because I really like potatoes. So yeah, if I switch out something out for like the other material, it'll probably be fine. And I live in, and by the way, I live in Sweden, so we have that.
Yeah, exactly. And so another point I want to add on to what
sorry,
that Chip guy is saying. Oh, it's Chip. Hey, Chip. I didn't realize is that like the idea of like mock meats at the start, right? Like the point is you will have these cravings, they will go away. But at the start, you can kind of just enjoy the mock meats at like, because that's their purpose, right? It's to replicate the taste until you don't have to rely on it, until you find new comfort foods, right? That's the mentality you need to get into, right? You don't want to keep thinking about, oh, I'm gonna miss out on these foods, right? You want to think, oh, I'm gonna find new comfort foods. I'm gonna find new food that I enjoy still, right? If you put yourself in this narrative where it's just you missing out and you cutting out on things you love, it's gonna make it hard for yourself, right? You have to recognize that there is food out there you enjoy, and you just have to explore it and find out. And you already enjoy so much vegan stuff, as you said.
If I can recommend one brand of plant-based meat that I still consume because it's even healthy, I would say. It's called the Vegetarian Butcher. If you find, I'm sure you find that in Sweden because it's found all across Europe, including UK. So if you find that, try some of their products. They even have now a new one that they say it's beef. That one is not really healthy, but it tastes just like how I remembered beef tastes like. So I don't know. You have a lot of alternatives, yeah.
And you can make it easier for yourself by like the more smarter you are about this, the easier it will be for you, right? The more research you do about this, like we can give you resources. If the more like you use them, the more you actively go out there, experiment. Maybe go to a vegan restaurant, see what there is. I think the best resource would be like finding a vegan in real life, someone who you already like, and like seeing what they do, right? If there's any favorite restaurants that they have, or what kind of meals they make, and maybe you guys can cook together. Like the more smarter you are about this, the more easier it will be for you.
My mother is half a vegan because she usually keeps a vegan diet. But like, for example, if we have a huge family dinner, then she's gonna eat meat. But like, if she's eating alone, she will make vegan.
So I wouldn't say that's half a vegan. I would say that, I don't know, maybe like a reducitarian or something like that. Mr. Spoon, do you eat in Max Burgers sometimes?
Yeah, I usually don't go there, but yeah.
Yeah, there is they developed a vegan burger. Supposedly it's really tasty.
I know.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it. Yeah, I know. They did a lot of ads.
Yeah. Good. That's good.
But
do you think if you were to, give it a genuine go, try to be smart about it, and if you had a bunch of resources, you could go vegan?
Wait, say it again? I didn't really hear.
Do you think if you had a bunch of resources and you had people backing you and helping you out, showing you what to do, and like if you had struggles, helping you in any way they could, do you think you should try to go vegan?
Oh, I could go vegan right now. I wouldn't really need that much. It's I'm already like in a very supportive environment. So, but it's the same thing. Like I can't explain. It doesn't work. I don't know why. Like even though all the logical things is correct, it's just
So I get that, and like so that's why it's important to always go back to the victims, right? We're doing this because of the victims here. We're not doing this for ourselves, right? Even though there are so many benefits for us as well. Ultimately, it's the animals that are suffering, right? They are facing the consequences, and I think that thing you talked about, you know, like that logical, like it might not feel anything. We are emotional, like humans are emotional creatures. We're motivated by emotions, right? I think it'd be good to, I guess, show you like where these things come from, right? We've touched on these kind of stuff. We've talked about here and there what happens to these animals, but like, do you think you should see where your food comes from? If you pay for it, do you think you should know what's happening to these animals?
Wait, what did you say at the end?
Do you think you should see where your food comes from if you're paying for these kind of
Oh,
stuff?
we
Would you not?
already we learned that in school. We get to go to we like I think it's like sixth grade when we're about like 12, 13. We got to go to all the different part of society that makes it like go around. So we got to see like how all the like cleaning water and all your where all you
Nice,
should go, and so like we got to see the whole society thing.
Yeah. Do you think it was a fair representation of what you saw, what happened inside the animal agriculture industry?
Yeah, like, but I don't want to sound like that person, but like, obviously, all animal stuff exploitation is bad. But like, for example, but when we looked at it, like here in Sweden, it's a bit more humane, even though it's still exploitation.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, and I like sure there are like systems that are better or worse, right? But it's still ultimately bad, and I think if you see like what happens as well, right? I'm sure there are vegan activists in Sweden as well. Just standard practice stuff.
We have all types of activists.
Yeah, I would highly recommend like seeing like the undercover footage that might be taken there, right? I don't think you're really seeing the truth if you're being taken on a school trip for when you were in year 6, right? I think they might have kind of like toned it down as well, made it more digestible for you guys. But the point of that is like you know, we agree that there is suffering exploitation, right? And sometimes saying it is not enough, right? That's just human brain. Sometimes we have to see what's happening for it to motivate us. And I'd recommend you look into that. I can show you some footage of just general practices of like what happens in Western society, right? You've probably heard of Dominion.
I don't think I've heard of that.
Oh, okay. Well, so Dominion is a it's basically an investigative undercover footage taken from an Australian farm, but the practices are similar enough that this is how most factory farms operate. Do you know what a factory farm is?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like factory farms, obviously their main purpose is to get as much profit as possible out of these animals, right? They aren't as concerned about animal welfare. Like that's why it's a factory. That's why they'll make it as like what's it called efficient as possible in the sense of money, right? Which is cramming these spaces smaller, like cutting costs on like hygiene, welfare, all of this kind of stuff. And so a lot of horrible stuff happens inside farms, right? I could go on and on, but I recommend watching the Dominion documentary itself, right? Would you wait? I'm gonna put it in. Actually, does someone want to put it in chat?
Dominion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that if you want it.
Don't worry, done.
Nice.
Yeah. If you want, I don't mind watching a bit of this with you as well. Like, it's pretty intense. And this is what happens. This is what gets, hidden behind all this propaganda about like, every time you might have gone to McDonald's or you might have seen ads on these kind of products, you are plastered with like, images of like happy animals, happy cows, when we know that's not the case. We know that like they're cramped, they're like so tight, like they might self-cannibalize or eat each other. They're covered like knee deep in shit. They have infections and everything. And no one seems to recognize that we're taking their life, a fraction of their lifespan.
By the way, I come from the Netherlands. I live in the Netherlands, and I thought the practices are more humane here. I assume that the practices in Netherlands are fairly similar to the practices in Sweden. I mean, you basically throw a rock from here and you reach Sweden. And yeah, like the reality is they're not, and not just that they're not, they're actually the same as everywhere else. There's even worse practices, like for example in the dairy industry, it was found there was an article, an undercover article showing that like 60 to 80% of the dairy farms in Netherlands wouldn't even kill the male cows, but rather would let them to starve to death because it was the cheapest thing for them to do. That's
Right.
one thing. Yeah, which is insane for me. I'm like, what the hell? That's at least that's completely inhumane, right?
And so the question we have to recognize is like, is it possible to try and like create a more humane system when suffering is so inherent to the industry itself, right? This industry is reliant on exploitation, and we might put in policies to try and make these animals treat better. But if now we finally reach the like point of human innovation and technology and nutrition education, that we can finally get rid of that, right? Shouldn't we all like just move away from it completely? Like there is going to be suffering inherent to it, right? And we should like face that suffering. We should see it for what it is, and like, you know, move away like those emotions that you get, right? Whether it's guilt, it's horror, it's disgust, use them to create positive change. Mr. Spoon, did you see do you see the Dominion video link in chat?
Yeah, it's 2 hours long. I'm gonna have to watch it later because now I'm.
So no worries. And I don't even like what's it called. I recommend just like going to a part that you care about, because it's in segments of an animal, right? If you want, you could just watch like 15-20 minutes worth. You could come back to it, or you could like watch it in shorts. But I highly recommend watching it, because this is what's happening every time you pay for it.
So I think, Mr. Spoon, I think we've given you like a lot of information, but I think generally speaking, you agree with us on the ethics. It just fix my mistake if I'm saying something wrong. It just feels daunting to change, right?
Yeah, it's like I said before. I understand it. I'm just not changing.
Yeah. Here's the thing about change, right? It's hard for everyone. It's like a human condition. But the thing is, you're not going to know if it's easy or hard until you actually do it. The daunting part, it's a lie we tell ourselves so that we don't change, right? We tell ourselves it's difficult, but then you do it, and then you find out if it's difficult or not. And it's usually easy. Change is usually very easy.
I usually follow it's an old saying in Swedish, like everything's gonna be fine and life moves on. So for example, if you put that into a perspective where you change yourself, it's like if you change, it's fine. Life goes on, everything is gonna be fine.
Yeah.
And that is true, you know, it will be fine. And you look back, like all of us, like literally all vegans look back and they're like, why the hell didn't I do it sooner? Why did I wait so long? Why didn't I think about it sooner?
Yeah.
You know, because it's so easy. And so it's like, it's one of those things that, again, it just seems difficult until you do it. And then it's like, oh, that was actually pretty easy.
Yeah, so what I would recommend now is that I think a lot of people emphasize watching them in, and I think it's important, but I think like another important variable is actually to try to connect to the footage, because I think a lot of people, they became habituated, and I think there, I would argue like no footage I think will probably work. So I would invite you, if possible, to make it a bit more vivid, right? Make it more emotive. Imagine perhaps that you are in that spot in their body, for instance, right? Apply the golden rule, like step inside their shoes, maybe for a minute or so, and really imagine how it must be. Because I think like empathy can be also developed. And yeah, if we got like so used to that, because we have been really conditioned to not care, to see it as normal. Yeah, I think that can also be a very good practice, perhaps.
I'm curious, is there anybody else here who is not vegan and is curious about what veganism is, or has a good enough reason to say that they shouldn't be vegan?
I made some. I don't know what it's called. Damn, my English is not working today. You know when you put milk with pasta, you mix it for like an hour.
Cream? Do you mean
What?
cream? Do you mean cream?
No. You take milk and then you mix it with pasta for about an hour. It's like you use milk instead of water.
Oh, there's this kind of food that I think I know what he's talking about. It's kind of dish. I remember that.
Yeah,
We just call it.
Yeah,
We just call it pasta with milk.
In Swedish we call it stuvade makaroner, which is very dumb when you think about the translation. But
Oh,
it-
macaroni. Yeah.
basically making macaronis, but instead of water you use milk, and it takes like an hour to make because you want to make sure like low heat and stirring it and
Wait,
making sure.
Doesn't the macaroni becomes all soggy and shit?
Kinda, but not really.
Hmm.
It all blends together and just becomes like very tasty.
What's wrong with soggy? Soggy is good sometimes, you know.
I like soggy.
I don't know, not in case of... okay, I understand. I have my own preferences. I like pasta crunchy. So I actually like fry it after making it, usually with like mushrooms and onions and garlic and tofu and carrots and stuff like that. I
So,
prefer
Mr. Spoon,
crunchy
you
food.
see, you think it's difficult to be vegan. Imagine being vegan, being post-mortem, where you have to fry your pasta after you make it.
Well, I do it for preference, not because it's easier. But also, they're talking about, Mr. Spoon is talking about cooking pasta for an hour. So what's the question, though? Can you replace
Which is also
the milk in there?
yeah.
Wait. I thought there was no question. We started talking about sogginess, and now we are just.
If there's no non-vegans here, should we raid another channel?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
I don't mind
Do
being
we
here
just
for
move to another channel?
Yeah, we go to politics and religion under it, right?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, no!
Actually, you know, I was in I literally joined this server 2 or 3 days ago, and my friend Gami was like, "Hey, you should try this out." I was like, "Sure," because I love to argue. Even if I agree with someone, I would still argue the other way because you can always learn something, and it's always fun to argue. And the first one I joined was relationship advice, and it was just it was funny because I gave an advice, and then literally the woman ignored it, and then another guy said the exact same thing, but in different words, and it's yeah, thank you for that advice. I was like, that's literally what I said, but okay.
Wait, Selek, you are amazing at finding good spots to do veganism, but we a lot of vegans, so we should not pile up
I'm
on
down
people.
for a raid.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
we should be more easy going
Pretty
somewhere
quiet.
else, right?
If we feel brave, we can go to politics server, and I think we can get a mods there.
Oh man, that place sucks. They constantly saying slurs on the server as well. I don't know
that's
if I
true.
want
If you're still-
that shit.
If you're still streaming, you shouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like it here because actually many people come in very defensively and stuff like that. With other VCs, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I'm also kind of eating in the middle of all of this, so that's why I'm coming in, coming out, doing other stuff.
Well, maybe we can talk to the magician first, and then we'll see where we're going.
Hey,
Leon!
Yes, Spoons! What are you doing, Spoons?
Hello.
Yeah, how are
I'm
you doing?
good, man? How are you? Everything good now? Everything good?
Yeah. I'm doing great. Studying for English, so that's good.
Yeah. Are you still getting lectured by the guy?
Of course, yeah. Every time, when I say something wrong in grammar, he always correct me, and it's really not good.
Yeah,
Not good.
like he's gonna keep on correcting you until a certain point when you just like go up and grab a bat and break his kneecap.
Exactly. And I can't do nothing about that. It's a hell for me.
So Liam, are you a vegan?
No, I'm not. I eat meat and vegetable, but most of the things are meat.
Liam, I wish you good luck for your next 5 minutes.
Sorry. Oh my God! I didn't read the channel. Sorry.
Liam, I'm sorry for putting you in this position.
I'm curious, Liam.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know about that. Sorry.
But that's okay. Maybe we can get you to think a little bit. So let me ask you. You said you don't.
Do you not like thinking, Leon? Is that your contention here?
Yeah, I haven't think about that. I'm just joined because volunteer, so I just want to save to him. Like that's all. I don't read about their channel name. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you. Always nice talking to you.
I also want to say we really enjoyed talking to your friend. We want to have a similar experience with you. Having a little bit of a conversation.
Okay. I think that is not gonna be great.
You could ask Mr. Spoon himself, right? Mr. Spoon, did you learn? Did you change your view? Did you come out as someone more? You appreciate the conversation.
Well, Leon, I learned that Sweden have I forgot. Wait, it's like wait. I forgot the word.
Vegan label?
Basically, label. Yeah, I was thinking about ticket, but that's not the right thing. Yeah, but they have a vegan label on food. And it's like, because I was like, wait, how would I know if something is vegan? And I just looked up like Sweden label vegan ? And I just like found out like, oh damn, it's a literal label that says vegan. I was like, damn.
I see.
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Can we ask a question?
Oh, well, please mercy on me. Please.
Actually, I have a question about a vegan thing. Actually, beforehand, it's when I spoke with Postmortem.
Yep.
I'm sorry if I don't get it right. That you said that you can also go to the store and buy like a vitamin thing.
Yeah, like a supplement, a multivitamin, multi-supplement.
Is it like an overall like used to make you feel better, or is it because you don't get all the vitamins?
Oh, it's
like,
just a prevention. So because sometimes sometimes my diet is really good when it comes to vitamin and minerals and stuff like that. But sometimes I'm just like, I just don't have the time to take care of myself and to like be meticulous about my diet. So I take this multivitamin just in case. Just it's like a prevention, right? It's like you can take one pill every day, and then you don't have to care about how you eat your food. Like you can just eat whatever.
It's the same in in Sweden when it comes to the winter. We take D vitamin or D vitamin for the sun because we don't get that much sun, so people get depressed. So we take tablets like vitamins for that.
Yeah, exactly. So if you take a multivitamin, you just take it all around the year, and it has vegan vitamin D3 in it. You should buy a vegan one, right? Because there's really no reason not to buy a vegan multivitamin. It's not a taste pleasure thing, right? So you don't have contention. And it just has like 100% of most values, and it's like just takes the burden of it just makes sure that you stay healthy. I think like even non-vegans should take a multivitamin just to make sure, because most people don't even know what's in their diet and what vitamins they're supposed to get and what minerals they're supposed to get and how much. Almost nobody knows this shit, right? So you just grab a multivitamin and you solve the issue.
I usually just eat until I'm not hungry anymore. And then during winter I take a vitamin thing for the sun to not get depressed.
Yeah, that's
Mr. Spoon.
So just eating enough food. Sorry, Chip, one sec. So I know you're a nutrition, but let me a second. So just eating enough food doesn't actually ensure that you get all the vitamins and minerals that you need. It doesn't even ensure that you get all the macronutrients you need, right? It's just like, it just takes satiety and that's it. Yeah, you sound pretty young, right, Mr. Spoon? You kind of 20, a little bit 20 and 21, 22?
No, I'm 19.
19. Yeah. So you are at that age that kind of like, unless it's just like a severe nutritional deficiency, you kind of wouldn't know. But like for your future, you should probably take a multivitamin just to make sure, because people think that like animal products are magic or something, but they're not. It's just like another ingredient, and it doesn't have all the vitamins and all the minerals in it. It's actually quite, it has very little of a lot of things, right? So like vitamin C doesn't have enough, and in Sweden probably it's called like vitamin C might become a problem, stuff like that. So you just grab a multivitamin and you ensure for very little money, generally speaking, that you're gonna stay, your nutrient status is gonna be fantastic, always. Sorry, Chip, you can...
But can't I just like cook the right food?
You can, but it's like meticulous. Like you can go on chronometer.com and put it in a chat and check what you need and like put in your food and how much of it you eat, and it's gonna show you if you have all the vitamins and minerals that you need. I used to do this, but it's just like I can spend my time better if I just take a multivitamin and eat whatever I want, right? Without trying to consider, have I eaten a carrot today so that I get my vitamin A? Who cares? I love carrots, so I eat them anyways. But like, if I miss a day or two or a week or two and I just eat like vegan yellow cheese and bread all week, I'm still gonna be okay.
I would be a little bit careful. I mean, I would take it, as you said, as a prevention or like as a safety net, you could say. But the thing is, like, obviously, like that, like Whole Foods, or in other words, like the multivitamins, sometimes they just don't get like absorbed like entirely, right?
Yeah,
so
but that's why they are in.
Generally,
that's why some of them are 100%,
yeah.
Some of them are 200%, some of them are companies know how to do this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. So,
and again, I don't neglect my diet entirely. I do take care of it. I do make sure that I eat mostly whole foods. But sometimes life interferes. Sometimes I stream on my YouTube channel for 8 hours. So a piece of bread with yellow cheese on top is what I get.
But
yeah.
Actually, I think I have a solution. I think I have a solution for you. You can do what me and my brother do, because I work every other week, because I work night shifts right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I will only work like every other week, because you like mentally need to like take it easy sometimes. And my brother, he works with trains, so he works kind of like he doesn't have a schedule. He kind of gets called and like, yeah, we need you now. So we have a lot of frozen food. So like if we ever do something and we don't have time, we put it in the oven and then we do the important stuff. Meanwhile, like the food is getting ready, and then when the food is done, we take it out and we eat it.
Yeah, I kind of do something similar like that. I like every Saturday I prepare like a stew, which is like food for 4 or 5 days, and it has like all the vitamins, all the minerals, like protein in it. Or like I just make sure that it's like really good. But I take the multivitamin anyways. It's just to make sure, especially when I cut calories. I just want to make sure that I'm okay. And it costs almost nothing. So it's like a cheap way to stay on top of your nutrition, no matter what. That's what I think about it.
Yeah.
By the way, Mr. Spoon, if you do that, I also do that because I'm a lazy person. You have a brand called Lazy Vegan. You can find it in supermarkets here. I'm sure you can find it also there. That's one. And two, there's a thing called Every Foods, which you order online. I'm not sure if it's available in Sweden. It is available in Netherlands and Germany and other European countries I've seen. And they send you frozen foods. In fact, I have an order to come today. And they send you like amazingly delicious whole food, plant-based foods. And you just, as you said, if you're a little bit lazy, you just pop it in the oven or in a pan, and that's it.
I wanted to ask Magician. Brother, Magician, you there? Hello?
Magician really doesn't want to talk to us. Leon, come talk to us.
Hello, look, guys. Yeah, because of my nose. Sorry about that. I can hear you. Go ahead, ask me the question.
Leon,
Please.
run for your life.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I only have one question for you, just a one simple question, and then my friend Chip can take over. So my question is, do you think animal abuse is ever justified?
Yeah, for me, I mean, animal abuse is so horrible. You know, like.
Is it ever okay to abuse animals?
No, it's not. It's not, because they have their own life, and you know, like they can speak like people. And also, if they want to eat or if they are hungry, only the people can give the food. So it's kind of very pitiful, and I don't think, you know.
What if we benefit from it?
I have a question.
Yep.
It was an animal that lived its whole life and then died of natural causes. Would you then consider eating it, or would it be like no?
Let me answer with another question. You seem to be happy 19-year-old who lived very well his entire life. Is it okay for me to kill you now?
Well, I wouldn't really like it, but I feel
Yeah.
like I would. Like if you have a good reason, I could probably understand.
Yeah, well, what
I
if the
think it's
reason
another
is I
like
just like the
animals that
taste?
have already died, right? Are you talking about animals that have naturally died already?
Wait, can
Yeah, like if a kind die like after 15 years of natural age.
Yeah, he's talking about something else. Probably.
Yeah.
Can
would
I
you
just
guys
quickly
then
say
assume-
we're going somewhere else with my question. We're going completely
Oh,
somewhere
sorry.
else with my question. My
I'm
question was simple, and I think Leon kind of explained that it's bad to harm animals unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So does any vegan have a follow-up question to that? Anyone?
Well, I was gonna ask, it is unnecessary, true, but what if you benefit from harming an animal? Like, what if you get some really good benefit out of it? Does that make it okay to harm an animal?
Well, I don't think they're gonna have any benefit from harming animal. I don't think so.
No, you, not them. You, if you benefit from it.
Me, I don't have any benefit. You know, I don't abuse any people. I mean, any animals in my life.
Well, let me put an example, right? If I kill an animal, that's obviously harming them, but then I can use their skin and wear their skin. That would benefit me because I can wear their skin.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that
it is only that you want. It's not about like, you know, like you cannot get any benefit. Like it's only about your fancy. So I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna have benefit. It's only just what you want.
So it wouldn't be justified, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, but why wouldn't it be justified, from my example, to kill an animal for clothing?
I don't know. Like I don't know about the question too. It is. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So the reason why I asked this question is because a lot of people would find it absurd, right? As you said, an animal likes to live. They don't want to be killed, and obviously taking their life for something as trivial as clothing, it seems ridiculous, right?
It is.
Yeah, but so it is. The reason why it seems ridiculous is because we have so many alternatives to clothes, right? Like we don't need to wear leather. We can wear cotton. We can wear all these other materials. But then, if I extrapolate and I take the same situation, but in the case of food, where I'm like, well, is it okay to kill an animal for food, knowing full well that we have other alternatives?
But for food, they give you the nutrition or like the protein. So, but
Yeah, but that's the purpose of food, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the purpose of clothing is to provide me with like warmth, right? Let's say in the case of if it's cold outside, or to cover me. So it would still serve that purpose when I kill the animal and wear their flesh. So the purpose of food is indeed nutrition, and it would still serve that purpose if I kill the animal for nutrition. But knowing that I have alternatives for nutrition or for covering, is the killing justified?
Bro, why are you asking me those questions? Bro, well, for me, yeah, well, eating might be okay for me because we only think eating the meals can give you the proteins or like the benefit of your body. Also the vegetables. But that is the only that I know. So like for clothing, I gonna be not agreement for that. Like for eating, if we have like a simple of like a medicine that couldn't provide the vitamins or like nutrition, we won't be eating for that.
Wait, Leon.
Yep.
If you find
Man,
out
you
today,
have
if you find out today that you can get all of the nutrition found in meat and plants, would that make sense for you to stop eating animals?
Well, yes, because if they are also cheap, I gonna eat the vegetables more than meat.
Now
Because
here's a fun question, Leon. This is the fun question, right?
Mhm.
If I show you right now that you can be vegan today, would you try to go vegan?
Of course, please. If the reason is really enough for me to convince to be a vegan, then yes.
Cool. I will send you a resource. Anyone else wants
Bro,
to?
really, damn.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yep. This is so challenge 22. I highly recommend as a beginner to go on it. People can help you to go vegan for 22 days. You basically see what it's like. And you even have your friend Mr. Spoon over here who knows about like plant-based stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
Leon, eat potatoes.
Potatoes? No, I don't want to eat potatoes.
Leon, we have talked about the Hasselback's potatis. You remember?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we can make it together. I can show you this way.
Yeah, okay. But I hate potatoes, I don't know.
You don't have to eat
kind of
potatoes.
political.
You don't have to eat potatoes. You can eat other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what kind of stuff? Can
Yeah.
you tell me a
So
little bit?
yeah, for protein you can eat beans, lentil, chickpeas, tofu, seitan. What else? Like tempeh. So most of the stuff you know what they are, right? Beans, lentils, chickpeas, So tofu is like it's like a soy cheese, and it's very very good replacing like beef with, because it has like a very similar protein profile. Seitan is basically like a gluten meat. You can, I think you can buy it in Sweden probably. Sweden is a developed country. Or you can make it your own, and then you can like control how much protein is in it and all that kind of stuff. And tempeh is like, it's also like a meat replacement. It's like fermented soy, so it's incredibly healthy for you. It's very tasty as well. It's kind of has like a little starchy tang and like a hint of meaty flavor in there. You don't even need to put spices on it. So you eat that stuff. And then vegetables, like whatever you like, whatever you eat already, all vegetables, just grab that. Like grains, you can eat rice, wheat, what else? I'm not very much of a grain eater, so it's harder for me to like say. Maybe other people can propose grains. Other grains as well. Yeah, you can eat like bread, pasta, all that stuff is vegan, right? That's good. For milk, you can replace it with soy milk, oat milk, almond milk, rice milk, or you can just go milkless, which is also fine. It's not very, like, you don't need it like in nutrition. There are vegan cheeses, but you can also just like not eat cheese. That's absolutely fine, but there are vegan cheeses that you can buy. There is going to be some difference in flavor, but I think like the difference is minute enough so that you don't like feel that it's justified to exploit and kill animals for it. Fruit are all vegan. There are vegan burgers, vegan meatballs, vegan everything. Vegan ice creams. As Mr. Spoon told you, there is like a vegan label in Sweden. Oh, are you in Sweden as well, Leon?
No, he's not in Sweden. Guys, I'm gonna jump into the Ask a Muslim chat. Though I will send a picture of what Saft looks like to post mortem, just so you know.
Okay, awesome. I would love that. All right.
Nice.
All right. So that's like a short list of what you can eat. So basically, stop eating animal products, eat plant products instead. If you don't like potatoes, don't eat potatoes. That's fine. Eat sweet potatoes instead. It's better for you anyways.
Yeah. Don't eat me, please.
Yeah.
I'm potato.
Don't eat Tito. Are you vegan, Tito?
No, but I'm listen.
Okay.
I think, Leon, Postmortem actually listed a lot of great foods. But I think what you should know is that you can eat everything that you ate before. It's just there's always a plant-based version for all of it. You might have a little bit of you might need to adjust a little bit at first, right? Because we live in a non-vegan world.
Yeah.
But there's a version for everything, and you have ChatGPT nowadays. And if you don't know something, you can just ask ChatGPT, and they'll help you out instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, I would try that. Eat food for 1 week, like for a vegan.
No. 1 week is too little. So 1 week is not enough to like. Hold on, magician. I'm gonna tell you. So 1 week is not enough to like experience everything that on this new thing, right? You're trying a new thing now. So that's why Challenge 22 is called this way. It's 22 days, right, when you take the challenge. Because there is research that it takes 21 days, 3 weeks, to change your habits. So 1 week is not enough. Take 3 weeks. It's almost the same time, right? If you look like at your entire life, is it 1 week or is it 3 weeks? It's kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I also think 1 week's not enough time for you to explore all the different kind of vegan food, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just to go through, I suspect in Sweden, you have at least 20 kinds of vegan meats that you can buy and experience. And it takes a while to like eat the package that you're gonna buy. So 3 weeks is like the minimum. You gotta try at least 2 or 3 things, right?
But I gotta ask Leon, do you understand why we're doing this? Do you understand why it is important that people go vegan?
Yeah, because kill the animal. Good.
Sorry, I can't understand this. Someone can explain me why are you eating just vegan food, not the meat or anything like this?
For the sake of animals.
Yeah, sure. So veganism is ending exploitation and killing of sentient animals as far as possible and practicable, right? So by adhering to a plant-based or vegan diet and other lifestyle changes, we are trying to reduce our, eliminate our exploitation and killing of sentient animals and reduce our impact on animals as a whole, right? Because it's like not completely possible to eliminate your impact on the world entirely. But by going vegan, you reduce it as much as possible. So let me ask you, Tito. Do you think animal abuse is okay?
Abuse?
Yeah.
It is hard word.
Definitely no.
It is hard word.
Yeah. Do you think it's like abusive to kill somebody?
I don't kill somebody.
Yeah, well, when you eat meat, an
Every
animal is
time.
killed for you, right?
How you kill animal? I don't know.
Sorry?
What the way you can kill the animal?
Well, I'm not
we
talking
can
about
kill-
the way, I'm talking about the killing simplicity. So I would say it's abusive to kill somebody when you don't have to, right? When there is no justification for it.
There is a justification.
What's
Yeah,
the
I think.
justification, Hiho?
Pleasure, of course, in the mainly.
Sorry, can you speak
The
up?
The pleasure of eating animals, of course, is the main reason of it.
Yeah, so do you think that's a good enough justification?
I think, yeah, because animals are not like us and they are less than us, so we can eat them.
Sorry, yeah, go on, Chip.
Can I pose a hypothetical out there because you said that? Okay, well, if I wanna for pleasure, because you said pleasure is a justification. If for pleasure I wanna sedate dogs so that they don't feel pain, and then I kill them, and then I hang them by one leg, and I use them as a punching bag.
No, there's
I
no
get-
reason for that.
What do you mean? There's no reason. There is. I get exercise and I get pleasure, as you said.
No, I'm talking about the pleasure of eating them. Dogs
Yeah,
are not
that's still pleasure, right? That's
Okay. Well,
You're beating.
let's assume. Yeah, let's assume instead of that, then I eat the dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't eat dogs, but you can if you want.
It's morally
So
okay
would you
to eat
find
dogs,
it? Yeah. Would you say it's morally wrong to eat dogs, or would you say it's morally okay to eat dogs?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to dogs, I feel like dogs are more emotional than other animals, like chicken, cows, and goats. So, when it comes
What
to
if I
dogs,
were to tell you that science says that they have just as much emotions as cows, pigs?
so what?
So in fact, pigs are actually more intelligent than dogs. Pigs are like the fifth most intelligent animal we know, something like that.
Oh,
They
it-
were seen to solve puzzles. They collaborate with each other.
I wouldn't eat dogs, to be honest, but
Why not?
when it comes,
Why not?
because it's not as tasty as cows, chicken, goats.
No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Why?
I will actually I will explain all of it. I guess hopefully because of exposure. That's it. You have been confronted with dogs and with cats all the time, which is like how you know how they feel. In the same way, you also probably care like about humans because of exposure. That explains probably almost everything in your case. If you have made more contact with these animals, right, you would have probably like understood that, yeah, these animals, they are actually quite intelligent, right?
It's not about
But you don't.
intelligence mainly. It's about the taste of their meat. So dogs are not.
Well, I mean, that's
Wait,
because
wait,
you didn't
wait.
grow up, right? You didn't grow up
What if-
eating them, right? There are many cultures who enjoy them, right? You could have grown up in China and enjoyed eating dog meat. You would have been fine then eating dog meat.
Yeah, they are free to eat wherever they want, but for me, I wouldn't eat dogs because it's not tasty. This is it.
But wait, Hiho, I'm curious. So if I were to cook a dish for you that was made out of dog meat and it's tasty as hell, right? Like it tastes better than anything you have ever tasted before. Does that justify the slaughter that dog went through or the exploitation?
The slaughter, yeah, but the abusive, no, of course, I wouldn't like the abuse.
So
of
wait.
that.
So what is abuse to you? Because you seem to think that a slaughter is not abusive. So if I take somebody's
Abusing
life, it's
animal.
not abusive.
Abusing animals is hurting them in a bad way where you don't have to, especially when it comes to taking fur from rabbits, for example. I've seen a video back in the days where they just pick up fur from alive rabbits.
But
and
why
use
is that bad? Why is that? If I get pleasure from it, as you mentioned, right? Like I get pleasure from the
We are
taste.
hurting the animal. We are hurting.
So do you think killing them is not hurting them?
Yeah, I think that quick death is good.
Can I kill you really quickly?
Yeah, please.
Can I kill you really quickly? Would that be morally okay, Hiho?
No, I'm a human.
So
They are
what's
animals.
the morally relevant difference between a human and a dog and a cow that makes it
We
okay to kill? It's okay to kill a cow, but not okay to kill you, but maybe okay to kill a dog.
We are from the same. How can I say? We are from the same type. Me and you. We are both humans.
Same
And
species,
of course-
right?
Human.
And of
I
course-
don't identify as human, by the way. I'm not human.
Is it okay to
Changing
kill
the
sheep?
identification is not gonna change what you are.
Sorry, so I have a question for you. If tomorrow we found out that black people actually have like a different DNA from us and they're technically not humans, is it okay to enslave and kill them?
Your question is very hypothetical. What do you mean they are not human? They speak and they
have different DNA, they speak a different language, they have like a different look, generally speaking, but like as intelligent as us.
Like monkeys, as intelligent or like monkeys?
I think
I'm a
it's
superior.
more. I think it's more about their value than if there is a human, because you value a human more than an animal.
Yeah.
So if I value like cheap over you, is it okay for me to kill you then?
No, I think it's more about the generalization of the value. For example, if you ask 1,000 people, there's a bigger chance they're gonna say that humans are more valuable than sheep, even though there's one person saying that they value the sheep more. Is this
Well,
what
I mean, even vegans value like humans more. I think the issue is, do you value
what
them?
you mean, Hi-ho?
What?
I'm trying to understand what your view. What who was it that was arguing? I just want to understand your view. Is that how you mean? The person down.
Who are you talking to, my friends?
To you.
So wait,
no,
let me.
No, the person that was like got the question from postmortem. I just wanted to understand his view, and that's why I. Is that what he meant? Like that he.
Can you repeat yourself, Spoon, now that Hi-Ho is listening to you?
Okay. What's your view on, for example, when they started asking about if black people had a different DNA and was not human? Is your view on the situation that it's more about how much you value like people overall, even if it's like a different DNA or something, because they're still variable thanks to like how they speak and stuff, or like what's your view? I'm trying to understand.
So you're going out of topic a lot because you're going in a very hypothetical way. I mean, saying that what if black people have different DNA and stuff like this?
Well, it's not very hypothetical, right? Because you and I have a very similar DNA, but we have a difference. There is a 0 point, however many difference between you and me in DNA, right? So I don't understand why you value DNA, for instance, right? So if we have like closer DNA, then you value me more. If we like further in the DNA, then you value me less. That's what I'm trying to find where you draw the line on DNA. So I'm asking if black people have a more different DNA from you that, like, for instance, with their DNA closer to pigs, would it be okay to enslave and kill them?
Well, if black people have closer DNA to pigs, they are gonna technically be pigs or something like them, not people and black at the same time.
Well, not really. Nothing precludes like pig DNA. Like what makes us human is like it's arbitrary to say that it's DNA. What makes us human is the big brain that we have. So you can have somebody with a pig DNA and big enough brain to like have the supra-rational thinking, right?
Sorry for interrupting you, but big brain is the wrong concept when it comes to human, because gorillas technically have bigger brains than us, and we are smarter and smarter.
So species, by the way, because what you're talking about is species, right? Species is nothing more than a taxonomy. It's a category. Species just means that if you take an individual from that group, you can produce fertile offsprings. That's all it means, right? Do you think that, okay, if you cannot produce fertile offspring with somebody, does that mean you have a moral justification to do whatever you want to them as long as you get some form of taste pleasure?
See, it's just, I respect your cause, really. It's just a matter of perspective. You, as vegans, you see animals and humans are the same. For me, it's not.
No. Let me clarify. Let me clarify for a second. So I think everybody, we talked here about values, right? So all of us here have a certain value system. All of us here have certain people in our life that we value above others. And if we were to have a pet in our home, we would probably value them more than we value strangers on the street, right? But that doesn't mean so all this, by the way, is called extrinsic value. It's the value that we place on others. But what we as vegans recognized is that each individual has intrinsic value. That means they have value on their own. That means they themselves value their own life equally. I value my life just as much as you value your life, and just as much as a pig values their life. To them, to me, to you, it's everything. If you don't have it, you cannot possibly experience the universe, right? So that is the reason why it is wrong for you to harm me. That is the reason why it's wrong for me to harm another animal. It's because I acknowledge that behind those eyes, there's somebody who values their own life.
Well, this is a nice perspective, to be honest, but it's still not enough to stop eating animals.
What would get you to consider animals as individuals? Like, what is it that you need to realize that animals are just like us in all the ways that matter? I understand not intelligence, okay, maybe they're not as intelligent as us or how we define intelligence, but what would get you to consider them as individuals, as somebody, not something?
Probably nothing. I can't imagine anything that can make me value animals as I value human.
But it's not about you valuing them. It's about acknowledging that they themselves value their life, right? Like, do you acknowledge that dogs are individuals?
Yeah, they are individuals. They value their life.
Okay, so if a dog is an individual, why would you assume a pig isn't an individual?
I didn't say that pig is not an individual, but
So you agree that a pig is an individual?
But they are not like us, you know. I've said
But
this.
neither are dogs. Neither are dogs.
I told you I have no problem with dogs being eaten, but not from me.
No, you do. Wait, you do, because you yourself wouldn't participate in it. You say you don't have any problem with others doing it, but you yourself would never do it. So you obviously have a problem there.
Yeah, because it's a little bit disgusting to eat a dog. I mean...
Well, can I ask why? Why is it disgusting to eat a dog, but not disgusting to eat a pig? Like, what exactly is that difference there? Is it just because you can connect better?
Exposure. It's not because it connects better to us, but it's because...
Kinda is.
Because what?
Yeah, it's exposure.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like, you kind of grew up valuing dogs and not valuing pigs, chickens, and cows, right? So, like, in China, people are not, like, morally worse than you. They just, like, more accustomed to eating dogs and other animals rather than excluding dogs from the list of foods that, like, from the list of creatures they can eat, right? So, if you were born in China, you would have no problem with eating dogs.
But dog is carnivorous. How can you eat carnivorous?
Dogs are omnivorous and you can feed them grain diets.
Grain?
Yeah. If you look at dog food, most of it is grain. Most of it is wheat anyways. They just add like the meats for flavor and stuff like that. And most of the meat, quote unquote, is like blood. A lot of it is blood. Or like leftovers from slaughterhouses. It's not quality meat anyways. And it's like only 4% or something. The rest is just like basically wheat.
But like either way, you seem to understand the idea that a dog is an individual. Just it seems that you're struggling with the idea that a pig is also an individual or a cow is an individual to you. Like, if you acknowledge that a dog values their life, why would you assume that a cow, a chicken, or a pig do not value their life?
They do value their life, but for some reason they are delicious. I don't I don't mean to disrespect your cause. Yeah.
But you
Okay,
gotta
so-
disconnect yourself a little
Yeah,
bit
so we
from
have,
this
like-
idea of food, right? Like you gotta at least for a second put aside this idea that they're food to me, and think, well, you know what? Food will come. I will still have food enjoyment, and you gotta see these individuals for who they are, because you know what? Throughout our human history, if we were to start eating a certain race of people, we could have justified it just like you are doing it now. Well, it is delicious. I understand they're humans. I understand they're individuals, but it is delicious, right? Like this shouldn't be a justification to continue doing something bad just because you find it delicious, right?
Yeah, this is a nice perspective, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we can actually go a bit more in detail, right? So we can actually, I mean, maybe we could do it like as an exercise, perhaps, right? And we can be honest about it, because vegans, as vegans, we don't have to have the perspective that animal products are like, at least in terms of taste, disgusting. Some people think that way. Let's be honest. Okay, so how long do you think you get pleasure from eating animal products? Let's be charitable. I'm asking you, 15 minutes? 20 minutes?
Yeah, a combined of 40 minutes a day, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Then we can also maybe be a bit charitable. Then you have the enjoyment with your parents, right? So, or with your friends, you know, that's maybe also another 20 minutes. Okay. That was, I think, a very honest calculation for the pros. Maybe you have it a bit easier in the supermarket. That's also a plus. See, I'm quite honest here. I'm not trying to be so unfair, but now I will actually push back a bit, and the vegan will respond. And you know what they will say? Well, what are the costs that the animal has to pay, right? So they don't lose something for a very little time, right? Obviously, these animals sometimes they get like hurt quite a lot, right? Sometimes they get harmed, they get beaten. Before their slaughter, actually, do you know that they actually can smell the blood of the other animals that are being killed? Do you know that they know what is going on? And by the way, what the biggest loss for these animals is? Actually something that you can never get back, and that is their life, you know?
Well said.
So they lose their life for, yeah, I mean, unless you believe in something else, they lose their life for eternity. They lose something that they valued the most, which you cannot give back. It's something that is, you can't replace it, and it's irreversible.
And it's something that you forget about, because you get some temporary pleasure, but you know, if I ask you what you had for lunch, I don't know, a month ago, you definitely have forgotten. We all do, because that's normal.
Yes.
You know, it's temporary pleasure.
Yeah, exactly, because sensory pleasures in general, they are very fleeting. I mean, this is like wisdom that even others, religions even say that
if I didn't eat them, they are going to die. So what's
Yeah, okay, so this is the, hold on, okay, so we can address this, but hopefully I made it clear to you, like the costs and the benefits of both sides, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you, like the claim that you made, it's also called like causal inefficacy, right? So it is the argument that says, well, it doesn't make a difference, right? It doesn't make a difference whether I will purchase the animal or not. It's dead already, right? But the thing is, I mean, you're still participating in a system that kills these animals.
No,
by the way,
I mean they are going to die when they are old enough. They are just going to die. So I just eat them.
Yeah, but that's fine, right? Let them die naturally, right? You don't have to breed them into a slaughterhouse to kill them.
What's the purpose? If you are going to die at the end of the day, then
You're gonna die at the end of the day. Is it okay for me to kill you?
Yeah.
No,
let it be.
You are a human.
Well, that
Yeah,
doesn't
they're
matter.
animals.
We are asking about your justification, right? If the justification doesn't work in humans, why would it work in animals? Why would it not be okay to kill you since you are also going to die one day? Why would it not be okay to cut your life short? And it's okay for an animal. You never gave us this reason, right?
It really comes to you. You choose why it's wrong to kill me. And I choose why it's wrong to kill you.
No, but I'm asking you now. I'm putting you. Hold on, Hi-Ho. I'm putting you in the place of a victim for a reason. I want you to stop thinking like an oppressor. I want you to stop thinking like a killer and start thinking like a victim. So is it okay for me to victimize you, to kill you, if I really want to? Right? I'm gonna get like a huge amount of pleasure from it. Is it okay for me to victimize you, to kill you?
No, it's not.
Then why is it
imagine-
okay for
so-
you to do to an animal?
Yeah, imagine that there are like these extraterrestrial beings, like let's call them aliens, right? And they're much more intelligent than we are. And they decide, well, let's breed human beings. Like they're really, they outsmart us. They're faster than us. Like they're lightning fast. They have like no problems farming us. They put us on a farm, and they believe that the purpose for why they should farm us is basically because of our body. Like they farm females, right? They impregnate females forcefully and forcibly so that they can get like human milk, right? And they try to argue with us. Somehow they can speak also our language, right? And well, they then say it's our purpose. It is the purpose of humans to serve these aliens. Does that sound like sensible to you? Just because they gave us the label, or like the label of being some sort of like, what's the word in English? How do you call that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, if an alien, if an animal has to serve a purpose. Livestock is the word, livestock. Is that sensible to you?
I mean, I hope the answer is no.
Yeah. So just because someone arbitrarily gave you like a label, right? It's very arbitrary. It's random. It's like a random label, right?
Yeah, it comes down to the same thing as we discussed, right? Extrinsic versus intrinsic value.
Exactly.
If you think we should judge somebody, and that includes a person, an animal, or somebody who has even a sentient computer, right? Like somebody who has an experience of the world. If you think it's okay to judge them or do whatever you want to them based on your value on them, or do you think we should take into consideration their value on them, right? Like their intrinsic value? Because I don't know, I want to live in a world where people consider me morally, and that means they acknowledge my value, the value that I have on my life, and not that the value that I can bring to them. That's the world I want to live in, and that's what I want to put out in the world also.
Yeah. It's like you could also say trying to accept someone else more unconditionally, right? For at least like their own beings, who they are, because they have an interest, right? They have an interest to exist, and that should be respected. Even whether they are successful in their life, whether they are like quote unquote worthless and they don't do anything to society, and yeah, but you still let them like live, all else being equal. If they don't harm someone else, you still respect them. Whether they have like low IQ, whether they look ugly, it doesn't matter. You respect them.
So Hiho, how many more animals should be killed for you until you change?
Sorry, I wasn't there. Someone was talking to me, so.
Oh, that's nasty, man.
Yeah, that is really
Give us a
disrespectful,
fucking,
I have to say.
you know, a
It's
clue.
it's not like I did it on purpose. You know, I was talking to someone and he just stopped me, interrupted me, and did it. You know, it's not on
Where did you
purpose.
cut up?
On the alien stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have
Yeah,
an
and
answer
so we
then?
can just run. Yeah. So let's suppose, really quickly. So suppose like aliens.
I'm so
What?
sorry. I'm so sorry that happened. It wasn't on purpose and it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, I forgive you. It's
Yeah,
fine. It's fine.
Yeah, would you be okay if aliens now oppressed us and they decided that the purpose of humans is basically to serve these aliens? Basically, they farm us humans, they exploit human females to drink breast milk, right? Would it be okay for you? We try to argue with them, we try to debate with them, and they come up with like a bullshit excuse. They say the purpose of humans is basically to exploit and kill humans for taste. Is that fine?
I mean, if I'm
that's
going
true
to
for
die,
Islam.
if I'm going to die and I'm gonna just turn into dust, why not die now?
Is that something you live by right now? So what you're saying is that if somebody comes with a knife at you, you're like, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die anyway. Why not die now?
I'm gonna defend myself, obviously, because this is an instant.
Yeah.
So you do have a preference to live. You acknowledge that you have that. So then if somebody were to be debating whether to come at you with a knife or not, you would still intervene and say, please don't come at me with a knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in this hypothetical example, because you seem to be stuck a little bit on the idea of species, what we did is we created another species, and it's very easy for other people to identify with the idea of aliens, right? Aliens would come down to us and they would start exploiting and killing humans for the same reason we do cows, chickens, and pigs, right? And what we're asking you is, would you say that's okay to do? Would you prefer that they do this or that they didn't do this?
I wouldn't prefer they do this, but I would just accept it, to be honest.
But so then should the aliens respect your choice, your preference? The aliens say, you're not blurp blurp, so therefore you don't deserve to live, or we don't care.
This is a nice point.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Hello. So what is now your solution to this then? How do we solve this dilemma then? Should the aliens respect us?
I mean, it's just a hypothetical situation, so
yes,
I'm just thankful that it didn't happen. It don't happen. It's not happening.
But it is happening.
Exactly.
You are the alien. You are the alien. It is happening. It's not a hypothetical situation. You are the alien exploiting and killing other creatures.
Can you guys define alien? Like in this context?
Yeah, let's not get derailed. Okay, let's carry on, please.
No,
It's
I
irrelevant.
can define it in a way that doesn't derail. So in this case, in this hypothetical, highly applicable hypothetical, an alien is about 10 times more intelligent than a human, right? And much stronger.
Wait, where's the proof?
Oh,
But bro,
Where's the proof?
you're defining
Where's
some
the
random
proof that
hypothetical
aliens are
human.
smarter than human beings?
It's a hypothetical. There is no actual alien. Okay.
Oh my.
It's a hypothetical. There is no actual alien. It's a hypothetical that we present to put Hi-Ho in a place.
Well, if it's hypothetical, then it doesn't make sense.
Do you think there are aliens?
Hey, everybody's
Yeah, we
talking
have-
all together. That's not a conversation maker.
So let me explain. So I know you guys resist sometimes hypotheticals a lot because they are unrealistic, and that is exactly. So the point of a hypothetical is basically to tease out your values, because your model of morality you have certain values, and we test these values, right? If you are consistent in your values, that is what we're asking.
But you can't actually make enough different kind of assumptions. Like
We can.
imagine some alien or something, bro. There's no aliens, man.
Can you
Like,
not
if I told
imagine
you-
somebody
if
much
I-
smarter
if
than
I-
you?
So even with hypotheticals, like if you could press a button and save everyone, you could prevent world hunger right now with one single button, you wouldn't be questioning, oh, that's not realistic, there is no such button, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter, right? The question is, would you save people or wouldn't you save people? And, stuff like that. It's super simple.
And in this particular hypothetical, by the way, the reason why it's particularly difficult, or why you have to understand this hypothetical, is because there is no other species on this planet who is like us, right? That's why we need another species who is smarter than us and who is.
We don't need it.
Well, we don't need it, but we need it in order for you to understand the perspective of the animals.
I don't want to
That's the whole
understand
reason.
anything. I don't want to understand anything.
Okay, if just real quick, if nobody here wants to talk about veganism, we can easily kick them out. You're free to leave if you don't want to talk about it. But for people who actually want to listen, let's talk to them. Jesus, damn.
Chicken tastes good.
Yes.
All right.
So the only reason why we pose this hypothetical is so that you can have an easier time sympathizing with the victim, because it seems like most people are so disconnected that they find it hard to see the perspective or the idea that somebody would have power over them, somebody would be killing them, and they would disregard their individuality so much that they would have no problem doing it for something as trivial as optional food.
Still, chicken tastes good.
Bro, you literally sound like an NPC, I'm sorry.
What?
Whoever was talking about chicken, they sound like an NPC, that's all.
Chicken tastes good.
Go vegan, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is going downhill really fast.
Vegan doesn't taste good.
No, why
Tastes
is
like shit.
like using bad words,
Okay,
man?
hold on. Let's work through this. Lucas, I have a question for you.
I'm eating, I can answer it.
Yeah, Lucas, what do you think of people sticking fingers inside bum holes of animals?
Mm.
Do you like it? Is it good?
I'm eating, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah,
But chicken tastes good.
Yeah, imagine if someone puts a finger in a dog ass, right?
We don't eat dog, we eat chicken. Chicken tastes good.
Can
I talk?
Sure.
So what you said was a person putting a finger inside a dog's butt.
Yeah.
People don't eat dogs though.
Wait,
What
are you
do you-
saying? Wait, are you? Hold on.
What
Are
are you
you
saying
saying?
is not relevant?
Hold on. Are you saying that it's okay to do it if people eat dogs?
No.
Okay.
Well,
what's-
Chinese people can do it.
Thing is, since you guys are talking about hypothetical, that's also hypothetical.
Well, you think people don't eat dogs? Have you ever heard about China, Malaysia, Norwegia, or Sweden? I don't know, one of them.
Hold on, I'm just gonna kick this person because they keep talking. There you go. Be easier.
Yeah. Do you not know, Che, that people do eat dogs actually in the world?
Yeah, but they don't put fingers into their butts.
Oh, how do you know that?
How do you know they do it?
Well, Felix can continue his
We know
question.
they do this with cows. We know they put fingers and hands inside cows. So then the question is that okay?
Have you seen it?
Yeah. Due to I was looking into actual seeing the evidence of this happening. I can even show you a YouTube video of a.
But I haven't seen it, bro.
Wait.
Brute.
Wait, if you're vegan, why are you watching people putting hands inside cows?
Because I need to educate people about what happens to cows, right?
Yeah, closing your
Okay.
eyes to it happening, not gonna make it not happen. So you, when you eat something from a
But
cow,
watching it happen,
you close
it's
your
not
eyes.
gonna make it
Che,
something
you
happen.
really should learn how to have a conversation and listen to people when they're talking to you.
I am listening.
Yeah, then why did you interrupt me? What did
I
I
was
just
talking.
say?
You were the one who interrupted me.
Yeah, can you repeat what I just said?
You interrupted me. I
Exactly.
did not interrupt
So you didn't
you.
listen to me. I was talking. You didn't even listen to me. You didn't even hear yourself interrupting me.
Okay,
So
pause.
say
Go
what
ahead.
you want to say. I'm listening.
Yeah, Felix can go on.
All I wanted to say is like people do it to cows, and the reason why I know about this because I actually look into the research of what happens to cows. So people who buy milk pay for people to stick fingers and arms inside cows. Then the question is,
Wait.
are you guys okay with it?
Wait, Felix, can you tell me how people take like milk from the cows?
I can show you. So I can show you
No,
the video.
don't show me. Just tell me.
Hold on. Why don't
Does
you want to see it?
milk come out from the cow's breast or their
Oh,
asses?
Oh, it's not that. How do you think the farmers make cows pregnant without male cows?
I don't know because I don't look at that.
Why not? Wait, why are you trying to like
No
ignore what
one cares how they get pregnant.
You don't
Why,
care.
I do.
cares.
Well, how do you know that no one cares? I think there are a lot of people here who care. I care.
Yeah. If you care, then
Yeah.
go see it.
I have.
But my question
I'm a
is,
vegan, by the way.
my question is, if you're paying for this, shouldn't you know what you're paying for?
Well, I don't pay to know how they are doing it. I pay to drink it.
Exactly.
Well, imagine
You're paying
if I
for it.
imagine if I said I don't care about children being abused for my shoes. I only care about my shoes. Do you think I would sound like an asshole?
Children and cows, they're both different species.
Or they're both victims in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, children are smart, cows aren't.
So wait, if
Children-
wait. I
Help
can find
develop
you
the economy.
I can find you some really dumb children. Then is it okay for me to exploit them?
Those dogs have more of an IQ than a cow.
Not
Wait,
all of
oh,
them.
that didn't
You can
really...
bring the dumbest person in the world
Like
and
source question mark.
be
Wait, this is not
smart
even relevant.
than
This
a
is not
cow.
it's not even relevant. You
Yeah,
said
that's not
that
true.
this is not really relevant. But you said if they're dumb, then it's okay. Is this what you said?
No.
Okay.
Then what are you
So-
saying?
So let me just like ask the question again. So why is it okay for you to ignore what happens to farmed animals?
What's happening?
I'm gonna shut up for a little bit.
If you know these things happen, I can even show you videos of these things happening. Why don't you want to see it?
No one knows that those things happen.
Oh, farmers know. Farmers literally do it.
We are not farmers. Consumers aren't farmers.
Consumers pay
Consumers
farmers.
don't care. Consumers don't care.
I think they
Yeah,
should
but
care.
it's not about whether you care. Yeah, you should care, and you're also, how do you say, responsible for your purchases, right?
Responsible for my purchases.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, because you support. So if if I pay someone else, right? I'm saying whatever they're doing is good because I incentivize them. I support them with my money, right?
And you're wrong.
Say it again.
People care.
Say-
Just because you
say it
don't care
again.
doesn't mean people don't care. People care. People care about what happens
Let
to
me
animals. People care
There's
about
a
more
reason
than
why-
their
yeah.
themselves.
The reason why like these companies themselves put like happy cows is because people care, right? There's a reason why they try to hide all of the horrific like cruelty happening behind hidden walls, right? There's a reason why people like us have to go inside undercover and investigate and show what happens because people care and they don't want us to see. right? You're asking us why do we see this, right? It's because it's not open, right? It's hidden away, right? This is what's happening to animals, and we're showing it to you.
Yeah, let me remind you that I don't care is not an argument. I mean, first of all, it's not even an argument in the first place, and second of all, it doesn't work because let's suppose you are the victim. I see you on the street being beaten up, and I'm just responding, I don't care. I don't care.
Again,
Should women have rights?
and that
Should women
I'm
have
a
rights?
human
I don't
being.
care. I don't care. It's
No one
arbitrary.
actually
I don't care.
No one asked you to care.
That's the point. See,
There's a
people.
difference
That's not a
between a
very.
human being and an animal species.
Well, humans are animals, first of all. And second of all, what makes it okay to discriminate? What's about me so special that if you remove that special thing from me, it will be okay to stick fingers in my butt?
Humans should all die and let animals live.
Bro.
Is that what you're saying?
Whoa, how did you
No,
get
that's what you're
there?
saying?
How did you get that from what he said? How did you get that from what he said? What?
What the hell?
He said no discrimination. He said no discrimination.
Yeah.
He's talking about
listen,
what trait
hold
is
on.
in animals.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. So actually, that's actually also a bit wrong. So actually, vegans can discriminate, right? So discrimination basically just means to see differences. And vegans see differences between other animals, between human beings. That's fine. But we're talking here about unfair discrimination, right? We are acknowledging humans and animals have differences and similarities, right? But we don't think that the differences make it such that we can actually kill them for our taste buds, for our pleasure. That's what we're saying. There are differences, of course, yeah, but there are also similarities, right? We both. I don't think that a cow or a chicken or a pig wants to be beaten, and I don't think that you want to be beaten, and that's a similar, and it's important similarity, because both of you care. And if someone cares, it's important. It's like an alarm signal, right? Someone is screaming, and that is important. You understand this? It's not so difficult, I think, that how I explained it.
From what you're saying,
Yeah.
it's okay to discriminate between human beings.
Yeah, you have to be careful now.
Okay to discriminate between anything, but what we're talking about here is unfair discrimination.
No, discrimination.
Yeah,
Hold on. I just gotta say, discrimination is inherently unfair. You can differentiate between different people.
Yeah.
You can say this person has this, another person has this, but then you can't discriminate. I mean, you can't choose to like apply different rules and different rights to that person just because they're slightly different than you or much different.
Let me explain it to you. So sometimes it might be important to prioritize some, let's say, some humans to another, right? So for instance, if you're working in the hospital, right, it might be the case that under certain circumstances, you might try to rescue like a younger person more than like a very, very, very old individual, right? In some cases, you know, and this is actually the case. So this is a form of differentiating or prioritizing something. It depends on the situation, right? And that doesn't mean that you hate the older person. It just means priority. Where's the priority? That's the important aspect, right? And so we are not saying necessarily that humans are the same level as animals, but what we are saying is these animals have also a high priority, right? Maybe I said it correctly here.
I actually have a question for you. Okay, so go on. Sorry.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be treated equally. What I'm saying is, from what you said the almost all of the animals, when milking, farmers like do shit to them.
Before milking.
Yeah.
Yep.
How do you know
Yeah.
every animal is going through it though?
Well, we know
Statistic.
that the majority of it are, right? We time and time again,
Not
you see it on
majority.
all farms.
Some.
Say it again.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Some
no,
of
that's
it.
fine. Let's carry on with this. No, let's carry on with this. Okay, so let's suppose, let's take a number, right? Let's take it's 50%, right? 50%. You know, actually, if you go to a grocery store, you can actually then take always a coin with you and you can flip a coin, right? You can flip a coin. If you make purchases in the next coming days and weeks, right, you're basically flipping a coin each time for someone else. That's what you're doing, right? Even if it's 33%, listen, I'm very charitable here. I'm very friendly to your view now. You're basically trying to flip a coin, and there's like a 33% that you're basically supporting such industry, right? So at some point, right, you will be supporting farmers who are shoving their hand into the vagina of a cow. That's what you're supporting.
Just
Notice,
listen.
I'm very friendly to your position, by the way. Very friendly, right? Take a coin and always flip it. The odds are against you at some point because you're purchasing again and again dairy products.
But there's still a chance that they did not abuse the animal.
Can I
But let me-
simply say they always sexually exploit animals? They
Yeah,
may do it
yeah.
less, they may do it more. It's just still, yeah.
Like animal
Exactly.
agriculture.
They always do it.
Well, I can ask you this. How do you think in animal agricultures the animals are multiplied? Do you think farmers wait until the animals want to have sex and then have babies? Or do you think farmers take it on their hand and decide when that happens?
No pun intended, by the way, you know? Yeah, they take it
yeah.
literally. Yeah,
I got it.
yeah,
Everybody got it well.
yeah.
So
What I'm
Che,
saying is,
but please answer my question. How do you think animals multiply in animal agriculture?
by breeding.
Okay, and do you think they breed when they want to, or do you think farmers decide when they should be bred?
No one knows that, and
But
no
you can
one knows.
first of all, you can think about it. It's an industry. It's about profit. It's about money. Do you think they
Yeah.
wait around until when the animals decide that they want to have a baby, or do you think farmers decide for them? Logically, what do you think is the most likely scenario?
Do you know?
Yeah, hold on.
Is possible as well.
But by extension to that, do you think the animals they happily go to their demise like moments before they die? Do you think that they're like freely running around and like saying, "Oh," like they're making like happy sounds? Yes, I'm happy to die now. Please give me like my last shot. Like
No one is happy to die. No one is happy to die.
I'm asking you, do you think they give these animals the choice to die or to get like to get like offspring? Do you think that? It's about money.
No
It's about
one
profit.
has the choice to die. Like, listen. I'm not even gonna argue anymore. Listen, if you take a human being and tell him if he wants to die, and if he says he wants to die, you're not gonna kill him. And even if you do kill him, he's gonna beg you for your forgiveness. He's gonna beg you to let him live. He's not gonna ask you to kill him.
Yeah,
Will he?
animals do that as well. So, Chair, so if you give me a minute. If you give me a minute, I'm going to explain what I meant by my comment. So about 2 weeks ago, I talked to somebody who's a vet student, right? So somebody who goes to school in order to treat animals in animal agriculture in the end. And this vet student, they took him to a slaughterhouse as part of their studies. and because most vets are gonna spend their entire career being in slaughterhouses. And he was shook by what he saw, because he saw animals crying, actual tears. They can hear their peers being killed. They can smell the blood. They can understand that they're in an environment where something bad is happening. So they start to cry. They also fight when you try to kill them. Actual, like, right? That's why most slaughterhouses have like machines, big machines, to lock cows inside, or big boxes to lock cows inside. That's why they stun them with a bolt gun, so that they don't like try to resist as much when you cut their throat. Animals want to live. If you try to kill an animal, they are going to resist. They are going to run away from you. They are going to fight.
If you try to kill anyone, like even human beings or any other species of animals, no one is gonna want to die.
Exactly.
At some point, they're gonna have to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you and me. Like you and me, right?
The issue
You also
is
have to die.
The issue is right now we kill animals for pleasure, especially in a Western society.
Yeah, you have to understand that it's like also about like premature death, right? And death that is actually unnecessary, right? Even if they're old, it's unnecessary to kill them. Unnecessary.
Or is it unnecessary?
Yeah, we can debate about this actually. Do you actually, because actually this is like an important question we should have asked you earlier. Do you think it is necessary to eat animal products or animal suffering?
Of course. Like, wait, listen. Hear me out. Okay,
Yeah.
I can say that maybe eating meat can be a little harsh, but other vegan products like milk,
it's not vegan.
Yeah.
Milk does not harm the animal.
First of all, let's address one thing. So, would you agree that eating animal products is not necessary?
No, eating animal products is necessary.
What do you need from animal products?
What's the necessity?
Protein.
Can I get protein without eating meat?
You can, but not enough.
Not enough. Okay. How much do you know about nutritional
Bro.
science?
She lives in the 1990s, man. She still believes in the myth that you need meat for protein.
But hold on.
Come on.
Just real quick.
I never said I needed meat.
You said you need.
Do you
meat.
think?
You said you.
Do you
need...
think?
Sorry.
Well, do you think? Yeah, I know it's actually irrelevant what I'm saying, but like, do you think I lack protein? Like literally? Like you're probably like a female, I would presume. Like I probably need like much more protein than you do. I probably higher needs than you do. Like I work out, I need more calories. Do I look like that I need like more protein? I'm not gonna like be arrogant here, but like what is your point? There are many vegan athletes. I'm not even a professional, by the way, but like what is your point? I've been vegan for 6 years.
A glass of milk has more protein than like a lot of nutrients.
Yeah, but tofu has a lot more protein than milk. If you value more protein, you should eat tofu instead of milk.
Yeah.
Or do you
Eating more tofu.
Hold on. Soy milk actually has comparable nutrients. Nutrients.
Yeah,
even actually the same, almost the same protein. I would even say it looks even worse for like raw milk or like high-fat milk because of the fat content. But I don't think that there's like much of a difference really.
Yeah, soy has as much as 3% milk.
Wait, how many grams of protein? How many grams of protein are there in a cup of milk? Because you said they are more than others, so you should know.
Yeah, I even know it. Yeah.
More than how much tofu has.
Yeah.
Well,
Can
how
you
many
give
grams?
us how much
wait.
grams?
How many
though?
grams? Yeah, how many grams of protein are there in a glass of milk?
Child.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how can you know?
Yeah.
How can you
It
know
should
if
be
you
around.
don't know how many grams of protein are in a glass of milk? How can you know whether
Because
that
of the
value
result.
is bigger,
Because of the result I
or
got.
smaller than anything else? Because of the results you got. But
Yeah, per
could it?
100 milliliters, I think it should be around 3 to 4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 300. If we take 100 milliliters, it's basically I think around 3 to 4 grams of protein, which is also found in soy milk as well. Really, so it's equivalent, really. So I don't see what the point is. And the calories. Yeah, well, tofu, it depends if it's silken or if it's like if it's like soft or if it's hard tofu. The hard pressed tofus, they have generally more they have more protein. They're more protein dense. Yeah, it's between, well, it depends. I think like the hard tofu has like around 115 to 150 calories. I would like average round about 130 calories, I would say.
I would say actually
130 calories.
The firm tofu, not the extra firm, the firm tofu has 13 grams of protein per 100 calories, and the extra firm has a little more. It's about 33 grams of protein, I think, per 200 calories or something like that, or a little slightly more.
I'm curious because so I understand your perspective where you say that you got the protein from milk or wherever, sure. I guess based on all the numbers you have heard so far, maybe there were a lot of numbers you didn't really get it correctly, but I'm sure you realize that you can definitely get enough protein also from plant sources. In fact, there's plenty of plant sources that have more protein than a glass of milk. So then, given all this, wouldn't you agree that it is wrong to exploit animals if you can get all the protein and nutrients that you require from a plant-based diet?
I'm gonna agree. It's wrong to exploit animals.
Good.
But not all of the animals are being exploited.
What does exploitation mean to you?
Sorry, dairy cows are like inherently exploited. You take the milk away from them after you impregnated them. You take the calf away, usually, most of the time, right? So that the calf doesn't drink the milk. And then you milk the cow and take the milk away. That's exploitation per definition. The only reason those cows exist is so that you can get a product from them. That's exploitation.
And when the mother cow can't give any more milk, or then she's killed. And that happens when she's about 5 years old.
Is that exploitation to you, or is it not? What do you think?
From the first statement, you said the calf is separated from the mother. Right?
Yes, most of the times they separate them because they have to control how much milk the calf drinks. They could I've seen it in my grandma's backyard also. So yes, it does separate them.
But it doesn't even matter if they're separated or not. Just the fact that this cow exists so that you can get a product from her, that's exploitation. Even if they leave the calf and let them drink a little bit of milk as well.
Exactly. Just imagine somebody giving you existence only because they want to benefit from you. And when they can no longer benefit from you, they kill you. Wouldn't you say that's exploitation?
If that's the case, then aren't you exploiting with plants as well?
Oh, no.
No.
Sure. Well, but you got to ask yourself, do you think that a plant is the same as an animal? Do you think if I cut an animal, it's the same as I cut a plant from the ground? Like if I walk on grass, if I mow the grass. Say that again.
They're both living beings.
Yeah, Jay, you
Yes,
know what
they are.
sentience is? Do you know what sentience is?
Hold on.
What?
Sentience.
No.
I think
I'm gonna share my screen. If you allow me 1 second, tell me when you're reading my screen, when you're watching it. Are you there? Are you watching?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think like instead of telling her what's right and wrong.
Sorry,
should
can we
ask her
finish
what she
this, Jack,
thinks.
and then you can interject.
No, I was just giving you a tip to help her understand quicker.
Yeah,
Because
one
if
second.
you would tell her what's right, she has to understand it, and then it will take her longer to come up to a conclusion. But if we just deal with what she already knows and what she already understands, it would be easier for her to understand it. It would also be
I'm
faster.
gonna get there. I'm gonna make it easier by explaining what sentience is. So sentience is this basic, basal, what is called consciousness, right? It's like asking a question, what is it like to be a bat? Or what is it like to be a dog? What is it like to be conscious, to be somebody, an individual? So we can ask this question about a dog, a cow, a pig, a chicken, but we can't ask this question about a plant, because plants don't have a brain or a nervous system. So there is nobody in there. There is no individual in that place, right? Plants are not sentient. They are not capable of consciousness. Therefore, killing them is not the same as killing animals and humans. So animals and humans both sentient, and they are comparable. They both want to live. Plants don't have that problem because they don't have a brain. There is nobody in there.
Ask her what she thinks.
Let's make a scenario. Like, for example, everyone on Earth turned into vegans.
Yeah.
Let's just suppose.
Oh, hypothetical.
The
Oh, no. No.
No,
Hypotheticals.
Val,
Don't
please
answer
let them.
this.
Val, let them.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Chep, continue, please.
You guys were talking hypothetically earlier.
Yeah, but and you contested to it. You had like feelings about it, so that's why Val is doing this. But please continue. I'm fascinated to hear the hypothetical.
This is a delicious vegan burger. Just want you to watch while I enjoy.
All right, Chair, sorry. Sorry, Silva, can you let
I
her,
was
please?
saying, if everyone on Earth turned into vegans, the world would be ending quicker.
How
The
so?
world would be ending quicker.
How so?
There wouldn't be any greenery on the Earth.
Oh, it's actually the opposite.
Everyone would be consuming it.
No, so it's actually the opposite. So do you know what animals eat?
Grass.
Yeah, grass, grains, wheat, soybean, a lot of soybean. They eat a lot of plants. And we have about a few trillion animals a year that we exploit and kill globally, right? And all of those animals need to be fed. So when you take food and you give it to animals, even if it's grass, right? But it's usually grain, and then you slaughter those animals for food or exploit them for food, you are actually getting only about 1/10 of the calories that you could have had if you ate the grain directly, if you ate the soy directly. We have very good evidence that if the world went vegan, we could reduce the amount of agricultural land globally by 75%, and we actually would need to grow less food and could feed more people. We could send more aid to places like Africa and other places that are hard to get food. If we all went vegan, we would actually have to grow less food to feed the population because we wouldn't need to feed animals anymore.
In fact, so in the same study that Postmore mentioned, right? They suggest that using the freed up land for rewilding. So we'd get more greenery, we'd get more nature back. I mean, animal agriculture is also one of the #1 reasons why we're losing, our Amazon rainforest as well, right? 45% of the Amazon rainforest is being deforested, and that's because of soy production, right? Because Brazil is the #1 beef exporter in the world, right? These cows, they eat so much crops, right? So we take up more land to feed them, and then we feed on them. It's just an inefficient system.
Let's see what she thinks.
Do you understand how you're wrong? Is it Jay?
I don't
'Cause most people,
understand
they
anything.
Okay, do you understand
Exactly.
that a cow eats way more than a human does?
What?
Do you understand that a livestock animal like a cow or a pig, they eat more than a human does?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know that most of the food that they feed on is like crops, right? Like soy or other forms of grain.
Hmm.
So when we are doing normal farming, right, we make crops for ourselves, then we also make crops for these livestock animals. You following?
No.
Okay, so we make soy, right? Humans eat soy, cows also eat soy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so because these animals, they eat way more than humans do, we make a lot of soy for just these animals as well. Right? You get that? And so that means a lot, like a very, very large amount of the crops, right? The amount of agricultural land there is, we use that for animals.
And
so if we were to stop eating animals, this land that we're using to make the crops to feed the animals, well, we wouldn't have a need for them anymore, right? This land would be freed up. So by not eating animals, we end up freeing more land. We'd have less like what's it called, inefficiency. We'd have more greenery. We could take back some of our rainforests, some of our biodiversity loss, some of our like natural wildlife. Yeah. Did you get that?
Yeah, let's make it. Let's make it very simple. Like a cow needs to eat much more corn or grains or a human. So instead of giving the cow the food, right, we could eat the food. We don't bring them into existence for slaughter, but we eat the food. We eat the plants.
Oh, someone's making noises.
Okay, so
Maxwell, can you mute
can
yourself,
I-
please? Maxwell.
We can hear your parents in the background as well.
Can I take over for a while?
Hello, guys.
Sure, but just your parents in the background. We can hear what they're talking
There's a lot
about.
of background noise.
No, wait. From my side?
Yes.
I'm mute.
Maxwell.
Wait, my mic is not even on.
No, it was someone else. It's fine.
What the?
Sorry, it was someone else.
Okay, so I'm taking over.
Okay, Jack.
Before you take over, just make sure, like, is it the same thing, right? Shay, do you understand, or are you still confused about this issue?
I've already understood.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay,
but
great.
I'll try this once more. So Jay, you were there. So you understand that all the animals, when they eat something, there's a efficiency loss in efficiency.
God. I've already understood it.
She got it now.
Okay, so if you have gotten it, then instead of
She admits she's wrong.
But I still have a question.
Of course.
Sure.
So what if an animal is at the last stages of death?
Mm-hmm.
Like the last stages of death, and eventually it dies. Not with the human harm.
Sure.
It just
Okay.
dies.
Of natural causes.
During
yeah.
that, can humans eat it?
Would you eat a dog if it died of natural causes?
Dog is not eatable.
It is.
It is.
Dog is eatable. We've talked about this.
Everything is edible, including human
Ask me a
flesh.
question, I swear.
Humans can eat dogs. So, for the next question.
Oh, lag. Oh, quiet.
Yeah, ask the question. Yeah.
I actually didn't get my answer.
Wait, were you asking me the question?
I was asking everyone here.
What was the
Yeah, I
question?
think
Can you please
eating-
repeat it?
I think eating dead individuals is a still form of disrespect.
I mean, I would agree that it's a form of disrespect. I wouldn't say, like, if you were, like, for some reason, like, hard on to eat only flesh for some reason, and if you just walked around and found corpses on the street, corpses of dogs or corpses of cows, and just ate them, I would be morally okay with it, but I would be upset about it because I wouldn't want, like, my corpse to be eaten, maybe. I might want to, right? But then it's a different act, right? Because you're not killing the animal. You're not ending somebody's life. The life has already ended. All you have left is somebody's corpse. And that changes the moral question, in my opinion, right? So me and Felix are going to disagree on that, but that's fine.
But let's be very clear here, right? So if you then use this line of reasoning to create more sentient beings, then I think it is wrong, right? Because you are, even if you give them a good life and let them die naturally, I think personally it is still wrong. Because you breed them for a purpose, quote unquote, and I think that is problematic.
Oh,
That
no,
is actually
I was definitely talking about like just going into the woods and finding a corpse. I mean, the animals'
So what are you
friends and
vegetarian?
family might get upset though. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where are you trying to go with this, Shay? Are you trying to like find a reason for you to keep eating animals?
No, I was just curious.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That means that you're asking the moral questions. I really appreciate it, actually. You have any more questions?
So, what is holding you back now?
Nothing's holding me back.
So are you vegan?
No.
Why?
Sorry.
Why not?
It might take time.
Okay, but
For
nothing
me
is
to
holding
be
you back.
vegan.
Why would you need time if nothing is holding you back?
Sorry. Okay, wait, sorry. Let's just slow it down a bit. So, but you agree then that you should go vegan? You had concerns when you came in. We addressed all of your questions, right? Do you agree now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a choice.
Let me ask you this. Yeah, okay, well, we can address this, and then I will answer you a follow-up question.
Sorry,
So
I
you
just
said,
want
like,
to
it's a
address
choice.
Val, I just want to address the choice part. Yeah, it's a choice. So you have the choice to exploit and kill animals, or pay for exploitation and killing of animals and all other stuff that happens to them, or you have the choice not to. What would be the morally correct choice here?
The choice not to.
Yeah, I think so
Oh,
too.
oh my god.
And that's why I'm vegan.
That wasn't so hard.
And now
What
let
I
me ask
mean
you this
is-
question. Let me ask you this question now. Since you have all this knowledge now, and you know that the next time you go to a supermarket or a grocery store, that you know what is happening, right, with your money, or with the money of your parents, I don't care at this point, but it is money, and you're supporting an industry that is exploiting, harming, and killing animal at the end. My question to you now is the following. How many animals have to die before you turn vegan? How many animals?
I actually don't know because I don't count.
No, the
Well,
question is moral. How many more animals do you think it's morally
It's-
okay to die for you when you now know that it's an immoral thing to do?
None.
Yeah, I think so
Yeah.
too. That means you should go vegan today, Che.
Yeah, I think for you it is. I think we made a compelling case that you have now more moral pressure at the very least because you are aware now and you have responsibility now, and I think you should make an effort now, right? Also to live in integrity with yourself. I
Yes,
think.
yes.
If you need help, we are more than welcome to help you, especially when it comes down to the practical sides of veganism.
Yeah, Che. So
Like the
basically,
diet.
just choose one person out of everybody who were talking to you, whom you like the best, and send them a friend request. I think it should be Silva, frankly. I think Silva was very cool with you. So you can choose one person, like add them as a friend, and if you have questions, just don't hesitate to ask any of us. But, you know, whoever you like the best would be, I think, a good decision.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying it should be me. I'm saying it should be Silva.
No, no.
I cannot. I don't care who you choose. If you choose me, but I will. So I think. Where are you from, by the way?
South Asia.
So yeah, I could tell. Like we have it much easier than most other people in the sense that we have so much food that just makes it so easy for us, right? Like so
Yeah, but
many. Go on.
in my culture, there like
Which is what parts of? Are
the,
you India, Bengali, Sri Lanka?
I'm Nepali.
Okay, yeah.
In like many of the dishes, there is milk added.
Yeah, I know.
So turning them into vegan might be a little hard.
So agreed. Most of our I don't exactly know about Nepali dishes. I don't know when it comes to more North Indian stuff as well. But I have struggled with the exact same thing with like vegan desserts, and you could just make them with soy or Alpro products. You know what Shrikhand is?
No.
It's an Indian sweet dessert that's literally made from milk and like yogurt. But like you now, thanks to like just soy products everywhere, you can just make vegan desserts.
Oh.
But my point is that there are vegan desserts out there, and right now you're someone who's just even considering, oh wait, is this something I even want to do? You don't know all of the stuff that exists out there, right? You're in your mind, you're just going to be thinking of all the stuff that you can't have, right?
Yeah.
Which is fair, and I think everyone has been there. But you have to realize that there is vegan stuff out there, and you just have to look for it, right? And we can give you resources, like you could look up like you could be smart about it, and you know that's the way to go about it. Like, what kind of food do you eat on the daily? Like now, what does it look like?
I guess it's like normal rice, lentils, and stuff.
Vegan already.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
healthy. What else?
Well, I'm gonna say sorry for wasting your time.
You didn't waste our time.
I think she's gonna say she doesn't want to consider going vegan.
No, I'm gonna consider.
Well, I don't get the apology for then, because that's what we want everyone here to do.
It's just gonna take me time to, like, I don't know how to say it. Be used to it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Che. It's like really daunting and hard to change something and to get used to it if you don't start doing it, right? So once you start changing, once you just like commit to being vegan, it's gonna take time to get used to it for sure. But you can't get used to something if you haven't started.
If you never start.
I'll try, don't worry, I'll try.
Like,
And even when I have lots of people who I talk to, and they say they'll try, you know, they'll think about it. But if it's not like a solid commitment, that never happens, right?
I'm actually going to try. I'm not even lying.
Cool.
Can I suggest? Sorry, go on, Chase.
I was just gonna say, just to make it manageable, you know, make it easier for yourself. Don't think of it like, you know, a whole big
You're
life
missing out.
change and everything. You know, just take it one meal at a time, one day at a time, and it's very easy. You just buy something else.
May I also ask you, like, before you started the conversation and now that we almost came to an end, I guess, have you, like, what would you say is like now your conviction in terms of like veganism from 0 to 10?
8.5.
8.5. Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty high as well. Now, obviously, it's understandable that disputing or challenging like certain arguments once is usually not sufficient. Sometimes it can be. It can be helpful, obviously, to maybe write your concerns down again, and we can then maybe explain it again. Because again, yeah, I think we bombarded you with information, and then that you can maybe revisit our counter arguments.
Obviously,
you
can I
can
recommend one thing? I
Sure.
think you should I think you should watch one documentary just to kind of know what it is that we're talking about, because that has helped us put things into perspective so much easier. And I believe that once you see it, you just gotta ask yourself, do I really want to be part of it or not? It's as easy as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you willing to watch it? Are you willing to watch a documentary for us? Can you
Yeah,
promise us
course,
that
of
you'll watch a
course.
documentary?
Promise.
All right.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Like I would recommend you watch Dominion because it's so complete and you can kind of see everything that animals go through. But if anybody thinks of a better one, I don't know.
I think especially when it
I was
comes
gonna
to
suggest Mark Adud, because it's Indian based, and if he believes in those kind of values, that could be better as well. But Dominion's also great. Are you?
Yeah, I just-
But what's it called? Do you speak Hindi, Che?
Yeah, I speak Hindi.
Yeah, so I'd recommend Mark Adud.
Okay, I'll be sure to watch it.
And so that's the
also-
thing, right?
also,
Sorry, just one last thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. None of us here, like, okay, sorry, like at the start we were a bit intense, and I was just goofing around, to be honest. No, I just like telling non-vegans they're wrong. Sometimes, but
Actually,
look,
that's
we
why
all.
I was here. That's why
I know.
I
Sometimes you
came
kind of
on
have to
here.
give that rage bait, right? Sometimes you gotta hook them in. Like, you're wrong, and I'm gonna push you down, and to realize, you know what? Okay, you're right, and then we'll have a little bit of wholesome, like, okay, let's come to some common ground. But I think you can see all of us here are passionate, right? We all care about animals. We're not doing it for ourselves, and I think everyone here, like how Chip was trying to get you to promise the world. There is no way for us to follow up with you. There is no way for you could be lying to us the whole time. It's all your values, right? It's all your principles. If you say you are against animal abuse, if you are someone who actually doesn't want to cause harm, it's up to you, right? So all I'm trying to say is, like, I mean, we can only take you and your word for it. We can't follow you up on it. But if you truly, what's it called, are someone who tries to be as, consistent in their values, right? If you say I'm against slavery, and you follow through. If you say I'm against child abuse and you follow through. If you say you're against animal abuse, then follow through. That's what we're asking here, right?
Yeah.
So just asking for sincerity. But yeah, sorry, Chase, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that I posted in the chat. I don't know if you were looking at the chat, but I posted Dominion. It's on YouTube and it's free.
Thank you for the link.
Yeah, I mean, if you also want, like, now you got like a lot of information again. I think you could pick again like one person from this chat, and you can ask them various questions. Again, if you have any doubts, right? Like some counter arguments maybe, or like you need clarification again, ask them. If you need like tips for like the diet aspect, ask them.
We all want to help.
Yeah, but most importantly, I would say what I would argue, because someone mentioned actually like follow up, right? I would actually say make it a commitment, right? Because it is a commitment you have to make to yourself, but making a commitment to someone else is very powerful. So I would actually advise to you, the individual that you pick, maybe send them for the next, I don't know, maybe send them a few vegan meals, maybe for the next, I don't know, maybe send one or two meals, so that you know, and that we know that you followed through, right? For yourself, for us, and most importantly for the animals. That's just my take on it. If you want, make that commitment.
Right, can we move on to somebody else?
Good work, guys. Very efficient today.
Yeah. Incredibly efficient.
Chat, I recommend I put it in the chat, the Marketer documentary. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but I recommend just starting it.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
All right, thank you. Thank you for
No
letting
worries,
me
take
know.
care.
Yeah.
Thank you for being open-minded.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
And
Really
sincere.
appreciate it, yeah.
You can still stay here, by the way, if you want to listen to
Yeah,
other
you don't have to leave.
Yeah.
No, it's time for me to eat, so I have to go.
Vegan meal, right? First one.
Yes, of
Hey.
Yeah.
Yay.
Right.
course. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Forevia, if that's how you pronounce your name. What's up?
Hey, yes, it's Forevia.
Yeah, Forevia. Yeah, all right.
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm actually, hour
On a
5
roll.
of activism. Feels good.
Hell yeah.
What's your take on animal ethics?
Sorry, I'm not fluent in English.
Yeah. Well,
But I try to be vegan, but I'm afraid by my health. I know it's not the good way to have, but
you think it's not
I'm
healthy?
not strong enough.
You think
Yes?
it's not healthy to be vegan?
I think, but I don't have the good way. I have one second, please.
I mean, I could try a bit in French. I can speak French somewhat, but not so well.
It's all right. It's an English hub.
Sorry, sorry. I'm a very beginner.
No worries.
You're fine.
So just the question is, do you think you can be healthy on a vegan diet?
One second. I'm low and I run and I'm afraid of not getting enough without eating meat. My doctor said that. And
Did your doctor also say that there are iron supplements?
yes, with tardiferone and meat.
Yeah.
Red meat. I don't know if it's a good word, red meat.
Yeah.
But and I'm better now with meat and tardiferone. And I'm afraid to stop to eat meat.
Yeah.
I eat a very little bit, but
But Forevia, did you know that red meat is typed to be carcinogenic? I'm just like, because you seem to be focused on your health, but there is this detriment to eating red meat, right? To it, like you should stop eating red meat regardless of the conversation that we're having today. I'm just telling you this because I'm a certified nutritionist, and when I hear people say stuff like that, I think it's very important that they get actually informed. You should not be eating red meat if you can choose to. You should not be eating it because red meat is definitely not healthy.
And also, I think you said that you're only eating a little bit, so you're not even getting that much iron from it, and you can get much more from a supplement. So, for instance, I have a disorder. I have a sleeping disorder for which I have to also have like a very high ferritin, so very high amount of iron. And what I do is I take iron supplement with vitamin C inside, right? So it's a supplement of both iron and vitamin C It's 30 milligrams of iron and 60 milligrams of vitamin C. And when I was a meat eater, I was anemic because I didn't think that supplements exist, right? And then I went vegan, and now I take a supplement. I'm not anemic, I can donate blood, and my disorder is under control. So taking a supplement is a better way to get your iron higher, not just because you can get more of it, right, in a supplement, but also because it doesn't come with all the bad stuff that red meat has, the way Chip said, right? So it just comes as a supplement with no bad stuff in it.
And that's as well just like something on top, right? There are iron sources in plants and veggies as well.
Yeah, but when somebody is anemic, they should probably take a supplement. Or when somebody has
supplement with iron or vitamin B12?
Yeah. So what I do, I take a multivitamin that has like all the vitamins in it, and I take because I need so much iron. I also take an iron supplement.
You
on top of that.
A woman, I think.
I'm like AFAB, so assigned female at birth, but I'm non-binary.
Okay. But you are. Okay.
I menstruate, yes.
Yes. Okay. And every time I drink cow milk or cook a red meat, I feel like throwing up.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I'm scared to take the lab there. There are so many conflicting opinions out there, scientific. And
so the opinions are not conflicting. You just have to look at the highest evidence available, and that's in humans, and that's undeniable that you can be vegan or eating a plant-based diet and be just fine if you take the supplements of the things that you are generally missing, even on your non-vegan diet, right? So if you take an iron supplement and a B12 supplement, you're set, you can be vegan. I also take a multivitamin because I don't feel like cooking most of the time.
So I would suggest before we move on, because we have been talking about the diet aspect very much. So if I can ask you now, I can also speak a bit slower maybe. Do you know what veganism really is about?
I think, but you can explain.
Yeah. Okay.
For me, it's all vegetable with no
animal.
Yes,
Sans
no
animals.
animals, no eggs, no. I don't have the word from food. Bee food. Bees food. What is the
Honey.
word? Honey. Yes. Sorry. Yes. For me, it's vegan people.
Yeah, exactly. So, but do you know why? Pourquoi?
Good word.
La raison pourquoi le
Carne.
Oh my
You
God.
eat anything? Yeah.
Yeah, oui, qu'est-ce que c'est la raison philosophique?
La baguette.
Yes, with cheese and foie gras. No, you can explain, but I think
Yeah, okay.
the respect for the animals.
Yes, exactly. That is it. It is about respect and.
No spécisme.
Mais plus important, c'est le aspect sans exploitation. So we are against exploiting animals, basically.
Yes, but with this way, you can eat animals without exploitation, like a little farmer with
that's still
animal with a good life.
That's still
You know?
exploitation. If you have a good life, but I keep you only to kill you for meat, that is still exploitation.
Yeah.
And if the animals die, comment dire, de vieillesse, tu comprends le français, s'il meurt de vieillesse, est-ce que c'est de l'exploitation s'il meurt et que tu le manges quand même?
Yeah, so if an animal in the wild, in the forest, dies, it would be strange and weird and dangerous for you to eat them, but you didn't keep the animal for food. You didn't, so it's not exploitation. And you didn't kill them, so it's not murder.
Okay.
Okay. And then it's like your decision. You want to eat corpse, go for it. If you want to eat dead bodies, you can eat dead bodies. I wouldn't.
No, but you know, doctors in France say that plant-based protein aren't as complete or nutritious as animal proteins. You know.
Yeah,
and
I just
every
finished.
doctor I see say that.
That's poor.
Yeah, so
by the way,
I don't know
I'm a
why,
certified.
but I'm scared.
Look. If you push,
you're
so
scared?
hold on, guys. I'm streaming.
Hello.
If you push the streaming right where I stream, if you push that, I'll show you about protein, plant protein. There you go.
Yes.
Yes, are you watching? Okay. So first of all, something that's
post-mortem. Yes, it's you. Okay.
yeah. So all plant foods have all 9 essential amino acids. So those are the amino acids on top here. So legumes have them, beans, lentils, peas, grain, pasta, nuts, everything, vegetables, even fruit. Even fruit have all the 9 amino acids, all the amino acids that you need. Amino acids are the thing that makes protein in our body. Now, we have a lot of research now about people being in 2 groups. One eats animal protein, the other doesn't eat animal protein and eats only plants. So this is young men, and they were eating either animal protein or plant protein, and then they lifted weights, right? So create muscle. And the result is a high protein, right? If you eat enough protein, so exclusively plant-based diet, right, is not different than protein-matched mixed diet. So eating either animal protein or plant protein, right, or together, right? So if you eat a plant protein, you can grow the same amount of muscle as if you eat animal protein. Another study right here in adult people, so like people who are getting older. It says a well-balanced vegan diet providing a variety of plant-based protein sources that does not compromise daily MPS rates when compared with an isocaloric, isonutritious, omnivorous diet. So plant protein and animal protein are the same in older people. And this
they
is
also
they
also did a study on like, can vegans be sexy? And the studies, like, they didn't give any result. They just gave a picture of Chase and it's in the chat. That was just the answer.
Yeah. There is another study right here. So this is actually was meat industry paid for this study, and the conclusion, they had no choice, was also that it doesn't matter if you eat plant protein or animal protein, the results are the same. You can build muscle, you can live well on plant protein.
Yeah, and let me just say, like, some doctors like are stupid with some things. Like, my dad is a doctor, but he believes that the earth is only 6,000 years old. Okay? So he believes in all kinds of superstition and like supernatural weird stuff. So what, instead of a doctor, you want to find a nutritionist or a dietitian. And our friend, that Chip guy, is a certified nutritionist. A dietitian would be even better, you know, but we don't have a dietitian here.
I see 2 dietitians, and they said take a cow milk when you cow milk, called skyr.
Skimmed
Yes.
milk.
No,
Skyr.
skyr.
Skyr, it's
Yeah.
about low fat cow milk with high protein.
Yeah, but the reason why they
when
the reason
when
why
I
they
weigh
so the reason why they recommend you that is because that's the average, right? If they expect like that, every person that they see, they expect them to not be vegan, so they're gonna make non-vegan recommendations. But if you tell a nutritionist or a dietitian that you want to be vegan, they'll provide you with the vegan sources for any of your needs. Do you understand why
Yeah.
they were telling you that?
I mean, cheap, maybe not in France. France is kind of fucked.
Why is veganism still so rare?
France is kind of just weird. You guys are weird. Everywhere else, it's great to be vegan. It's really good.
Well, it might
Yeah,
just be a cultural thing, you know, like a lot of people in a lot of countries are addicted to meat and dairy and eggs, you know, because they just we like our favorite foods that we grew up with and stuff like that. And doctors are not nutritionists or dietitians, you know, like a general doctor is good at a lot of things, but they're not an
Not
expert
nutrition.
in nutrition and diet.
So I have a friend who, my best friend is a medicine student, and in his old like 8-year-old course, they only get one like course on nutrition, like 1 8-hour course in the 8-year like thing, and it's like they don't really get taught enough of it, right? Nutritionists and dietitians, they're the people who actually study about this, and they're the people who are on top of all this education on nutrition.
Which
And if
countries
it-
have them? Oh, sorry.
And if I was just gonna say, like, if a nutritionist or a dietitian is telling you that you need to eat animal products for protein or iron, then they're either lying to you or they're misinformed. But either way, they're going against the scientific consensus. The literature is very clear that all the nutrients we need is found in a plant-based diet. You got to take B12. You know, I just take a daily multivitamin pill to make sure I get everything I need, you know.
Same.
But B12 is really important.
So
In France, I think we're exposed to a lot of anti-vegan lobbying, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
to conclude,
You guys had the anti-meat labeling.
Yeah, so to come back basically to the I think the word incomplete protein that you just mentioned before, I think it's a bit unfortunate because the thing is all plants have all proteins, but the issue is what they mean with incomplete basically is that the amino acids, you know what amino acids are?
No.
Yeah, so amino acids are the building blocks of a protein. So you can basically imagine a protein is like a long string, and you have like these little blocks, and they form a protein.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the science, they basically say if one block of protein is not so high enough, then we call it incomplete.
Mm-hmm.
But all the blocks are there. So, for instance, rice has very little, let's say, leucine. Like leucine is one amino acid, but it is very high in methionine. So if it does not have so much leucine, they call it incomplete. But it still has it.
Leucine, sorry, leucine.
What?
What is a leucine?
It's one
Yeah,
of the amino acids. It's one of the
Yeah, they're-
building blocks of protein.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, this entire point of like complete or incomplete, in the real world where you live and where I live, it is not important. Let me tell you why. Because if you eat like every day, you don't eat just one. You don't just eat one food. You eat a lot of foods, and your body takes all the building blocks, like what it needs, and then it builds a protein. It builds a protein, basically. So this entire point is a huge myth, in my opinion. It's irrelevant. It's actually not
scientific. Yeah.
Yeah, it is irrelevant, and we actually also showed you studies that actually proved this, right? So because if you eat a lot of foods, your body will build the protein, and unless you eat only rice every day for like a year, you won't have any issues. This theory of incomplete protein actually was developed. I think it was a woman, and she studied tribes in Africa, and there it was important, because if these people there only eat one food, they run into protein deficiencies, right?
Okay.
But if you make sure that you eat like a lot of like just food, basically, don't eat just one food, you are good to go. You're safe. It's not an issue. I can promise.
To put like a simple analogy, a house is made of bricks and steel and other components, right? With plants, some plants have more bricks, some plants have more steel rods, right? But if you're eating a nice variety of different things, you will ultimately get every material you need to make the house, right? That's what he's trying to say.
Okay.
So eat a healthy variety of plants and you'll be fine.
If it can
And
help
that's-
in my case, I'm taking vegan way.
Yeah. And obviously we see this proof, right? We see this with like just people who are vegan bodybuilders, like in chat Chase posted.
Yeah.
This is in
Which
the middle.
countries
This is
have,
cheap, by the way. The person who's holding the box saying vegan muscle, this is the nutritionist you were talking to. That's cheap.
Yeah, that's
Oh, Chip, that's you.
Yeah, in the middle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which countries have the most vegan people?
I can look that up right now.
I think it's the UK these days. I think it's like 5+%. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I saw that.
Israel or
Come on, Felix.
Israel, I think even, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
I
maybe
think
Israel and
India-
UK are matched.
Okay.
India and Mexico also has a high percentage.
Nice. Yeah, India is growing in vegans, but generally speaking, India as a country is pretty
Hey,
terrible.
again.
Pretty terrible to their
W's.
animals. Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
You don't agree with me,
But
so
I wasn't. I was gonna say India for the W, but it's not good.
Yeah. Are we
I
getting
was
there
in
though?
France, like last.
Yeah, like the vegans in India are killing it. They're doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
W's.
I just wanted to add that, like, I was in France last year, and actually, there's a lot of options still. I think maybe they're not as friendly labeled, but there are a lot of options.
Wait, are you telling me Alex O'Connor lies?
Ah, come on.
Bro.
Obviously.
Yeah, and we have a very good food, obviously, in France.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean-
yes, if I want really, I can have a good food, good vegan food. But
Exactly.
Oh, you can move to India. Almost all food is vegan.
But if I
I
can
love
give
my
also some
country,
advice. So because you're afraid of the iron thing, so in my certified when I studied to be a certified nutritionist, one of the things they mentioned for people who eat who need more iron, they said always take the iron with vitamin C. So I'm not sure if you're already doing that, but if you take your iron supplement with vitamin C, then absorption will be greatly improved.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You shouldn't have any issues.
Yeah, that's what I do. So it's 30 milligrams of iron and 60 milligrams of vitamin C. And there is also like a B12 in there as well, just for good measure. So
And
definitely.
also-
I drink a lot of matcha tea.
Yeah.
And it's very bad for iron.
Yeah. But take a
And,
supplement. So take 60 milligrams of iron. I don't know. Just like, stop drinking matcha tea,
Yeah. But it's an addiction.
I know, I drink coffee, although it also supposedly... By the way, I'm not sure that it was replicated in human health outcomes, cheap, do you know? like things like matcha in the coffee, like impeding absorption of iron? Do you know if it was replicated in like RCTs or something?
Yeah.
I actually don't know that, but I do know that the recommendation is to not drink coffee or something with caffeine when if you care about iron absorption. And I also wanted to mention, because if you want heme iron, by the way, I think Impossible Meat has actual heme iron in it. And I'm not sure if you can find it in France though, but I'm just saying,
it's not
like,
impossible.
there are.
Is it Impossible or Beyond? I think
Impossible is
Yeah.
the one who has heme iron. I don't think Beyond has heme iron. But either way, like our point is that I think that if you were to take like iron with vitamin C and let's say no coffee, so that you don't hinder absorption, or green tea, then if you are not absorbing the iron that you need from that, then you may also not be absorbing the iron that you get from meat. That's what I would.
Okay.
So you shouldn't really have any issues from
yeah, there
that
is
alone.
Impossible Meat in France. You can get it there.
Yeah, but what I otherwise could also recommend to you if you want to be a vegan, and they are very, very, very healthy. I think that Chip Guy can also agree. Replacing red meat maybe 3 times per week with, or like, I mean, obviously replace it altogether, but I would say if you eat 3 times per week lentils or legumes, beans, very, very healthy, and they have also a good amount of iron as well.
Oh,
they have
tofu.
iron.
Tofu has a lot of
And-
iron.
Yeah, and
I
you have
only eat white meat, and red meat makes me feel sick.
Then there's
Yeah,
not
we
much
have-
iron
we
in it
have-
anyways.
Yeah, because we have some studies actually that have shown that if you replace like red meat or meat in general with with lentils, like
Lentils,
it-
sorry, I don't have the word.
you know, legume. I think I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. If you replace it, like if you eat instead of red meat like lentils or beans, it's like very healthy, but it's also it helps you against like heart disease. You know, that is very important.
And by
Because-
the way, if you only eat white meat, you're not getting much iron from
Yeah.
white meat anyway.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I said.
Why? Why?
Doesn't have any.
It's just
Doesn't have
yeah,
much.
it barely has any. Yeah.
It's the red meat.
Yeah, red meat has the
Yeah, the
iron.
iron
Have
comes from, like, the blood.
more iron than white meat.
Yeah, significantly. But also you
Yeah,
should
the
eat
reason why-
neither.
The reason why red meat is red is because of the iron.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
Okay,
The blood.
I don't know. For me, meat is meat with the same iron.
No. So not all meat has the same. So I mean, I don't want to speak so much about animal foods here, or animal products, but yeah, liver, for instance, would have very like a lot, super a lot, like iron. But again, as a vegan, you can also get like your iron from, as I said, like beans and lentils. Tofu also has iron.
And the supplement.
Yeah,
Just a
and-
supplement.
Yeah, or yeah, if you are deficient, if you have if you have anemia, for instance, then I would definitely recommend like supplementing it. That's very important, because if you
Yeah.
are if you are deficient, you actually have to get your levels back again, and that's a bit harder than to just cover your needs. So you need even higher dosage, basically.
I can't
That's what
believe
I'm
your
saying.
doctor didn't tell you to take a supplement. I'm actually
No.
crazy. That's crazy. Your doctor
Yeah,
should
my
tell
mom-
you
Yeah, that
take a
seems
supplement.
Yeah, my mother also had like anemia, and she also supplemented, and then she got over her deficiency.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
That's what
Doctor,
happened to
in
me.
France,
Listen. Hello, listen to me, please. Hello, everyone. Everyone, hello. Listen.
Don't shout. Don't shout.
Nigga. Very nigga.
Oh,
Whoa, crazy.
doctor
Probably
in
just heard
France
that.
are
Whoa.
not for the vegan food.
Yeah, if we can not do that.
Yeah, I'm
please.
working on it. Hold on, I'm
Alright,
just
thank you.
seeing what's going on. Keep going.
Yeah, sorry for Evia, you can say no.
No, okay. I've always known I would eventually become vegan. For me, I'm actually a flexitarian people. And because I could never kill an animal myself. But I've never taken the leap.
Yeah, I think you should. I think you are morally understanding, right? That you should be vegan, right?
Okay.
Yeah, if you morally understand this, you will find a way. There is nothing magical in meat or other animal products. You can replace everything.
I think really it's about lobbying and
Nigga.
law.
It's another one.
All right, sorry.
That's fine.
No, it's okay. I said it's about a lot of lobbying and not much courage on my part, I think.
Yeah.
Really,
Well, everyone has to start
I
somewhere.
like honey, eggs, and it's not much courage and a big culture with a lot of meats and yes,
Yeah,
it's a
Everyone
French
has to start
culture,
somewhere.
you know.
Yeah, it's like an
Everyone has to
education.
start somewhere.
It's like an education process. You just have to get new education basically, right? So we probably all have our habits, and yeah, sometimes we have to learn new things, and yeah, to question things as well, right? And that's why we're here, to have a discussion and yeah, to help you out, if you want. Yeah.
And keep in mind that all of us come from meat cultures. All cultures around the world are usually heavy meat, heavy animal products. Like,
I think.
it's
While
And,
we're talking about iron, I might just put this out there as well. There are these things called like iron fishes, like these literal fishes made out of iron. So you could just put them in your, and it will basically leach iron into the food. Or using an iron cast pan, that will help with iron as well.
Or just take a supplement.
That as well, but I like the concept of having a fish in my curry. That feels cool. I'm just mixing around. There's a fish just swimming, made out of iron.
Okay.
Truly embodying that veganism. The love.
Right.
But supplements are the cheapest, most surefire way. You just
So-
don't have to worry about it at all.
Here's the thing about supplement, guys. So whenever there is a study about nutrition, whenever there is a study about deficiency of this vitamin, of this mineral, the end result is the authors always write in the conclusion, if somebody is deficient of this nutrient, then they should take a supplement. Nobody in scientific literature is going to advise to eat more of this food or less of this food and use this iron skillet or this other stuff. They are always going to advise to take a supplement because it's the most sure, the most safe way to get your nutrition up.
And it also makes sense because if you have an iron deficiency, they can assume that you probably already should have gotten the iron from the food that you're eating. So hence why they should yet again suggest you should take a supplement. Maybe it helps to know that most doctors actually don't get nutritional training. It's a real problem.
Too busy fighting insurance companies. At least in America.
I mean, it also makes sense if you think about it, right? Why would doctors need to know about nutrition? Because doctors study
exactly.
the human body, right? They know everything about the body. They kind of know what the body needs, but they don't know where they can get those needs from. Hence, we have experts that know what their needs are from, right? Like dietitians or nutritionists, as Chase said.
Yeah, so if you have any questions for F, yeah, you can just let us know. Otherwise, I can also recommend on YouTube, the guy is called Simon Hill. He's pretty good. I can really recommend him. I will write it in the chat. Yeah. So, yeah, Simon Hill or Nutrition Made Simple.
But the issue is Simon Hill doesn't recommend, like, he's not vegans, right? So he's not gonna only recommend plant foods. Somebody who has the ethics of, like the vegan ethics, should take it into consideration that what Simon Hill is proposing is like general health, right? And and you can get to the same place health-wise if you just are plant-based, but it's gonna take different paths. You're gonna eat different foods than what he recommends. So if you have the vegan ethics, the health stuff can be solved within the vegan nutrition. It is always possible by taking a supplement, usually. Just take a supplement. I have a bone to grind with everybody else who's talking about nutrition. Taking a supplement is the best way to get to your nutritional adequacy, I think. Yeah. But, also don't forget to eat actual food because it's tasty and it has also a lot of nutrients in it.
That should be your main source.
Yeah. And take a supplement, multi-supplement for, like, good measure is my thing. Right. What are we going to do? We're not going to continue. Oscar, what's up?
Mais non, mais c'est pas parce que sur à côté, c'est pas parce que sur l'anneau, il y a 11% qui existe.
Ooh, a lot of French talking on the side there.
Oui, oui.
Oui, la les annonces. Et le master, c'est tout, oui, il a juste les restes, le reste, c'est de lui, il va.
Have you been vegan for a long time?
I've been vegan for almost 10 years. In a few months, I'm gonna have the, what do you call it?
And how old are you?
I'm gonna hit 45 almost exactly when I'm gonna hit 10 years vegan.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been vegan for like 6 years. I am 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've been vegan for 14 years and I'm 42.
That's impressive.
Yeah, GG.
GG.
GG Nore. Well played.
Oh, a bunch of vegans today.
So, Oscar, you want to talk to us? We don't bite. We're vegans. We don't bite sentient beings.
Unless you're mean.
Yeah. Then we're gonna bite a little, just metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
Yeah. I love that point. All right. Should we raid another room? I do need to get some food at some point. I'm just gonna get like a little bite to hold me off for a little longer. If you're raiding, please let me know where to go and I'll get there. Okay? I'll just take 2 minutes to get like something to bite on.
That was actually a very good imitation. Damn.
Ay.
Like live voice acting for the Minecraft movie.
Zombie jockey.
What?
Hey.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey, yeah, that's the one.
Have you seen how like everyone's just going batshit crazy over that?
Yep.
Like cinemas like just being left in absolute chaos.
Yeah.
I find it hilarious.
Let's see. Cool. Why is this not mixing?
I mean, what we also could do is perhaps go to the politics server, to the communist room, perhaps. I think these are low-hanging fruits. Maybe.
I'm scared
I'm
of
down.
politics.
Okay.
If you wanna, what's it called, tag me in that room. I'm pretty sure I'm on the
Or like,
server.
or like maybe the Dharma room. I think all of these like positions are very low-hanging fruits. I think sometimes.
I'm down. You lead the way, boss.
Or like an atheist base, okay, well, atheists can also be sometimes very stubborn.
Yeah. Holy shit, atheists suck.
Isn't everyone here an atheist?
I'm an anti-theist.
Yeah.
Oh! I've
I'm-
never
yeah.
met an anti-theist.
Well, now you have.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to the view, but I'm also somewhat like a believer of like kind of a choice. But yeah, you know.
I think religion, when it's diluted enough, when it's just cultural, is fine.
Yeah, when it's cultural, it
There are-
doesn't actually have any consequences to it, so
Exactly,
who cares?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like we have Islam and Muslim in like the West, and then we have Islam and Muslims in the East, and it's just the amount of oppression and
What the fuck?
yeah.
Wait, I'm just reading some news. There is a 145% tariff on all Chinese goods in US.
Yeah, I
That's
saw
a,
that.
That's a bit.
And Trump's proud about it.
What the fuck?
G, what's up?
Or Cross, what's up, Cross? G, whoever wants to speak up. What brings you guys here?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a
You
fart.
need to turn off your voice changer. You need to turn off your voice changer, bro.
All right, are we raiding?
Let's do it. Let's go to the politics server.
Yeah. Server, the politics server? No.
Oh.
Fuck that place. It's just a waste of time. Nobody in there ever goes vegan, ever.
Well, that's because you've never been there with me.
What about like the? Well, is it possible to go to the pronunciation room? Is that no? I don't. Are these like classes or what is that?
Oh, we're gonna
No
go
idea.
sentience.
Empathy, compassion.
Animal ethics. Well, I'm gonna
Idiot,
suck at
intermediate.
pronunciation.
Well, that is also full actually. So
Oh, Felix is deafened, so Felix is really good at finding places to raid. Chase, do you have any propositions?
Brother, I just saw a clip. Oh my god, please, you need to watch this later. It's something fucked in relation to like recently what happened with Minecraft, but also like animal rights issue.
All right, I'm gonna watch it
Can-
later. Thank you.
It's
Right.
kind of fucked, but yeah. It's
Muff,
content.
I want to see.
I'll send it to you.
what's
as well.
up? What's up, Muff? What brings you here? Or Roberto?
Roberto to me, Wing.
Yes, Roberto. What's up? What brings you here?
I don't know. I just wanna hear. I don't know.
Yeah. We can have,
Huh? What?
yeah, we can have like a chat about veganism. Do you know what veganism is?
Yeah. Like the one that eat this greeneries.
They eat grass, correct?
Yeah, eat grass. Yeah, eat grass.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you know why we eat grass?
Because we love animals. Yay. Yeah.
Well,
Hello. Because we love animals. Animals.
Well,
It's not about love. Somebody can not love somebody, but yet not want to kill them or exploit them.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's about ethics. So even if I
Yeah.
don't like you, Roberto, it doesn't mean that I
Yeah.
should kill you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same for animals. I don't have to like cows. I just have to think that they are morally worthy of having their life and not be taken away from them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
So what do you think about
But do you
that?
like animals? But do you like animals?
I like them from afar. I'm allergic to most of them, so I don't
Oh.
come close.
Okay. I see.
Some animals I don't
But what-
like. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Still-
Okay.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the carnivores? Because the carnivores eat other animals.
Yeah, so that's not really like a vegan question because veganism usually deals about what humans do. But I personally think
okay.
that if we can stop carnivores from eating animals, killing animals, we should. I don't know if we can though. I'm not sure if we can. But it's definitely something bad is going on there, right? Like if you see a lion about to eat a gazelle, something bad is about to happen, in my opinion.
Okay. But yeah, I see. But what do you think about in the zoo? Because in the zoo we have to feed them and other things, and yeah.
Yeah, so zoos, the way they are right now, I think shouldn't exist. I think there should be sanctuaries and not zoos. Because zoos exploit animals. They kill a lot of animals as well, right? So, yeah, so I think if we turn zoos into sanctuaries, we're gonna stop exploiting and killing animals in those sanctuaries, and we're gonna take care of everybody, right? Zoos also
okay.
breed a lot of animals. They buy and sell animals, so it's like slavery.
Oh, I see.
Animals
Point of a
become
zoo.
insane in zoo, I think.
Yeah, they do. Well, not insane, but they get depressed. We see patterns of them, and like just poor mental health.
Okay.
I mean, they're getting close in a space for their whole life. When they're in the wild, they get to go anywhere. They have unlimited freedom. They travel kilometers and kilometers. They are constantly migrating. when you put them in a tiny little cage, they don't get to do that.
But actually, I think it's my thing. If the carnivores eat plants and not other animals, the real environment will not be stable, I think, because there will be overpopulated thing like rats. Right now, there's not the carnivores that eat rat in our house. So there's a lot of rats and other things. So it's unstable, you know.
You know
what I mean?
Yeah, you know what the species that harms the environment the most? There is like this invasive species that harms the environment the most. Yeah, it's humans. Do you think it's then okay to introduce into humans a carnivore who can eat humans and therefore reduce our impact on the environment? Or do you think maybe we should deal with it differently and not through like killing and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question, but it's kind of not a vegan question. It's kind of changing the subject a little bit, you know? It's still animal ethics, I'll give you that, but it's not vegan ethics.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit separate.
Okay. What's a vegan ethic?
Yeah, so it's the rejection of exploitation and killing of sentient animals for unnecessary reasons, unjustifiable reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are against like not only eating animal products or like buying animal products. A vegan is also against riding horses, for instance, right? Or going to circuses. We have problems with testing on animals, right? So whenever we use an animal, we think it's problematic because the question that a vegan is always asking is it now in the 21st century, is it necessary to use an animal for our pleasure? Is it necessary? And the answer is usually, or in most cases, no, it is not necessary. If I want to have pleasure or entertainment, I don't have to ride a horse. I can watch Netflix or listen to Spotify or go on YouTube or whatever, right? Or I can go for a walk, right? If I want to have food, I don't have to eat meat. I can eat tofu or tempeh or oats, potatoes, beans, you know?
But what about the research
What the
against
fuck are you
the cancer and other disease?
Yeah, so meat causes cancer.
Yeah, but I talked about the research.
Animal experiments, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so...
What do you think about?
Yeah, so this subject is a little more complicated, but
Yeah.
generally speaking, testing on animals actually impedes our ability to find cures for all kinds of diseases. So a lot of researchers even will tell you, well, we can cure cancer in rats, but we cannot extrapolate that to a cure of cancer in human beings. So the translation rate from testing on animals to humans is ridiculous. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% of times, right? There is a lot of like, do you know what aspirin is?
Yeah.
Yeah, aspirin is a very important drug. Basically, most people after they hit 60, they start taking aspirin because it prolongs their life. But aspirin almost didn't exist because it was tested in cats and it found to be toxic in cats.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then, like, absolutely accidentally, somebody picked it up and decided to test it again. And now we have this miracle drug called aspirin. So consider the same thing about cancer. Like, we could have found the cure already, but because rats, who are not human, had some kind of toxicity to it, we didn't continue testing it on humans. And therefore, we could have cured cancer already, but we didn't.
Yeah.
And ethically speaking, I don't know what right we have as humans to prioritize human health over literally like any other species. Like, we take those animals, we torture them, and we kill them in hope to prolong our own life. And I don't think we have the moral right to do so, especially in the 21st century when there are like alternatives to this kind of research.
Alternative cure.
Sorry?
So for
I'm sorry,
testing,
but,
what should we do?
Sorry?
There are
So for
non-animal
that,
methods.
and
So if you
anything
look
for
up,
what
you just search up.
Sorry,
You'll
what was
find
the
a bunch of
question? I'm
things.
sorry.
Speak.
He's talking about what are the alternatives to animal testing then, right? We
Yeah.
have other methods and they're called non-animal methods, or NAMs for short. You could look this up. You could have organ on a chip. You could have human volunteers. You could have simulations, computer simulations. And there's many other stuff as well. They're called non-animal methods if you want to look them up.
Yeah. So human on chip and organoids are the best ones, especially if you take organoids and connect them to the microfluidic systems. It can replicate the human condition pretty well. The problem is that microfluidic systems are kind of expensive, but people don't think that you buy this microfluidic system and outside of like maintenance, if it breaks, you need to fix it. You can reload it over and over and over again without paying more and more and more. Whereas for animals, you can't reload animals. You have to like impregnate rats and then you test on the babies. You take away the babies from the mother rat and you test on babies and you do it again and again and again. It's pretty shit. They do the same with like beagles in the UK with dogs. And in Australia, there is also a lot of dog testing. Primate testing, all kinds of animals we exploit. And I don't think we have the moral right to do so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I hate mosquitoes.
Yeah, same. I hate mosquitoes as well. So the
Mosquitoes
difference
are
is
parasites.
Yeah, the difference is that mosquitoes they actually attack you, and you have your right to defend them. But I think you should first, before you kill them, you should take the precaution and put like nets on your windows. It's what I do. You can use like a body lotion that repels mosquitoes and stuff like that, right? So you can make it so that you have like less chance of a mosquito coming in. But then once they attack you and they don't stop, right? You can't deter them. You can't talk to them. You can't stop them in any other way. Then it's justifiable to kill them.
Okay.
I actually like, I wouldn't have an issue because killing a mosquito, because if it doesn't get me, I'm still allowing it to attack me again. Just their existence is a harm to humanity. Mosquitoes kill humans the most, right? More than humans, right? Deaths caused by mosquitoes and the diseases they carry, like far outweigh what even humans do to each other. So I wouldn't have an issue killing a mosquito because I don't want it to come back to me. I don't want it to survive and have a chance to hurt another human as well.
Yeah, well, there
Like
also a lot of people don't know that only some types of mosquitoes are blood-sucking. The rest are just like pollinators,
Yeah.
plant eaters. So we can just kill exterminate the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that obviously the issue is the parasitic mosquitoes, like
Yeah.
not other mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you have bed bugs
Even-
for Evia, you have my vegan
Exactly.
permission to kill bed bugs.
I have a shield on my bed against us. It's like I don't have the English word. It's a filet ou quelque chose comme ça.
I don't know.
So comme ça.
Un filet.
Lice? I don't know.
No. Once again.
Describe them.
But I also want to point out that again, if we come back to the point of veganism,
Net above the bed.
Yeah, oh my god, kill them.
Net hanging.
Kill them, motherfuckers. I had bed bugs, it's a terrible thing. I'm also like allergic to most animals, so when a mosquito bites me, it's like, that's it, I won't be able to fall asleep. So I'm like extra sensitive to all that stuff. So bed bugs, mosquitoes, for all I care, it can disappear tomorrow. I wouldn't mind.
yeah, and also keep in mind that like if veganism is against exploitation, right? Killing something by self-defense, right, is not a form of exploitation, right? It's defense. So because you don't use an animal, right, you defend yourself. It's basically the same. I mean, you also believe in human rights, correct?
But
if someone, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so if you believe in human rights, you know, and you think humans shouldn't be exploited, if someone comes into your house and doesn't want to leave, obviously you have the power or the right to defend yourself, right? You're not exploiting someone, you're defending yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we can take a little bit of honey from bees, just a little
Honey.
bit, not an exploitation like an industry, you know, but just a little bit if you are an apiculture. I don't know if it's a good word, but you work with bee like a farmer, little farmer. Do you understand me?
I mean, kinda,
So
but I
there-
just don't understand why you need honey at all.
Because it's so sweet and good.
Yeah, you can.
And
there are
it's exploitation or not? If you take a little bit, but bees can eat with
Yeah, so I would say, again, the question comes back to the point of, is it necessary? I mean, obviously the answer is always no. And then you have to say, okay, what are the alternatives, right? And there we have like a lot of, how do you call it? Like syrups, I think it's like called syrups that you call it in English.
Agave
Yeah.
syrups and then just
Yes.
like
But
man-made.
what about the nature pleasure? You know?
Yeah,
Right.
well,
What
when
do you
it
mean?
comes, when your pleasure comes at the expense of somebody who might be sentient, I'm not sure if bees are sentient or not, but I think there is a good chance that they are, right? That they can feel, they experience, some would claim that they can dream and they sleep together, so all kinds of stuff. So I would say if it comes at the expense of exploiting somebody or harming somebody, and the bee industry, the honey industry does harm bees, then, and if it's possible for you to avoid, you probably should avoid it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's also
yeah.
called, in philosophy, if we are not sure whether something can feel pain, I think now there are some conditions you have to evaluate, but I think it makes sense to use the precautionary principle to be a bit cautious, right?
Yeah.
If you don't know, be careful. You have to look at the costs, right? Because if you are wrong, right, and what? Yeah.
Pain about what?
Yeah, so if we don't know
if the bees can feel something if we don't know, right? And if you are wrong,
Take a little bit.
What?
If we take a little bit of honey, you think bees can feel the pain about that?
Well, so firstly, to have these like honeybees, they wouldn't stay next to humans if we are constantly going to them, right? We make them stay in one place, and the way we do that is either we clip the wings of the honeybee, or we just like keep it in a prison, right? Keep it in a glass tube, right?
Sorry, you speak so fast for me. Sorry.
Sorry.
No,
So imagine there's a hive, right? There's a whole hive, a honey hive, right? That's like millions and millions of bees.
like a weed. Sorry.
A hive, so it's like a collection of bees.
Okay.
So this hive, it moves with its queen, right? Queen bee. Where the queen bee goes, the hive goes. Now, if there is a human who is constantly opening up their hive and taking honey out, honeybees, they don't want to be disturbed, right? So what usually happens is if there's a lot of disturbance, the honeybee, the queen honeybee, will move and they'll make a new hive, right?
Just a little bit, so the queen move.
No, it's not. There is no little bit, because these animals exist to be exploited for honey. So even if you take a little bit, the queen bee is being tortured, right? They're being like, if they're sentient, they're being tortured, and then after 2-3 years, they just being replaced. The entire bee colony, they're just being killed, and then new colony is replacing them. So even if you take a little bit, you pay into exploitation and torture of animals, potentially sentient animals.
Yes, because it's a case with honey in a supermarket.
I mean, the supermarket, it comes to supermarkets from the big colonies, from farms, right?
Yeah.
When you can just grab agave. Agave is great. Maple syrup is delicious.
That's interesting. Maple syrup.
Yeah.
Golden syrup.
Agave in French. Sirop d'agave.
It's a type of syrup that's made to be like a honey replacement. It's a very sweet syrup with the similar kind of viscosity to honey.
I like dates.
Yeah,
dates are great
is
as well.
also pretty. Yeah, date syrup is also pretty.
Honey and caramel.
Caramel.
Yeah.
Like sugar. Sorry, I don't have the word. Yes, caramel. Okay.
It also just gets in the way of natural, like wild bees, right? It gets in the way of pollination by just the native bees, because these huge honey hives are taking over.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with eggs.
In what way?
Exploitation.
Yeah.
Chicken.
Chickens are definitely sentient. So there's not even
I'm a
a
professional
question.
fighter, and every professional fighter I've ever met eats meat. Meat is power.
Jesus
Do I
Christ.
need to mute people?
That's brilliant,
again?
Andrew Tate.
Thank you, Andrew Tate. You brain
Let's
dead
work it
vessel.
out. There's no vegetarian alive I wouldn't fight. David.
Can we stop with the AI stuff? Because I will actually have to mute you. Thank you.
I think that's AI. I think that's just compilations. I think he's actually said that. But he's wrong. There are obviously vegan. There are vegan like fighters. There are vegan MMA contestants. There are vegan bodybuilders. There are vegan strong men. There are vegan Olympians. It's just he's living in a delusion.
Also, Andrew Tate is skinny as fuck. Yes, I said it. Andrew Tate is skinny. His lifting routine is terrible.
Are you lying?
He's got a soundboard.
Yeah.
But anyways, if we come back to the topic of pleasure, right? Because you mentioned earlier, you mentioned pleasure, right? So
Yeah.
I asked that earlier someone else, right? We can make let's say a calculation, right? So I want to ask you, like a calculation, right? What do you think? How long is the pleasure of eating, like, let's say, a chicken or a cheese?
Ah.
How long?
Ah.
You can be very optimistic. I don't.
Yeah,
It's okay.
just like a few minutes, really, but.
Yeah. And how long do you think it takes to buy, for instance, vegan products if you're now a beginner? Let's say it takes with education. Let's say with education on the internet, because you need some help. Maybe it takes 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have like maybe 4 hours and the food of enjoyment, like pleasure, maybe 10 minutes. So you have maybe 4 hours and 15 minutes. Now I'm asking you, how long do these animals have to suffer, and how long is death?
I don't have the answer.
Yeah. So if I kill like an animal, right? If I kill an animal, and also like just imagine in your head, like the last 10 minutes of the animal, what is going on inside, right? Because these animals, they see what is going on. Like if a cow is in a small room, the farmer is pushing the cow, right? And they smell the blood of the other cows. They hear screams, right? The last 10 minutes. Like, and I'm just talking about the last 10 minutes, right?
Yeah,
10
it's
minutes.
an horror movie. I know.
Yeah, exactly. And if they are dead, right? This can never come back. So they lose their life. They lose something they care about a lot. Actually, life is the thing they care the most, because it is something that if you take it away, you can never get back, right? So if I, let's say, take your smartphone or your shoes or your television, you can get that back. But if I take away your life is something you can never get back again. And this is the same with animals. So we have 4 hours for the positive, and we have something that you can never get back with the animal, right? So I wanted to be honest with you, like, right? We have like maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, right? Maybe it's a bit more, I don't care. But on the other side, we have something you cannot count.
Is my mic working? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Well, yeah. We see the animals as products and don't think about the production chain behind it.
And let me remind you, I believe also with pain and pleasure, right? I don't think in a you cannot think like, okay, 10 minutes pleasure is the same as 10 minutes pain. I don't think this works like that. It doesn't work. Like, no, so 10 minutes of pain is much more horrible, I would say, than 10 or 15 minutes of pleasure. It's like, yeah, that's just my opinion, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's only for.
I'm fully on board, except when it comes to bees.
Yeah, I mean, we can work with that later, but I think like the big part is obviously like, yeah, the other animals, I would say.
Well, I'm gonna post in the chat a video about why vegans don't eat honey. We kind of
No,
covered a
you
lot
beat
of
me
it
to it.
already, but this is Oh, did you already post this one from Earthling Ed?
No, I was literally about to, but you got me first.
Nice. So you can check this out later on when you get the chance.
Yeah, I highly recommend it as well.
Yeah, I was thinking of it too.
Oh, by the way, yeah, we forgot to mention. There's also it's actually something that we should mention. There is something for you. It's called Challenge 22, right? I can actually send you the link in the chat down, and yeah, it's basically for 3 weeks, and they will help you with recipes. They will give you tips. Yeah, I would recommend you to try it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, with pleasure.
Avec plaisir.
Oui. Just about the bees, I think the issue with bees is that we consume honey on too large a scale, but a small-scale beekeeper only takes a bit of honey a few times a year for limited production. That doesn't really seem like a problem to me.
But why wouldn't they take all the honey, do you think? That's what
When
that's what beekeepers do
industries-
now, right? They take away all the honey and just give them sugar water as food. Yeah. So why do you think, what would motivate a farmer who makes money from honey? What would you think would motivate them to take just a little bit and still take care of the colony?
Yeah, maybe it's an utopia.
Yeah. Just sounds a little problematic when in the first place, the thought about animals is how can we exploit them? Then it becomes like kind of weird to exploit them just a little bit. You should just end all exploitation and that's it.
I have a question for you, please. The girl who was just talking right now. What do you mean by exploiting animals?
Yeah, exploitation is using somebody without considering their benefit, best interest. It's
Yeah,
using
but
something
animals
for
are
your
not-
own gain.
Yeah, but animals are not somebody.
They are individuals.
Animals are. Do you genuinely consider animals as individuals?
Yeah. Do you
Yes.
think a
Wait,
dog
you
is an
don't?
individual?
No, I don't. So you're comparing a chicken to a full-grown human.
No, individuals don't have to be humans. All they need is to be sentient, and then they become individuals.
Let me ask you this, right?
That
So-
doesn't even make sense, bro.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you this, right? So you probably
Yeah.
you have probably encountered in your life like a bunch of dogs or cats, right?
Oh, bro, on a daily basis.
Exactly. Okay, right. So let me ask you this: have you ever noticed that, like, whenever you enter, like, let's say a house, like, with friends or whatever, have you ever noticed that some dogs respond differently to you than others? Some are shy, some are happy to see you, some bark, some are nervous. I don't know. Have you ever noticed? Yeah.
You're talking about the personality or something like that.
Yes, exactly. That is my point. The personality. So obviously, what I'm not trying to say is obviously the dogs can change, right? In the same way, a human can change. So if I am socially shy, I can train myself to some extent to not become shy. In the same way, a dog or a cat can also be trained. However, some dogs are naturally more gregarious, you could say, or like socially interested, right? They're curious. And in the same way, it's also with humans as well. Some humans are more extroverted, right?
Yeah, correct.
More,
of course.
more talkative. And that is what we mean with personality or being an individual, right? That is what we mean by that.
As opposed
Yeah.
to being an object. Animals are
Yeah.
not objects. And remember that humans are also animals. We're just human animals.
Yeah, we just may have a higher IQ, I guess, than animals.
And let me
Well, not all of us.
And let me also remind you that if an animal, like a human animal, reacts to something, it doesn't react based on instincts, right? It reacts based on learning history. So I'm a psychologist, so I have a bit of knowledge. I'm not an expert with animals, but all animals, including humans, we have a learning history, right? So we have been conditioned by different things. So when I say condition, I mean we learned. When I say learning, I'm referring to, for instance, classical conditioning and operant conditioning. I don't have to go in detail. I don't care. It's fine. But we have a learning history. So we learned something. We watched our parents. We watched other people. And so basically, we have our own set of learning history, basically. So it's not instincts, right? So we can train ourselves to be different, and we have our own temperament. Some people react more aggressively than others, for instance. Some are more friendly, whatever. But we can change. Obviously, humans are a bit unique because we can also change our thinking, which is why we have these discussions, right? But nevertheless, animals are reacting not based on instincts. They have a learning history, they have a past, and that past influences their reactions.
And also, if somebody does more push-ups, that person is more important than somebody who does less push-ups. And if I remember correctly, Invisible, I did more push-ups than you. You can call me Golo all you want. It's okay. I don't. I'm not gonna get upset.
I have never ever seen you doing push-ups.
I sent you the video, so.
What video?
Oh.
Pretty sure you're the same person who came in here all boasting about how you can do more push-ups because you eat meat.
This is my first time in this VC, bro.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize because there are a lot of people coming in who are like invisible, like you, with a black screen and no name.
And obviously, it's not just the past, but also like present states as well, right? So if you are hungry, for instance, that obviously also changes your reactions. So it's not just the past, but also present states as well. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I actually have to rebel more against the word instincts because it's very vague as well. And it actually implies that something is only biological. All right. Anyone else has any questions?
Do you know what's weird about veganism is that people kind of take it like a religion. Like, let's take Islam as an example. So some people revert back to Islam or convert to Islam, whatever you want to call it, and then they go to Europe and try to convince other people that Islam is the correct religion that must be followed. Yeah. Vegans are exactly the same, bro. They just convert from eating a normal diet to a vegan diet, and they go on those Discord servers, they open them YouTube channels, and they try to convince people to be like them and eat veganism, bro. Like, just eat whatever the fuck you want. Who cares? You want to eat?
Okay, let me address this. Yeah, let me address this. So you are correct that both veganism and a religion, for instance, they are an idea, let's say, or like an ideology, right? They have like beliefs. They have beliefs.
It's like they treat it as a religion when it's just a diet. Like, it's no more than a diet. Why do you treat it like as a religion?
Hold on,
guys. Let me speak. Just I want to say, fuck you all of you to be vegan. I will eat meat for my life. Fuck you and you're vegan. Goodbye.
Okay, so you're correct that obviously both religious people and vegans have some attitudes, right? Some perspectives. The difference, or the crucial difference, is that veganism, right, unlike religion, is that veganism is based on empirical evidence. It's based on reality. It's based on something you can see for yourself, right? Suffering, right? You can see suffering. we can have all the debates whether God exists or not, whether my God is the right one and yours is the wrong one. We can debate about this. But I don't think that there is like much debate whether a cow, a chicken, a pig, or fish feel pain or not, right? That is the difference. So that is the first thing. Well, hold on. Before you respond, 1 second. The second thing is that you said that veganism is a diet, and that is only in part correct. It is actually a philosophy that is against animal cruelty. So although veganism is about the diet, it doesn't end there. So veganism also tries to end all other forms of exploitation. So animals are also against using animals for our entertainment, like riding horses, for instance, or fishing, right? Or testing on animals. So it is a philosophy, right? It has certain attitudes, but it is based on something you can see for yourself. You don't have to have faith.
Philosophy
Well, don't you
literally
think
means
that,
philosophy literally means the seeking knowledge. There is nothing mystical
Yeah.
about philosophy.
Yeah, but don't you think for something to live, another thing has to die?
Yeah,
Like for
sure.
a
Then
lion to
plants
live-
can die for us. Plants can die for us because they're not
Correct,
sentient.
correct.
We care about them less.
Correct. And also like for a lion to live, a deer has to die, for example.
Right
So
now,
for a
but maybe we
human-
can
so
change
for a
it
human
later.
to live, a chicken might need to die.
Well, it might
for me
need
to
to,
live.
but you can only live on plants, so they don't have to. A chicken doesn't have to die for you because you
Why
can just
would I
kill
only
plants.
live on plants if I can eat both and I prefer eating chicken? So why
Well,
would I
because
only just
chickens
live on
are
plants?
because chickens are sentient. They share this experience with us of being sentient, being conscious. And therefore
Yeah.
it's less okay to kill a chicken for food than it is to kill a plant for food, right? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If there was a burning building and you are fine, you are safe, but you can, in the building, there is a dog and then there is like a cactus, right? Like a small plant. Which one would you save?
Of course, the dog.
Yeah, because they're sentient. They can feel pain, right? They can experience life. There is like, it is an individual in there.
Yeah, but like, don't you think that plants also are living creatures or are
They are living
things, I
creatures,
can
but
say?
they are not individuals. There is no sentience there. There's no brain. There is no nervous system. They don't have eyes. They don't experience anything around them. They're just like a living thing that exists.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, maybe if you want to take it that way.
Yeah.
But I believe like if I can eat chicken and I can eat plants, then why don't I eat both?
Well, because
that-
you
Yeah,
have
let
a
me
choice
explain.
to you
Yeah,
have
then
the
just
choice to
restricting
exploit and
myself to
kill
one thing.
sentient beings or not to exploit and kill sentient beings. And if you would save a dog from a fire, why wouldn't you save a chicken? If I replace a dog with a chicken, would you save the chicken or the cactus, or an apple that is in there?
Listen. If you ask me, will I save the dog or the chicken? I'll save the dog every time.
No, it's
In
not
fact,
the
if
question
there
that
is-
I'm asking, is it? I'm asking
I'm
I'm asking.
saying my point. I'm saying my point. In fact, if
But your
there's
point
a
doesn't
chicken
apply.
in a burning building, I wouldn't even save it because I don't care. Because I have relationship with dogs. I like dogs, but I don't like
So
chicken.
if there is
I
a
fucking eat it.
Yeah, so
Who
if
cares?
there is a chicken and an apple in a burning building and you can save one, you would save neither.
Neither.
Then you're an asshole.
Do you genuinely consider me as an asshole because
Absolutely.
I eat chicken?
After this,
Right.
absolutely.
Wait, hold on. Let's make
You
it
can
clear now
s- you
because
can-
hold
you
on,
can call me
wait,
whatever the fuck you
wait,
want,
hold on,
Gero.
hold on, because there might be like a confounder here. There might be something that is like maybe making it hard for you. So if you have a button, we're not asking you to go inside the building, right? Because that might be it might be too much of a risk, perhaps you could say, right?
Yep.
If you have a button, let's say, if you have a button, you can press it, right? And you could save either the chicken or the apple. Would you press the button for the chicken to help to be rescued?
I will go and call 911 to save human life instead of
No, that
figuring
wasn't the
out
question.
where the hell
No.
the button is.
I
Because
don't
listen,
understand why you're changing the question like that.
I will not. I will press it because I don't care about the chicken. If there is a dog in the building, yes, I'll fucking press it
No, no, no.
every
I'm
single
asking
day.
you.
But
I'm
if there's
asking
a
you-
chicken, no, I wouldn't. No.
No, hold on. If there is a chicken and an apple, right, and you have
Yeah, I
the
don't care.
option to, you would not press the button to save the chicken.
No, who cares? It's a fucking
Okay, well-
chicken. Who
See?
cares?
An asshole.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can
that is.
I try?
Bro,
That
bro,
is-
listen.
yeah.
Look at what's happening in Palestine. People are burning each other, and you're telling me about a fucking chicken.
Is it good?
Who cares?
Hold on.
Is it good that people are burning
Okay,
each other?
This is a switching argument. This is a switching argument because we're not talking. Obviously,
Exactly.
this is also. Yeah, this is obviously what happens is obviously horrible. We are not saying that, but I'm asking you a question that has nothing to do right now with another topic with humans. I'm asking you about a chicken or an apple.
And
I'm
I
not asking you
answered you,
about-
I wouldn't really care. I will spend those 15 seconds calling 911 to save other humans' life because I care about humans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So let's say you could save a human, let's say you could save a dog, and let's say you could save a pig, right? Now,
Yep.
who would you save if you only had to save one?
The human.
There is no. Okay, cool. Agreed, right? There is no harm to you, by the way. You just have to select the button, and one of them gets saved, right? Now, let's say there is a human, a dog, and then a pig. Human, you save, okay. Now, let's say there's a dog and a pig. Who will you save?
A dog and a pig.
Yeah.
I'll probably save the dog because we eat the pig.
Okay,
right?
Sure, yeah. So now there's just the pig left. Now the pig doesn't need to die. Will you press the button to kill the pig or not?
Nah,
The pig doesn't need to die.
I just don't care. I just don't care.
Yeah. See?
Okay, so do you believe that these animals don't feel pain and suffering?
I mean, feel pain and suffering, but who cares about an animal, bro? Listen, I'm talking
You seem
about
to care
people
about
dying
dogs,
in-
right? Who cares about dogs?
A dog is a pet.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
an
a
animal.
relationship with.
It's an
Yeah,
animal.
You have a relation.
When
have
you
to
say you
stop
don't care
interrupting
about
me.
animals,
Stop
you
interrupting me
obviously
because
do.
I didn't interrupt you. Listen, you have a relationship with a dog, but you don't have any relationship with a fucking pig.
I don't have a relationship with dogs either. Can I kill dogs now?
No, impossible. 'Cause a
What if
dog
I
is
don't care
someone-
about dogs? What if I'm gonna eat
A
that dog
dog
afterwards?
is someone
It's not okay.
else's pig.
It's
Bro,
not
a
okay
dog
for
is
me to
someone-
kill a dog if I don't care about the dog and I don't have the relationship with them.
No, it's not
So
okay.
what's the morally relevant difference there between a dog and a pig? Such as if I don't care about dogs, I can't kill them. But if you
Because
don't
we
care about
eat
pigs,
the
you
pigs.
can kill them.
We eat the pigs. So they're
I'll
gonna
eat
die
the dog. I
anyway.
told you, I'll
Who
eat the
cares?
fucking dog.
Then kill it.
Yeah.
Then kill it. Go
so
on,
it's okay
go-
for me,
go on
right?
and get it.
It's morally okay
Who
for me to kill a
cares?
dog.
If you wanna eat the fucking dog, then kill it. Who cares?
I'm asking if it's morally okay
To do what?
to kill the dog if I want to eat him. If it's morally okay, not if I can.
I would prefer to eat a cow rather than a dog.
Why?
Because I will have a strong bond with a dog. But who cares about the fucking cow? Just
Well,
eat
what
it.
if it's a dog that you don't have a strong bond with? What if it's just like a disgusting dog? Somebody
I
else's
wouldn't
dog.
mess with him. I wouldn't mess with him because I don't eat dogs. So I wouldn't mess
Oh,
with
why
him.
not?
You know, listen,
What's going on there?
girl. Listen, girl.
Why don't you eat dogs? Yeah, you're definitely the
Uh,
invisible. Why don't you eat dogs?
What do you mean definitely the invisible? Who cares? Listen, I don't eat dogs. That's why I don't kill them.
Why don't you
I
eat dogs?
eat cows.
Why
Stop
don't you eat
interrupting me.
dogs? Why
I'm
don't
trying
you eat
to
dogs?
explain my point, bro. Fucking
I want you to answer my question. I don't want
I
you to explain
don't-
anything. I want you to answer my question.
I-
Why don't you eat dogs?
I don't eat dogs.
Why?
Cause I don't want to, bro. I
Why
don't
not?
want to eat
Why don't you
dogs.
want to eat dogs? What is it so special about the dogs that you're not gonna kill dogs, but you kill cat pigs?
Because I am the boss of my house. I decide what everyone wants to eat.
So if
That's
I'm the
why.
boss of my house, can I
'Cause
birth my
said
children
so.
and eat them?
Because I say it so. Because I'm a man and I say it so. I'm strong and
Oh.
everyone listens to me. Because I say it so.
Hold on.
Okay, can we?
Let
Can I ask you-
Felix.
Go
Let
on.
Felix.
Can I ask you a question? If I'm the boss of a house, can I just beat the fuck out of my wife if she doesn't own the house?
No, you can't.
Why?
No,
Why?
again, this
She's
is
not. Wait, hold on. I'm the boss of the house. I can do what I
no,
want.
no. Listen,
I am
listen.
the boss.
Deciding what your wife cooks is total.
Jesus Christ, please don't
You
continue
can't,
talking.
Hold on.
be the daughters of other
Wait,
men, bro.
wait. The issue is she's not the boss of this house. I will feed her what I want to feed her. If I want to feed her a baseball bat to the face, I will feed her that, right?
That's not what I said. You joined in the middle of the conversation and you don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
I know the argument.
That is not what we were talking
Okay,
about.
what's wrong with beating my wife? I'm gonna get to something with this. Don't worry about it. But
Cause listen. I have a sister, and if her husband beats her, I'm gonna take a fucking gun and kill him. Bro.
okay, so what if I beat my
Yeah.
dog then? What if I beat my dog? It's not my,
What?
you know,
Why would you beat your dog?
because
Why
I
not?
get
Like-
a lot of. Wait. Listen, I'll get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Like I don't have to go to the gym, so I have the dog right next to me, and I beat the dog. It's free.
Bro.
What?
This is some weird shit, bro. Just
Oh, what's
bro, what
wait.
the-
Can you tell me what's wrong with it?
with beating the dog?
Yeah.
Bro. Listen, if you really get an erection over beating someone else,
No,
just go to
wait.
just go to a fucking boxing gym
No. Listen.
and beat other people instead
Wait,
of being a
wait,
man
wait.
over your dog, bro.
You still haven't told me what's wrong with beating my dog. Can you
I mean,
explain?
listen. If you want to beat your dog, do it. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Oh.
Do
So you
it.
don't have an issue with that? You don't have an issue with him just abusing his dog?
I don't beat my dog.
Wait,
But
you
if he
don't have
wants
it-
to
no,
beat
but you
his
have it-
dog, if he wants to beat his dog, then fuck off. Do it. Who cares?
You telling me
So
to do
you
it?
wouldn't have an issue.
Guys, how many times
mean-
did he
I mean-
tell
I mean-
you
I
that
mean,
he's
listen,
an
listen.
asshole?
I would not like to see a video of a dog getting beaten. Honestly,
Why?
because it's a pit, bruh.
I think that's happening here is that wait a second. Beating a dog manifests or show us a behavior of someone who is not fit for society. So this is where the issue is that a
Hold
person.
on. That's fine. I
Yes.
understand. Okay, can I ask you, what if I pay someone to do it and I get something out of it?
What do you mean by that?
What do you get of beating a dog? Listen,
So
listen.
yeah, I'll explain.
No,
I'll explain.
If there is
right?
if there is a real utility and the purpose is not to just inflict cruelty for nothing, I do understand. But if there is no
Yeah, there is a
utility,
utility. There is a utility. Stress relief.
He's got a
Guys,
dog
listen to
flying
him.
ring. Yeah.
Let him
What is it?
answer.
The
What is the
utility?
utility?
The stress
what is it?
relief. Stress relief. You know how
Okay,
some
that-
people.
Listen. If you wanna relieve your stress, then go to a fucking boxing gym and learn how to fight, bro.
the thing
This
is,
is bullshit, bro.
if
Wait,
if,
wait.
vi-
Listen,
if
you're
violence
just being a dumbass, bro.
no, if violence relieves your stress, that just shows us that you are not fit in the society and that you should seek help. That's
So
as simple
here's
as
my
that.
question for you, right? If I get enjoyment out of paying people to harm animals and I get some kind of benefit from it,
What
are you
type of
saying-
animals? Listen. Animals like pets, like cats and dogs, or other animals like cows in which you
so
eat.
These dogs I pay for to be bred to be abused, right? To be punched. So they're made to be bigger. So they're like they are as big as a boxing bag. Okay.
This is stupid, bro. Just listen. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
Okay,
I don't
listen,
care,
guys,
bro.
okay,
This
okay,
is,
okay. Fine,
this is
let's
just
just-
stupid, bro. Imagine
carry on?
going on Discord servers and asking other
You're-
people whether or not you want to be.
Yeah, but you're falling. You're
is
falling
this?
for the rage
What's
bit.
wrong
You're
with
falling
you?
for the.
Okay.
You're
Yeah,
falling for the
I-
rage,
I-
right? The point.
Yeah, you
the
should-
point here
hold
is
on.
he's trying to examine your ethics, right? The point of these hypothetical. Obviously, he doesn't enjoy that, but it's to identify why you feel differently, right? Ultimately, they're both animals. Ultimately, they both are feeling sentient creatures, right? So why do you discriminate on one, and why do you not discriminate against the other, right? There are like okay, even if his example is hypothetical and extreme, there are dog fighting rings, right? There are people who breed and like get pleasure from putting dogs in vicious battles where they end up killing each other, right? It's literal
Yeah,
torture.
but
That happens.
his example is fallacious because people who pay for food, so for to kill and to breed animals and like having food, they do not want to maximize animal cruelty. They want to
Mr. Cat?
maximize quantity of food eaten. Yes.
And as a result,
no,
it
that's not
maximizes
entirely
cruelty.
Guys,
That is
hold
not
on.
entirely
One
true.
at a time.
Hold on, I'll
So,
explain real quick. I want to explain, Mr. Cat. Do you think like we need to harm animals?
I don't think we need to harm animals, but at the same time, I do recognize that animals are not superior to humans, and we're actually superior to them.
It doesn't matter, right? Because I want to get to a specific point. If you know you don't need to eat animals, why do you do it?
Because they're delicious.
There you go.
And we're superior to them, so we have the possibility to do that.
It doesn't matter who's superior over who. I can say I'm more superior in terms of website development than you, but that doesn't mean I should like harm you because you're less superior in some bits and pieces.
At the end of the day, if it's human nature, if you're able to get what you want and not being
wait.
horrible.
Last bit, because I really want to point on this. You said that it's okay for you to kill animals because you get some kind of pleasure from the dead animals, right?
The thing is, there are pleasures that are socially acceptable because, for example, eating animals it's socially acceptable, but getting off of having pleasure.
Does that make it okay? Social norms have been. Like in my culture, it's a social norm.
Let him finish. Can
Like,
you let Felix finish, Silva? Sorry.
Sorry.
He's going somewhere with it, so.
I do have bits and pieces I want to jump into. Do you think if society says, "Hey, this is okay, this is social norms," do you think that makes something ethical?
I think we should not discuss about ethics when we're talking about.
But this is veganism. It's ethics.
We're in the vegan room, right, bro?
The discussion is literal ethics.
So going back to ethical...
No. It's just that we I think it was more of a discussion. Is like, are vegans wrong or right? But not about like
talking
about ethics.
Yeah, it's a conversation about ethics and veganism, and I accept your apology. Let's go back to the question, Felix.
I did not apologize, but apologize now.
It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. Do you think if something's acceptable in society, does this make it ethical as well?
I think those are two separate things because depending on the evolution of the society, the ethics also can move.
But do you think like society should tell us what's ethical, or do you think we should identify based on our own subjective view?
That's actually a very. I need to think on that one, so you have to give me time. I can give you an example. Would you like an example for this? Yes, sure.
Yeah, in a lot of like European societies, because the societies are slowly changing, which is good. So in European societies, a lot of people are racist, right? Do you think if a lot of people are racist, you should also be racist? Or maybe you should change your behavior if you believe it's wrong?
I think yes, it's
yeah.
It all depends if you're viewing the development of humankind as something that should be done by the person or by the collective mind.
What do you
think? I guess for me, both.
I have a question for you since you were just talking about racism.
Wait, let him finish.
For me, I think both approaches are all right, and they will just lead to two different kind of societies. One will be a little bit more individualistic, and the other one would be a little bit more collectivism. Because I think talking like the racism thing, like we could also turn it around. Like in a society where nobody is as racist, if you are a racist, should you try to change the society to be more racist? So yeah, we should think about, should we have a more individualistic society or more collectivism?
Hold on. Before you go on, this has nothing to do with individualism or collectivism, by the way, right?
Maybe I didn't I didn't use the right words, but I think you get my meaning.
Well, the meaning
Yeah.
is kind of flawed because you're making the claim that we should like let people morally corrupt society just in pretense that other people could morally better the society as like individuals. So it's like there's no symmetry there. Bettering of society is better. Worsening of society is worse. So we shouldn't allow racist people change the society for the worst, but we should allow people change the society for the better through vegan ethics. Why not?
Also, by the way, your view
I
is
think
basically
that's double standards.
no, your view is actually very fatalistic. Actually, what you're basically trying to say is, no matter the outcome, whether good or bad, it doesn't matter really. So we are talking about ethics. We're actually talking about like, how should the world be in the future? How should you be? This is the point about ethics, right? How should it be in your mind? If you just say it doesn't matter, well, then I fail to see what is the point, right? We are asking you, how should the world be? That is the question, right?
Yeah.
And I think a world in which racism is taking place, a world in which humans exploit animals when it is not necessary, right? That is wrong. A world in which there is no animal exploitation is obviously better, right? Obviously.
I mean, I do remember some data that shows us that actually, in terms of survival, food, and even ecological benefit, a world where we exploit animals is more fit. But even though I can't like give those research right now, and let's suppose they do not exist, the main issue is that we are deciding what is right and what is wrong based on our feelings instead of just like trying to be pragmatic.
Okay, but like,
again,
would you
this
have
is ethics, so
yeah, but
Even
would you have this?
pragmatism.
Yeah, but would you? Okay, so I can tackle this from two directions, right? So the very first thing I would like to ask you is, do you have the same opinion of that it's all subjective when it comes down to human rights? Would you say the same thing? It's just subjective, or would you say, well, it makes sense. It makes sense pragmatically to have human rights.
Nice origami, dude.
To be honest, that's a nice regalia. To be honest, me subjectively, I think that human rights are a great thing, but I can imagine a society and a development in which, for example, we have no human rights, and maybe in that kind of atmosphere, in dystopian world, it was the right thing to do. I don't know, because maybe we, to survive as a species, we have to work in whatever labor camps or whatever, because we will have an alien invasion in 1 week, and if we don't do that, we will die as a species. So it all depends on the situation. For me, there is never in ethics at least, there is never a total truth, which is 100%. This is it, and that's
fine. That's fine. Yeah, we don't have
I will disagree. I think if your claim is nuanced enough, then it's fine. Just like how veganism has as much as possible, as practical as possible, then it's fine, right? Even in your example, if an alien invasion comes, right, you're justifying the suffering because there's ultimate utility.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me come back. So once we have established as human beings, right, because human rights were important to ensure survival, right? Once we have ensured survival, right, don't you think it makes sense if we are well off and comfortable enough, right? We live in safety. Don't you think it makes sense to also consider other animals?
That all depends. What is more important? Our joy, well-being, or being a little bit less joyful, but being more ethical?
Right. So, I mean, there are a number of ways I can actually tackle this now, but I would like to introduce to you actually, it's a thought experiment, right? So bear with me. It's called the veil of ignorance, right? So I will actually I will actually change it a little bit because it was only about humans, but I will take actually now into account the animals as well. So the hypothetical or the thought experiment is as follows. So imagine there is a world, right? You can actually build the world how you want, right? You can build it like the way you want, but you don't know what kind of human or animal you will be, right? So it will be random. Like when you were brought into existence, it was kind of random, right? So would you build a world where you don't know who you are? You could be a pig, a cow, a chicken, a human, black, white, Asian, whatever. Would you build a world in which there are slaughterhouses, or would you build a world where there are no slaughterhouses? Again, you don't know what you will be born into.
I do completely see your point, but again, in these kind of things, I do think that we are humans and we should take human interests first, and thinking of what if I was not the human, but the other thing that I inflict pain to. It becomes more of a, how would I say it, a point of view you can have when you really have a perfect life, and like you're above life itself, above like everything itself.
Yeah, but the problem is that the non-vegan world is also not in human interest. It would be in human interest to go vegan as an entire world. It would benefit us as humans much more.
I mean, again, like I'm not. I saw a lot of like anti-vegan YouTubers, vegan YouTubers. Some of them were very smart in both cases. Some of them were very dumb in both cases. But I do believe that the argument that veganism is better for the planet is not like 100% approved. Like there are studies who can go on the contrary. Because
before we go there, hold on. Before we go there, we can do that, right? But the thing is, I wanted to go like with the hypothetical, right? Because now you mentioned we can go with the environment and with the human aspects. Absolutely, we can do that, and I have also compelling argument for that. Not just in terms of like food sources. So when we look about the pleasures, because you mentioned pleasures, right? So obviously. We can prioritize human beings. We can say humans are more important than other animals. But what we are asking to you is it the case that our pleasure, right, is more important than the animal's life? Right? That is the question. So you can say humans are worth more, right? So if you have to decide between...
For me, the issue with animals is that animals are not, in most of the cases, they will follow their instinct. They will be really aggressive, or they will kill if they want to eat. And because they have no respect for human life, I can't see why I should have respect for them.
How can slaughterhouse animals can have respect for human life, bro?
No, I'm not talking about slaughterhouse animals. I'm talking about like a bear just randomly charging you and like starting to eat you. Like if bears...
hold on. That's fine. Okay, you can defend yourself. I don't care. If someone attacks you, like you can even attack a human back. If a human attacks you, you can defend yourself.
What's but we can't defend against a bear.
Of course you can. Yeah, I mean, if you have the weapons, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have weapons and you're a hacker and like you do the gas and the bear doesn't care.
Yeah, but hold on. You don't use that logic, right? I mean, you could apply that logic to humans. You could say, well, humans are very dangerous, right? But you don't use that logic and you go outside and willingly kill other humans because they could be dangerous.
I mean, in my point of view, and that's actually what society does, is that when humans are dangerous, they're getting locked up. And earlier we even executed them. So we applied exactly the same logic.
Yeah. But the thing is, we don't do this to human beings who are innocent, right? Why would we do this to innocent cows or chicken or pigs? They're innocent.
It's true that and in this case, it's more of an argument that they just taste good, and my enjoyment is above their suffering because I don't consider them as being my equal.
Exactly. Right. And then
yeah, and then we have to assess. I mean, you have all. So the thing is, we agreed that it is not about self-defense, right? It's just about pleasure, and then we have to say, well, it is pleasure, and then you have to say, well,
I
do you
wasn't
have?
talking about self-defense. I was just talking that animals are not even able to consider human life as being precious. So because they're not able to even consider that, I don't see why I should consider their life. You know.
But you can make the same argument about disabled people.
About what?
Disabled people. If disabled people don't care about you, you shouldn't care about them.
I do not understand your argument.
So mentally disabled people can think similar to wild animals, right?
I mean, the problem with these disabled people is they tend to be linked into a society with family, with with other people. And let's say, okay, the guy is completely alone and isolated. He still is a potential human who just was wrongfully harmed by nature.
So is your argument about species?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you find out today, let's say you find out today that all black individuals don't want to associate with white people and they are not Homo sapiens, do you think we should have the right to put them in a gas chamber like we do with pigs?
The thing is, black people are able to express themselves and to have conscience and to how they said.
Well, it's same with animals. Same with any other animals.
The thing is, I do think, and I'm like 100% sure that if cows were able to say something like, "Mommy, I'm scared, please help me," like that would change the game. But the thing
Hold
is,
on. Why do they have to say that? Why is it not enough that they can show suffering?
because they are not even comprehending what's happening to them. They're
They
just
do comprehend.
What? Of course. Hold on. You don't have to. Hold on. You don't have to say. You don't have to verbalize that you're suffering. I mean, it's enough that you suffer, right? I mean, if you take away a calf.
The insects are capable of showing that they're suffering.
No.
They don't even
Yeah.
understand
Don't shift. Don't. Let's hold on. So if I take away, and we actually also have like footage of this, right? So if you take away a calf, right, like a baby calf from their mother, right, they understand what is going on. They're running after their child. I mean, they can't talk to you, obviously not, but they make sounds, of course. They run after their child, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I'm not. Their conscience for me is too low level for me to consider them as like understanding what's happening. It's
That's
more
the
like
same. That's the same argument that Nazis use on Jews.
I mean, Jews are able to express themselves.
And so
know
do
that they have
animals. So every other animal.
No, animals, they just live on what's the word, like instincts. Yeah, they just live on instincts.
No, that is not true.
Do you think animals are not able to feel like complex emotions? Do you think like animals can't grieve or feel remorse?
In some cases, they do appear to do so, but it is so rare and so negligible that for me, that's not like.
Have you ever had actual like experiences with animals at all?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like.
I did have cats, like 5 of them.
And would you say that your cats didn't express any emotions?
No, they faked expressing emotions because of instinct.
Fake?
You think they're smart enough to fake emotion, but not like conscious enough to actually have emotions?
It's more about they have instincts, and we associate this because we're humans with emotions. It's the same, for example, the reason the dog loves you, it's not that he loves you, it's just that in his genetic code, he should be in a pack, and he sees you as the pack leader, so he sees you as him protecting you and doing your things. It's his life goal.
No, so let me be very clear. Hold on. So let me be very clear here, right? So I think I tried to address this earlier about like this whole concept of like instinct. It's a very vague term, right? So I could make the same case about human being relationships, right? So obviously relationships form based on reinforcement properties, right? So if you get reinforcement, or in other words, like pleasure or something beneficial, you like these people Obviously.
Instinct is not the same as conscience and deep thought.
Hold on. Like
You can't
instinct,
control
what do
your
you
instinct.
what do you mean with instinct, please? Can you explain briefly?
For example, a dog could go completely rabid out of nowhere because something tricked inside him.
That's infection. That's not instinct.
No, I said rabbit as like a state of mind, not like he got infected by rabbitism.
So you mean mad?
Mad, yes, mad.
No, he means
Yes, he means mad.
It means like if a dog saw a squirrel.
Being mad is like an emotion, right?
Bro, if I saw a casino, I would be fucking mad and starting running out.
No, I mean like.
Well, I mean, we do see.
We all know stories.
Hold on. We do see that animals especially as also dogs, and I would say also pigs as well, they do have some level of self-regulation as well, right? So you can train a dog like you can train a human, and I use the word train here on purpose, even if it sounds a bit cruel in the, you can train a dog or a human to basically restrain themselves, not to eat something. Like a dog can do that as well, right? A human can do that as well. So they can self-regulate themselves actually. So if I have a dog, I can train them not to eat the food in front of them. Why do they do that? Well, because they get a reward afterwards. And the same applies also to a human as well. We can say no to food if we see a reason, if we get a reward later. This is called delayed gratification. So it is possible, also in the dog example. So I proved you wrong, right? So they don't only exist. By the way, they don't exist on.
Me wrong.
No, I do, and it's not instinct, right?
You can think so, but no, they only have instincts. Like, and gratification is also an instinct. Like, you know that if you do this, you will have this later. So you just like you kind of do this without understanding why. You see?
Okay, but
We're all a product of complex biological instincts, right? But like even if that is the
There's
case,
a guy in the chat asking, saying that human babies can't talk. So does that mean that we should torture them? No, of course not, because after X amount of years they'll be able to talk, you dummy.
Not necessarily.
Not if you kill them.
What if they don't? What if they
Listen,
don't?
99.9% of babies will be able to talk.
What about the 0.1%?
Exceptions that only one human will not be able to talk doesn't defy
Yeah,
the
then it would be
rules.
okay to kill them, right? If they can't
No, of
talk
course
anymore.
not. Exact opposite. Of course not.
So what is the morally relevant difference there?
Bro, you guys are weird. You can't be comparing a human life to
Tell
a
us
fucking
why
chicken.
it's a problem. You are the one who's like just virtue signaling and not telling us why it's a problem.
You have to.
Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Yeah, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
If you're saying that two individuals are different and it's okay to abuse one but not abuse the other, what is the symmetry breaker? What is so special about humans that if you removed would be okay to farm humans?
I mean, the only thing special about humans is that we're all part of human race. That's all.
Okay, so if the trait is human race, if you
Who said
remove
gross?
that, would that justify farming individuals?
Who said gross?
What do you mean by farming individuals, bro? You think
I'm
we're in
asking-
Palestine, bro?
I'm gonna ask again, and I want you to listen because I'm actually getting
Yeah.
annoyed. What's
Okay,
so
yeah.
special about humans that if you remove that thing, that special thing from a human, it would make it okay to farm humans?
Because humans do shit. Humans create the world. Humans build everything, bro.
I will give you
Humans
guys
can
a-
speak. Humans are smart.
So if
humans
you-
changed everything, bro.
Yeah, so if a human is lacking all of these traits, it's okay to
I'm
kill
gonna
it?
ask for the last thing again, and then I'm actually gonna like mute people because I'm not getting that question like answered. What's so special about a human? So special that if you remove that special thing from a human, it would make slavery okay again. What's so special? Please tell me.
Oh, it's intelligence. Human rights, bro.
The intelligence.
Okay. Hold on.
You know what?
If I removed...
What's so special about a fucking chicken for you to feel bad about it?
Okay,
They're
I'm gonna mute
sentient.
you. I'm gonna say something because I'm actually frustrated with you. If you said human rights, black people weren't part of human rights before. So your argument supports putting black people back into slavery. Okay? And also when it comes to intelligence, if we find that one single human who's not intelligent, that would justify slavery. So there's another thing is intelligence shouldn't dictate it. There you go. You're unmuted.
Let me guess. Bro, what do you mean, humans? I think I lost. Something's going on. Stop share. I think I lost the connection.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there he is again.
All right.
Bro, listen, Philip. Can you just stop muting me? Because I have an old computer that crashes when I try to unmute myself, bruh. Like, why do you even mute me in the first place, bro? What the fuck?
I literally told
He
you.
explained why he muted you, bro.
Bro. Listen. You were talking about slavery. I believe that slavery is a bad thing. You can't just
Okay,
get.
do you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said?
I was muted and I couldn't even hear you because my Discord crashed. But I heard you talking about things like slavery, and I think slavery is bad.
Okay, and what did I say just before that?
I didn't hear you.
Okay, I'll say again. So you said if humans do not have human rights, it's okay to put them into slavery. Correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so what
I said because humans have rights, you shouldn't be putting them into slavery and killing them, like you said about killing babies because they won't be able.
Okay, perfect. So you heard this bit, and you still didn't understand what I said. So I'm gonna say it again, and please fucking listen this time. I asked you, what's so special about humans that if you remove that special thing, it would justify slavery? You said human rights. And then I said, okay, human rights, amazing. So if I removed human rights, by your standard, it would be okay to enslave those humans who do not have human rights.
If you remove human rights, there will be violence. There will be. Listen, if you
irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is important because listen, if you remove human rights, like what's happening in Gaza, there will be a resistance like Hamas. There will be a resistance like Hamas.
Not there. I want you now to explain the concept which I was presenting to you.
You want me to explain the concept? Bro, why would I do that? Listen.
Okay.
You are talking about.
Look, I'm gonna kick you, right? Because you do not understand anything of. Okay, I want you to repeat the last thing I said.
Last chance.
Why do I have to repeat the last thing you said?
Okay, thank you. There you go. Fucking hell.
Some people are just in love with their own voice.
That's annoying. Okay, there you go. We're done.
Some people are just too in love with their own voice to even consider everybody else. Yeah, exactly. It's just it's like humans though, but no humans. No, it's slavery is bad. Why? Slavery is bad, bro.
Can I ask a question?
But Gaza. What about Gaza?
Sorry. Betisman, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So why doesn't intelligence differentiate us from animals?
It does. It just doesn't differentiate us in a way that justifies killing them. So if there was a human that was as stupid as a cow, I don't think you would bite the bullet that it's okay to kill them, right?
No, it's not okay to kill them because there are humans that care about this person, probably.
Yeah, so
If we find-
intelligence
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not the thing that differentiates between them, between the stupid human
Yeah.
and a stupid cow, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on, before you go on. So what if I care, if a human, like, let's say me, hold on. Let's suppose I care about these animals. What now? Why would you kill them then? If I care about these animals, a human cares about these animals.
Val, come on.
It's not your. It's like you can care about a person, but it's not your responsibility to protect them. You know, like if you have a son, it's you're responsible for protecting your son. But like
Yeah, but you can
you're
not kill
responsible
them,
for
right?
anything else.
You can not cause
Yes, you
their
can.
killing, right?
Who
So-
you mean animals?
Yeah, we're not protecting cows by going vegan. We're just stopping killing them for us. There's a difference. There is a moral context difference there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
Just listen, please. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for.
No problem.
But then, like, you cannot equate
Sorry, guys.
human lives to animal lives. That's my main point here. Like, even if you as a human you care about the, even if you care.
Amazing.
we don't-
I'm gonna ask you
Yeah,
the
we-
same question again. So what's so
Okay.
special about humans that if you remove that special
listen.
thing, would
Yeah,
just
I answered it.
Listen,
I answered
there's
it.
nothing-
It's the
There is
it's the
nothing special about
intelligence.
humans.
Okay,
Listen, bro,
so
there's-
so less intelligent people should do slavery?
No,
Yep.
I didn't say that.
Well, I
said
asked.
Nice point, brother.
because
Nice point.
humans can care about each other. Yeah, like they have
If
like,
I-
the
You're
less
wrong,
intelligent
bro.
person probably has parents that care about him,
Okay,
or
so
sisters,
if
or
I
whatever.
show
Let me-
you,
let me
if I
clear
show
this
you,
point.
hold on, Jesus,
can you hold on,
Lisa,
please?
shut the
Can
fuck up
you-
for 1
yeah.
second. If I show you like people who don't care about this disabled individual and people who, as well, just completely like nobody cares about them and they just don't care about anyone else, is it okay to put them into slavery?
No.
Why?
Yeah, you're equating like different things. Like I don't understand this.
I'm asking you,
Yeah.
what's the morally relevant difference between one individual and the other that justifies slavery? Because we're already enslaving animals, right?
Like free range farms. Like there are good
Still-
farms that don't enslave animals. Like
Do you know
they live normal lives.
farms by the definition are there to enslave animals and use them, right?
But
Yeah.
they still live.
They buy
that they
them,
would have
they
lived if they didn't go to a farm. You understand me?
But they're still
If you left them-
enslaved in someone's house, right?
Did they understand that they are enslaved though?
That doesn't matter. If a child doesn't understand that they are a slave, that doesn't make slavery good.
How can you enslave? Like how does a child not understand
Yeah.
that he's
So
enslaved?
if a child
They
is
understand
mentally
this.
challenged enough, then they're not gonna understand that they are enslaved. If you buy, sell, and exploit animals, they are your slave, definitionally.
Like I don't understand it. Like, to be honest, like, animals don't understand because they live in nature.
It doesn't.
If you enslave
They
a
don't
human-
live in nature. Farms are not nature, but it also doesn't matter if they understand it or not. Like toddlers don't understand what sex is. It doesn't mean that it's okay to do stuff with
Yeah,
them,
okay.
right?
Okay.
Right. So if somebody doesn't understand that they are enslaved, it doesn't mean that it's okay to enslave them, right? It's the same logic. I would say on the contrary, if somebody is so vulnerable that they don't understand what's going on with them, it's triply not okay to do that wrong thing to them. It's
Okay, I
less
understand
okay
your
to
point.
rape a child than it is to rape an adult, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
so
I
it's-
understand your point, but
Yeah.
you're still equating the. I don't
not
understand how are you
equating.
equating humans to animals in this
That-
point.
Yeah, no,
because
that's not what
animals
I'm
don't
doing.
understand it.
Yeah,
They
hold on.
don't understand it.
Children
Humans
don't
understand.
Hold on.
Children
Can I
don't.
answer
I'm not
this?
it's not what I'm doing though.
Yes.
My guy, it's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is
Okay.
I'm comparing two wrongs to explain to you why the trait that you gave me is not okay. You gave me the trait they can't understand that they are enslaved. I put that trait on a different victim who also can't understand what is happening to them, and you immediately said, no, it's immoral to do that to them. So the trait they can't understand doesn't justify to own somebody, to buy and sell and slaughter and exploit them, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So slavery, so animals are slaves, even though they don't understand that they're slaves.
But
You
they
know
live
what?
their life
Fuck
normally. Even
slavery. I genuinely believe in racism.
Okay, do you want to be kicked?
No. Listen. They are talking about that. Listen, racism is not a bad thing to protect your own country, bro.
Okay, I'm just
I
gonna.
don't even know. No,
Hold on.
listen.
Bye.
I don't know. I don't know if
Hold on.
you're a moderator, bro. Listen. Just let me.
Okay, it's
Bro,
fine.
you know what? Get.
I don't need to listen to that shit. He's out. Anyway, let's get back.
Like how we protested.
No, stop! No!
A little bit of casual racism is fine, guys. Come on. Calm down, you soy boys.
Okay, Twisted, you're next.
Shut up.
Okay.
Okay, let's say that all the farms in the world are free range, like animals have enough space to do whatever they want. What's the difference between that and like not getting them in a farm?
Sorry?
Do you hear me or no?
Could you repeat the thing again?
Yeah. Okay. So, let's say that all the farms in the world are free range. Okay.
Mhm.
So every animal has enough space to do whatever it wants, and yeah, they have good living conditions. Let's say.
Yep.
What's the difference between this and letting them free?
They're still enslaved because they're still being exploited. And farms, farms only care about exploiting female vaginas, right?
Yes.
You can
Okay.
only get meat and titty milk from exploiting female vaginas.
Okay, if you left a cow, like let's say if you leave cows without enslaving them, let's say, for 1,000 years, would they do anything on Earth
Why does it matter?
eat?
Why does it matter?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
But why does it
explain.
matter? Why
Yes,
should I
that's
care?
the differentiation between humans and animals.
Why should I care? Why should I care about like what some animals do in the future?
Because this is the value you bring to Earth.
Who says who has what value?
The value of humans is intelligence. They are supposed, or they build
Wait.
things, let's say.
Who
And the value
says-
of animals is that they provide food for humans.
Who says that the value of certain beings is X, Y, or Z?
Us, like it's in by
Okay,
definition.
So for white people, black people, you know, have to be slaves, right?
You're still equating, like I'm talking about different like
Talking about labels.
beings. You're talking about the
Let me-
same
okay.
humans.
Okay,
Humans.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, okay? I brought this up earlier, a hypothetical thought experiment. So we have this, there's like a new race, they're aliens, right? They're from outer space.
I was there when you said it.
Yeah. What is your response if they think the purpose of humans is basically to be farmed and to be abused and killed?
Yeah, they're like 10 times smarter than us. Probably can.
Yeah.
Ah. Are you with us still, Bepisman?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat it? My mic disconnected.
Yeah, Val, can you repeat your hypothetical, please?
Yeah. So since you heard my hypothetical, how would you respond if they're smarter than us and they decide that the purpose of humans is basically to be farmed, exploited, and then eventually killed at the end? How would you respond to that?
Okay, like let's say that they are more intelligent than us, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, but they can recognize what we have done on Earth. Like,
Yeah,
they can
we
see that
destroyed it.
No, they can. They can.
They can see our achievements.
Well, no, they can. They do. Yeah, they have like they have like retrospective. I don't know how do you say that. Like
abilities.
Knowledge. Yeah,
Yeah.
abilities, knowledge. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Huh?
What?
Can you hear me?
Bro, it's kind of quiet.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So they have like knowledge, like retrospective knowledge. They can
Yeah.
look in the past, and even in the present, and maybe a bit in the future. How would you respond? We could even make the case they come to Earth, they see what humans do, like all the beautiful things, and then they decide to put them into farms.
Like that. Okay, that makes them like, I don't know, evil.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah,
them
so
evil, but they recognize our intelligence. That's the problem. You know, they know we are intelligent, but they enslave us. But animals are not intelligent.
Well, they have their own intelligence, right?
No.
They do.
What's
Wait,
their
they don't
intelligence? Okay, they have
Of course
they have their
they
own
have-
intelligence.
they have
And,
Yeah.
and instinct, exactly. But that's not intelligence. Like humans also have instinct.
Wait, just real quick, because you keep going back to the same thing. Scientifically, we can demonstrate that animals don't just only rely on instincts. You can
Yeah.
even Google it with a simple Google search. Do animals only rely on instincts? No, they do rely on their own emotions, their own feelings, their own thoughts.
Yeah. They have their own learning history, right?
Who said that?
Of course. Like humans, right? They have their own unique learning history, their temperaments, their personalities, and their present states, right? They
And
can
even,
feel thirsty. Yeah.
Even it has been documented that animals do feel depressed as well. So there is
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so what you are saying is that animals have a really small subset of human intelligence, right? Like
Well,
they only
they
have
can-
a very small part of our intelligence.
But what does it
And
matter?
it's
What does it matter
limited.
how much
It's really
intelligence?
limited.
But why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Because
Like,
okay, it matters
if I
because
say,
they can't
if I
achieve
say,
anything on Earth. You know,
look,
that's the main point.
if I say that some race of humans have a lower intelligence than me, then is it okay to like abuse them?
No.
Then why are you constantly talking about
Because-
well this, well that?
Okay, first you can't generalize like for a certain race that they are low IQ. This is the
It doesn't matter. I'm just asking of a hypothetical.
yeah. I know you're saying hypothetically, but that doesn't work here.
Look,
have to
here's
demonstrate
the
how.
thing. If I can cut through the water for 1 second here, but Pismont, here's the thing. You keep making the claim that there is more like morally relevant difference between animals and humans, such as that it's okay to kill the animals but not the humans. But when we ask you what are the traits that humans have that make it not okay to kill them, that animals lack that make it okay to kill them, you keep reverting to, well, it's a different being, right? So you say intelligence, and then we show you, well, intelligence is not really a breaker for you, because if it was a non-intelligent human, you wouldn't think it's okay to kill them. But then you say, but you're comparing two different creatures. Well, we're still asking you, what is that difference? And you can't name it. You can name all these differences between us, right? But somehow, every time we question you about that difference that you named, it's not okay. It's not the same.
Without naming the difference, but let's say that I also said that before. But if they live 1,000 years on Earth, will they do the same as us? Will they do anything? Achieve
Why
anything on
does
Earth?
that
Yeah,
matter, though?
that's the
Why is it okay to
differentiating
kill them
factor
then?
between
Okay,
us.
so if humans don't do anything for the next thousands of years, and you can demonstrate that humans actually destroy like the environment, is it okay to put humans in the gas chambers?
They don't. They destroyed in the environment. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
if humans
just 1
destroy the
minute.
environment, can we put them
1
in
minute.
gas
1
chambers?
minute. I think I have to go. Yes, so just 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
Oh man. Let's see. Oh wait, I have to do this. This. Do this.
Yeah, guys,
I
I
think
think
this
I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. See ya. Right. Okay, guys. It's been, I think, like 7.5 hours. I really ate absolutely almost nothing today. So I'm gonna eat something. I'm gonna turn off this light that makes me look youthful. And I'm gonna get something to eat, get something to drink, and just like chill out for the next. Well, first I have to make a post for Harmsteader, and then I'm gonna chill out for a little bit for the rest of the day. I'm not sure about tomorrow's stream yet. I just might do this again. I'm sorry, I'm a bit unpredictable. I'm breaking the rules of etiquette of remaining consistent and stuff. I don't know though. I'll see, because Felek might not be able to do it tomorrow. So, and without mod perms, it's harder. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for coming. See you next time.